listen to this. Bad boy. It's hard.
Come on. ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Yar, mateys, welcome to my ship. I'm running this thing now, and if it goes down, he's going down with it, and I'm jumping off. Yeah, it's just you, Chad. I'm not doing that. How you doing?
I'm good. I heard they have big boats in Brazil.
They do have big boats in Brazil, but you need a visa.
Yeah.
So hopefully you can get one. We'll see.
Get on the boats.
We'll see. I also need a visa.
Just before we get stuck into things, did you download the new Score
esports app?
Yeah.
I did, and you know what it told me?
Did you? There was an update the other day. Did you download the update? Of
Yeah,
the
I did all the updates this morning when I got here.
Yeah, because now you can watch the games live from the Score screens.
Well, that's what I'm going to do
tonight. So that's pretty cool. So get on that.
Welcome to Pro League. Yes, we are getting into things. We've got about 4 nights left, and things are heating up. We've got a lot of tension in terms of which teams are going to be at the LAN, including some results from yesterday, which will heavily dictate that. Virtus Pro didn't necessarily have the best night, came back from ESL 1 New York, and immediately got thrown into the thick end. As to did, of course, this is yesterday's matchups. Why am I... Virtus Pro, that's what I said. Fnatic, that's the team. That's the team I was looking for. I knew there was 2 there, but it confused me because it was looking at the on-stream ones. They were off-stream Virtus Pro.
Yeah, yesterday as well we had Sixer standing in for Envy, and today he is an official member of Envy. Isn't that funny?
Isn't it? Why, it's like he was an official member yesterday, Chad.
Yeah, we kind of said that earlier. I apologize. I didn't mean to break.
Well, splitting Virtus Pro, massive amount of overtimes as well for Mouseports. Virtus Pro seems to be the overtime team lately. They 2 overtimes in the semifinal versus SK. Finally beat them last 2 majors. The only team to take a map off of SK.
Yep.
And then going to overtime with Mouseports, who are playing with Nex and not Oscar. The big acquisition that was actually signed after the MLG Columbus major. Had to sit on the sidelines until his contract expired elsewhere and came into it just before the start of September. Gone already. Unknown amount of time. Says personal issues, so we hope everything's all right with him.
Yep.
We've got games coming up tonight, but I missed what Henning said because I was rambling on. I think he wants to do standings first. He's going to do the standings first.
We got it.
I think it's important to look at the standings first because it'll paint a better picture of exactly what's going on tonight. So Virtus Pro tied now with NIP, having split the evening. Or sorry, that's all messed up. The logos.
The logos and the names are
I'm confused. I was going to say that because FaZe's score is right. Virtus Pro are not up that far yet.
No, they've lost 11 games.
Yeah, so they're actually, the logos are correct. The names are incorrect right now. So NIP leads the way. FaZe of Pajamas are in second, and Virtus Clan is in third.
Nice.
So that's how it works right now.
Yes.
13 and 11 for VP though. We said splitting the night last night was going to cause problems. 11 losses. That's a large amount when you consider that Envy, Na'Vi, Mousesports all have 7 themselves and still have a larger amount of games to play.
Yeah.
They could potentially throw them out of that top 6 position. There you go. It's been updated.
Fnatic still have what, 8 games to play?
Fnatic has, yes, they've got a lot. I mean, Fnatic's in the best position of anyone right now.
Yeah,
and with the new upcoming roster playing tonight as well, if they're able to take 2 off of Envy, that'll put Envy at 11 and 9. It puts them back into, a battle position, whereas Fnatic can still be all right regardless if they lose. They'll put them on 8 losses, but it still is a reasonable position. I guess in that sense, if you wanted to, every game's important, but if you wanted to say Envious need these wins a little bit more than Fnatic.
Well, see, the thing is, right, if you look at the way the table's set out right now, if teams keep splitting 1-1, especially the teams in the top, I don't know, let's say 9 teams keep splitting 1-1s until the end of the season, that, the last 2 spots, 5 and 6, are going to be so ridiculously close. I hope we see a playoff. That'd be nice. Do people know how the end of the season works? Should I try and explain it?
Do you want to explain it?
I can't. I have a good understanding of it.
So 6 teams, I'll just explain the gist of it. 6 teams from each division, North America and Europe, go through to the finals, which are in Sao Paulo, Brazil, hence the Brazil jokes at the start of the show. But yeah, why don't you explain the playoff format if there is a tiebreak?
So if teams tie on points, it goes to rounds 1. So like if you have close matches where you're losing 16-14, that's better than if you have a match where you lose 16-5, right? All of those rounds 1 over every single match, I believe in the tied teams gets tallied up, and then the team with the most points goes through, rounds 1 goes through. If teams are tied in that portion, then they have a playoff. Best of 3, I think. I was reading the rules. It's in the rules. Check the rules out.
Check the rules out. I mean, it's been close for a number of seasons for deciding the Final Four spots. Even when you go back to ESEA Invite, as it were, before the Pro League, the last couple seasons, North America was very close. So to have a tiebreak situation in a 6-team format, I mean, it goes to show you where the league really sits right now and how inconsistencies can cost you. It may only be an 8 to 9 week league. I say 8 to 9, depends on schedule, format, and who needs to push games, but it's fast and it's punishing. And from the gate, you can see what you can do for yourself. Look at FaZe Clan. They started out extremely strong. So too did Na'Vi, and now they've been struggling a lot more in the online portions, but they're riding these wins out. Let's start with 2 teams that we said are in decent positions.
Yep.
But obviously Envy at 11-7 versus the 12-6. It's only one loss. I'm focusing on the losses because that's kind of the cutoff we have to look at.
Yep.
It's only 1 loss difference. But I kind of think Envy, for some reason, needs this a little bit more than Fnatic.
Envy are on an upswing, though. That's the thing they've got going for them right now. This addition of Sixer, I think, is going to lift the mood of the team. They'll be more confident. They got this guy in because of his experience, right? They don't feel they need to baby him in the terms of pressure situations. So having this guy on the team is going to lift the moods of all the players, in my opinion, anyway. The only problem is he needs to learn a lot in a short amount of time. The thing with Fnatic as well, though, they're kind of in a similar situation. They had the new additions of the Wenton, Lekron, Twist, and the same kind of thing. They're in a happier, better position. All I've said is enjoying CS again. So both these teams are enjoying their Counter-Strike, so it's going to be interesting.
There's a famous quote in my homeland of Kanakada by a man called Wayne Gretzky.
Okay.
And it was, when you're not having fun, even a 10-foot pass is hard.
That guy plays the football game, yeah?
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Define the entire sport, yeah. No, he's right, though. I mean, when you're not having fun, it's hard to do anything that you know, in a sport. The simplest things become mundane. But there it is. So as we said, Envy, Fnatic, Heroic, Mousesports, those are the 2 shown on stream. Mousesports doing a reasonably good job this season as well. And as we now know, no Oscar. It's going to be next back into the lineup. At least there's familiarity there. We'll talk about that when the second game does roll around. Off stream, B stream, Nip versus Flipside. Nip needs to just basically avoid the losses, and Flipside desperately needs to avoid relegation. It ultimately has no effect for Flipside. They're statistically out already at this point in time, but Nip right now in a great spot at 13-6, but at the same time, they need to make sure that they preserve 13-7. Excuse me, as it has to be an even number, but they need to preserve the seeding ultimately for them.
They need to keep the lead, yeah, definitely. And I also think if you look at those 2 maps, they're actually really good maps for Flipside. Overpass and Nuke, they're 2 maps that they play quite a lot and they favor. So it'll be close matches, I think. You know, we're expecting blowouts, but after seeing Nip last night, they're looking a bit sluggish, a bit lethargic. Hopefully they're refreshed for today because, like you said, they need those wins. Yeah,
and then the other B stream game is one that's actually very important for finalizing land spots, considering Na'Vi had such an excellent start, just came off the ESL 1 New York win, but they've been struggling online again. Maybe Simple's found a little bit of form and confidence being the MVP, that loose style of play that he can bring to them. They play Dignitas, who's in it to the back end. They're in the run. Let's bring up the rosters. This is official now. It's no longer a stand-in. Sixer is 100% in Envy. Devil can go back to hell for all they're concerned. It's a big change. But we kind of expected this. We knew last night we were talking as if he was in the lineup.
Just the thing about the French, it's really weird when they meet each other. They're always doing the kisses on the cheek. I don't get it.
The bisou? Bisou. Do you know what? In French Canada they do it because it's French. Obviously they do it in Romania as well. French influence. I always go to the wrong side first and end up almost pecking them on the lips.
Wait, there's an actual side that you meant to go to first?
I think you're always supposed to go to the right first.
Okay, that's weird.
Because I'll sometimes go like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to kiss.
If you kiss a bloke,
get it wrong with a hot girl,
you kiss a bloke in Australia, you're going to cop one around the back of the head, mate. Australia.
Noted. Henry G, don't go to Australia. You'll get hit in the head.
We're not.
Just write that down, Henry.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Is Henry even here yet?
He's probably outside.
I'm really excited for Henry's wardrobe today. Let's talk about the game, though.
All right, then.
So the first map we have is Cobble between Envy and Fnatic.
Yes.
How do you feel about this map?
I feel like Envy's CT side still struggle, but now that they've brought Sixer in, you said it yesterday, has to play on the drop position where Devil was playing. They're trying to implement him at least at the start until they have time to practice into those roles. But they were a little bit more aggressive by putting 2 men out, so it would be long. Yeah, I still want to see a better use of the AWP rotations.
I noticed it kind of changed round by round. They had Sixer sometimes on the platform and then sometimes at drop. So he was doing a little bit of both. It was weird. I guess they were using when Happy was playing in different positions with the AWP.
And I think it also had to do with when they boosted Apex up on Tree and not, because they were boosting him quite a bit.
Was it Apex? I can't recall exactly. That was
I think it was
last
Apex
night.
that was up at the Tree.
I think Apex is at A. Pretty sure Apex is at A.
All right, maybe Apex is at A. Well, then whoever they were boosting at the
That's all right. No, it's all good. So this map, last night we saw Sixer.
Yeah, been...
Sixer had to carry them pretty much, right? He had that massive rating. He had like a 1.88 rating or something. And I saw people posting and saying, in his first night playing with this team, he has a higher rating than what Devil has over his whole 6 months playing with the squad. So
On average, or in any instance?
Any single game.
Anything that's significant. On average, I'd say, okay, that doesn't apply, but any single game, that's huge.
Yeah.
And that says already that you're going to get more fragging power out of him. I think Devil had a tough time being implemented into this team. And at Sixer, to be fair, when we saw him at Assembly, summer when Henry and I were there, between Fuxio, Sixer, and who else would have been the big name on that team? I think those were the big two, but between those two, they were constantly top fragging. And I think there was one game that Sixer played who'd they play in the semi? They would have played MK. I can't remember at the time, but he dropped like 34 or something, which was pretty sick. So there's definitely skill there for Sixer.
Yeah, and like I said before, it's probably they're looking at, more the age factor, more experience, that kind of stuff. Fnatic on the other side, last night they really impressed me. They came back, they got off the plane not long ago, like probably yesterday. They were able to play best of 2 against NIP and take both maps on Dust 2 and Cage, which is everyone considers NIP's home map. So it was really impressive the way they played yesterday. Lecro standing up, he was really good on both maps, I thought, like consistently fragging, getting multi-kills when he needed to, being a rock in his positions on the CT side.
Yeah.
He's a good player.
I don't think we need to talk him up anymore. I think at this point in time, it'll speak for itself. The first couple of weeks when he was in the team, he was the one that no one had the information about and doubted, I think, a lot of the time. But it was evident he had the skill. Malmo, Schneider was huge. Twist went off in that tournament, so he kind of got overshadowed based on just their flashy plays. But if you looked at the consistent numbers, Lecro was one of the best players on that Godsent run that they had. And I think it was fairly clear coming into this roster, he was going to be an integral part. It's Venton that a lot of people, I think, have to put the pressure on now because there's rumors he's not doing all the calling anymore. Dennis has kind of taken that role back from him. If he's not calling, well, maybe that was the justification for having him in the roster. That was one of the big discussions. Where did he fit in? Because obviously he was a stand-in for Olaf's injury originally. And then when Powell left Godsent, he was the third man that came in this three-way transaction. I think Venton's very good in singular positions. And what I mean by that is the positions where you have to hold, that you don't have to be proactive, that you just simply play as sort of a rock, as a turret. Long A for Dust 2, we saw that be extremely successful in New York. But he needs to find more of those rules. T-side, entry aim is there, but his mechanics seem slower in terms of movement.
Yeah, well, yesterday he had 2 decent games. He wasn't like a star performer, but he was solid. He was doing better than the majority of members on his team, and he was making those frags like you were saying. And if you can be consistent and always put in a role like that, you're pretty happy. You remember watching him when he was when they were in New York, and he had that round at Long Bedroom where he had the 5-7. He got those 2 kills and stuff. Consistent at making those frags, and as long as he can focus on his crosshair like that and contribute like that, then he's going to be an important member. Even last night, he pushed Long at one point.
Yeah, he's decent at pushing through it long just because he plays the position so much that eventually you get a read. I think that's one of the easiest positions to get a read on. You can get punished. It's kind of going into the unknown, but everyone's going to figure it out based on information at B.
Yep.
Like, you're going to push through there at least once a game, twice a game successfully.
Yeah. On that, though, here's an important thing. Like, this isn't just a Wenton factor, but you're talking about like information on maps that people are going through. So just an important thing for people to know. When you have a coach or even as a team, you watch the demos, right? And you look and you see where a team's default is. Let's say, for example, Get Right is always holding outside bedroom on Long, or the hut, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, long
the
cave, between
whatever.
the 2 doors. Yeah.
He's always holding for that push as a T, right? But he gets spotted, say, I don't know, dark. On the somebody's player goes, okay, he makes a kill, or you spot him and you can see that it's Get Right. Then that's where you can take a risk. You can go, okay, well, we know Garrett always holds this position on the default. They're obviously doing something different, and he's on this part of the map. We can do a risky long push or something. Or, anything like that, any bit of information that your coach or your analyst or your in-game leader can have for you, they're really important. So it'd be interesting to see, like, if when we did see him making those pushes last night, if it was something that he'd learned over the period of the game, because it was a long match, it was a 16-14 game, so there's lots of time to make the reads on what NIP were doing, or if it was something that Jumpy had come up with and said, hey, look, mate, if you see this guy here, you can go for this aggressive play.
That's what I was going to wonder as well, as much as Jumpy, but how much is personal intuition? How much is him saying, they've thrown 2 flashes every single round that a corner smoke, so I can't get to pit. Suddenly there's only 1 flash, or there's no corner smoke and 2 flash, like just subtle differences that he can pick up on. I think, is that too much of a risk? You kind of got to rely on at least one other key of information first?
Yeah, look, a push is always a risk in that sense, but you can never have a complete read unless somebody has actually spotted all 5 members, right? So it's always a slight risk. So I think it's probably intuition built on with, he knows who defaults where, and they would have, worked that out over the course of the game. For me, another important thing is NK. So he would be doing exactly what I just described from an analyst/coach perspective. He's not a coach in the sense of he doesn't sit. There's no point him being in the game really because
the timeouts don't affect him.
They're speaking French. He's got no idea what's going wrong with what they're saying, right? He can see, but he might not pick up the little bits and pieces that are going like incorrect with the way that they're approaching the game. For him, I think it's better. I don't actually know how it functions, but I would assume because the common language here is English. He's going to watch the demos. He's going to come up with maybe new ideas and stuff. He's going to translate all this information across to them and prep them in English, and then that's for them to digest, maybe happy to look at and go, this is how I'm going to make this unfold on my game. These little mental notes we're going to take as a team. Kenny, the opposition AWPer, he always liked this pick. Just be wary for that, you know. So that's the way that I think they'd build it from the coaching perspective. Whereas I know a lot of coaches probably do that, but if you have one that's more so an in-game leader, like a Starix type of guy, or used to be more of an, they're kind of following through as the play's going. They obviously do their homework and stuff, but they're more involved. They're more, you know, reactive. Whereas with the coach that we're going to see from Envy tonight, it's not as reactive, unless they will take a pause and he can talk in English and they can break it down and stuff. But I would assume that he's more of just you know, informative pre-match stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that's true. I think he's more the demo watcher, the analytical style, providing in that sense. For Cobblestone as well, the other thing you mentioned, you asked about Envy, but the other thing I kind of brought up, just touched on it briefly. We used us two as the example for Venton, but Entry. He's almost got, I like the way he pushes. He's confident. He seems confident. And like I say, he's got the aim, but he's not flashy in terms of the mechanics. It has to be a trade for them almost a lot of times. And the trade potential, that was something Fnatic used to be. Virtus.pro's obviously, I'd say number one at it right now. But I'd say Fnatic used to rival them at that in the old roster.
Ooh, back on when you touched
that's
it.
That's why I did it. Just, didn't work.
Yeah, I think you're talking about trade frags and stuff. And Fnatic, in terms of fundamentals and the way this new roster plays, they kind of force the fundamentals in the sense of they go as a squad everywhere, right? And they're normally in a 4-1 kind of formation. And what they're doing is forcing the fact that they can trade. So if one guy goes in, everybody's going in. And then you do just trade out efficiently, or not necessarily, you're going to get at least one trade kind of thing. So the way that they play their fundamental is very strong. It's not a default, get a lot of information and then go from there. Usually it's just, let's go as a pack, or if we are going to default, we'll just get the very minimum information and then keep going as a unit, because they don't want to give away too many kills. And the thing which is really strong for them on their CT side as well, it's fundamental in the sense of they're not, surprising considering the players on the team, but they're not going for flashy plays. They're not always forcing those repeaks, or if they're getting overwhelmed, they'll fall back and retake with their teammates, which is really good discipline to have, especially when you have members like Olaf, Dennis, Twist, who are Lekro probably as well, who are all guys who really just want to go ham and take as many kills as they can. Well, from me, my perspective anyway. And it's great that they're playing disciplined Counter-Strike, which shows that they're on the right track in the way they're addressing the game.
Yeah, interestingly, they almost look more disciplined and thought out than Godsent does with Pronex at the helm right now. Yeah. That's a whole other story in itself, obviously not even in the Pro League, so doesn't really apply for right now. Sorry, you'll have to watch a podcast like Drop the Bomb or something to find that out. The other thing I think is very important to touch on, and we saw it a little bit at New York. We thought Henry brought it up. We were a little bit skeptical that at New York it was a scapegoat, that he was doing it because other people weren't fulfilling the obligation on the role. But Twist on the AWP last night played it to good success, I think, and more success than what they had in New York. Thoughts on him switching into that role, perhaps?
Yeah, I touched on it a little bit last time we were talking about it, but how all three of those players, Dennis, Twist, and Olaf, can all do the same role, right? Twist going into it when the other two aren't feeling it, it's great, you know, in the sense of it's always going to be functional. So for these guys to be able to evolve through those roles whenever they want, for me, some people see it as a negative thing, right? Some people go, okay, well, you need your AWPer to be consistent. But if these guys can be free-flowing and they all understand the system and the way that they want to approach the game, it doesn't matter who's using the AWP, just as long as they're using it, you know, and everybody's on the same wavelength. You want to get the most out of it. If you're forcing Olaf or Dennis to AWP every round and they're not making any frags, and you have someone as sick as Twist who can pick it up and get those frags, you may as well hand it over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if it's there and he's comfortable on it, obviously that showed last night. Envy's side, let's talk a little bit about Sixer officially coming in. So last night we did see him, as you say, get a ton of frags on Cobblestone. Frag potential was there, but there was a little bit of lack of communication in some instances. Didn't check barrels on a round when they went A.
Yeah.
How long does that take to implement with him? Obviously, they're all French. He's the oldest, so you'd think at 25. He's been playing the game since, what, 2007, 2008, at a reasonable level. Maybe even longer than that. I'm not sure. That's as far back as I know of. He should have some understanding by now of gameplay and smart decision-making. It's just a matter of implementing it into this roster and making sure he's on the same page.
Yeah, I think that's a very finicky thing, the one that we're pinpointing here, where they were inside.
Yeah, because it was situational.
Yeah, and he was looking towards it. It looked like the communication was from his teammate, hey, let's boost over, you know? They should have obviously cleared it. That was a mistake. The problem is, once they went to clear it, he would have had his back open to heaven, or Romeo and Juliet, whatever you want to call it. So there was.
I like your Romeo and Juliet call.
Yeah,
I'm going to call it Sadokist and Henry G.
Yeah, I like Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, hi, guys.
Hi, we're joining you.
What's happening right now?
You're joining us.
Yep. Yeah.
Did you make that decision? Are you asking me or are you telling me, Alex?
We're just hanging out.
We don't make
I
any
like to ask
choices
you things. I just
anymore.
like to ask you questions.
That's fine. What would you like to ask me?
There it is,
Bit
boys.
of denim today. Another Henry G
Oh,
day's
it's
coming in.
gorgeous.
Hey,
I would have worn mine if I'd known.
I just realised I'm still playing with the knife.
Alex, you missed
Don't
it.
play with knives. You're not old enough.
You missed it, Alex. We
What's up?
wanted to make the International Henry G Day. We wanted to make it biannual.
Okay, I realised actually upon
Well,
review,
no,
I looked at the label of the shirt I wore for National Henry G Day, and it turns out
Oh, God, here we go. It wasn't even denim.
it wasn't even.
I
denim.
knew it. I knew it
wasn't
wasn't. It
denim?
didn't at all. He was like, "Oh, it's denim." It's like literally flannel with like lines on it.
It was Levi's. I just assumed everything they make is denim.
Wow.
I knew it wasn't as well. I didn't want to be
Very
rude on the
ignorant.
day.
No, I
Didn't want to ruin the
appreciate
vibe of
that. I
Henry G Day.
appreciate that.
Yeah, well, I think what Chad means isn't biannual. He wants to do it seasonal.
Yeah.
So every pro league
quarterly.
season.
Well,
Well, it'd be
Quarterly?
thirdly.
Thirdly, I forgot. I don't know how
what is
seasons
it?
work.
How
There's,
does
there's only
thirdly
2
work?
seasons a
Just
year.
once a
there.
season.
Once a season.
Once every pro league season.
Okay.
I love that.
Which
I
is
love,
basically twice
I'll
a year,
actually
but
buy a
occasionally you
denim
can get
shirt
the
this
third,
time,
you can
though.
get one. You don't know how it goes. I'm clarifying.
Okay.
Just making sure we're on the same page
Just
here.
to jump back on track for a second, did you just say Sixer is officially because after
Yes.
the games they
It's
played
tweeted
yesterday?
it was tweeted by Team Envy today.
Oh, okay. Yesterday they all tweeted.
Yeah, no
Did you see
shit.
that? They were like,
What
"Oh,
was it?
great to play at Millennium at Sixer. Thanks, our stand-in played well today."
Because they couldn't officially. I imagine there was a legal holdup, and the contract
legal
probably
holdup,
hadn't gone
jeez.
through.
Oh, they're being trolls.
And therefore, they couldn't officially say he was on the roster in case something went wrong. But we all knew he was going to be there.
Okay, so he is now official, and rest in peace, Devil.
Why am I doing this like?
Yeah, it's on the Score Esports app.
It is.
It
That
was,
you can
actually.
get push notifications to your telephone.
Okay, that app, sellout aside, that app's actually very good for sending you notifications.
Yeah.
It prompts you for whatever you want to select. So I saw it on
ScoreEsports.com.
Score Esports.
We found
today.
out
That's how I
that
found out.
Dead Fox officially has joined Hellraisers now as well, thanks to that app.
It's true. Yeah, that one I think we all knew was going to happen as well. But again, it's one of those legal things. They're probably waiting for it to go through. They
Envy
didn't have a
at
choice to
Sixer.
wait.
Oh,
They had
you're
to
right.
put.
Well,
Well,
43 minutes to go.
They had Smike as well, right? But he wasn't official. They were
That's
playing
true.
with him
Yeah.
for a while. So I
Yeah.
guess it's just nice to confirm he's actually, he's passed his trial.
At this point in time, with the amount of stand-ins or trial bases, I hope people are negotiating for at least somewhat of a payment during their trial phase, because ultimately you're holding someone up from potentially going somewhere permanent if they're just trying out with you. Do you agree?
Devil's departure from the squad remains unconfirmed. It says here on the score.
Okay, well, Sixers in. We know that much.
So yeah,
doesn't
I mean,
really-
what's he going to do? I mean, he was dabbling in in-game leadership
So,
for a while. It's not like he couldn't coach.
My
their coach, though.
my guess is on that they'll try and ride Devil's contract out without buying him out, and if someone else wants to buy him out and pay that fee for them, they'll do it. But they're trying to
the
save
thing
money
is,
until
like,
it
they'll still be
expires.
paying his salary. That's not how
Exactly.
it works. And if someone wants to buy him out, yes. So they can't stop paying him. He just won't be actively playing. That's the thing, right?
I'm
so
not- I'm
you
sure
can't have the
Devil
best of
won't
both
complain.
worlds.
But usually, like, so that goes without saying. But I'm saying the reason that they wouldn't drop him themselves is because they'd have to do a buyout, which would be an additional fee to
Yeah,
what they're paying him.
exactly.
So they'll just wait for someone else to do it.
Yeah, right.
So,
Well-
which could be a while, unfortunately, for Devil, just because it's a French. No team's
Well,
really
do
looking.
we not think there's
and-
going to be, apparently, from what it's on
shuffle?
Twitter today, there's going to be, like, all of the contracts run out in about 3 months' time. So
G2 and Envy are pretty close together in that, aren't they?
So this
Yeah.
could actually suggest there's going to be a massive shuffle. This could be the Sixer thing, could be like a placeholder while they kind of
Well,
work
if he
out
plays like
the-
he did last night.
Well, I mean, like in terms of
Played
like
well.
they're getting himself a decent lineup for the next 3 months, and then we're going to see. I'm sure he'll still be part of one of these core lineups, but the
Well,
fact is,
hasn't there always been a pining to see Shox and Kenny in the same team?
I think by everyone, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Whether that will happen, I'm not so sure. But people are suggesting or speculating that potentially in 3 months that could happen.
I don't know. Well, we're going to get to see them play in like 20
Yeah.
seconds time. But
Yeah.
Well, boys, I think that's enough for the desk. I think we're ready to go into the game.
Are you ready to go? I thought we were supposed to do
We're gonna
predictions.
do some-
first.
you go do
sorry.
your thing.
We
We'll
were
do that.
told
Sorry.
that we
Did
got
I-
one more
yeah,
minute on the
my-
camera,
Yes,
and
my
some
bad,
casters
my
care
bad.
about that. Not
My
me, but
bad.
some.
Yesterday we didn't get our camera time. Everything
don't
was
really care.
rushed.
I got off
Today-
a plane yesterday.
Yeah, right. That's why we didn't, because we're being nice to you.
All right, we got to be quick. Prediction.
I think that who we got playing again? No, I'm kidding. I think the Envy are going to win Cobblestone.
Really? All right, maybe the Sixer edition is going to be beneficial to them. I am not 100% certain on that. I think Lekro's going to have a big game again. And I think it's going to be overtime in favor of Fnatic. I'm going with the overtime prediction and everything. You've already seen your casting pair. I don't need to introduce them. We'll just send it back over and you guys can get underway. Enjoy the game.
Thank you very much, Matt. Indeed, we will. It's the Score Esports Hot Match of the Week, and it does seem like the desk is split. He says it's going to be OT. I have no doubt, Henry, this should be a close one, just given that we've seen the former Fnatic and the former Envy with yesterday alone.
It's certainly a piping hot game, Alex. I'm very, very happy
Piping
to
hot.
see this one coming in first.
Name a dish that served piping hot.
Apple pie.
Oh, that was a good one.
Yeah.
Good job. Oh, I'm
There you go.
impressed.
Straight in there.
Yeah, smashed it.
Quick as
okay.
a whip.
Apple pie or apple crumble?
Pie crumble, actually, I'd say. It's
Yes.
so
Oh,
hotter, yeah.
he knows. He knows.
Boom.
That's right. Hot or cold custard?
Ooh,
This is going to determine a lot about our relationship.
cold?
Oh, he's a good lad, isn't he? Henry G? He's a good boy. We do like
Pass the
him.
test.
Yeah. But anyway, we've got some CS underway, and the Cobble will be our first map. We saw Cobblestone just yesterday with Envy here in the Pro League versus Hellraisers, a 16-10 result in their favor. Fnatic, we just seen an abundance of Dust 2 recently. In fact, 4 of the last 5 maps they played was on Dust 2. Fortunately, they'll have a little bit of a break, a little bit of a respite from Dust 2, and now they have a chance to go ahead and show us what they've got on Cobblestone. A new-ish roster. It's safe to assume perhaps Cobblestone's not been on the top of their hit list. We saw their cash and their Dust 2.
They've played it a couple of times in Pro League so far, and I think they went overtime with Hellraisers, which they won in overtime, I believe. I can't really. We've had so many games, Alex, but they have.
I'll get it for you. I'll get it for you.
So yeah, they're definitely they're very good on the CT side. The terrorist side is when they're lacking a little bit more, though. Their CT setup is pretty solid.
Wow. Okay, I've got it in front of me now. So I knew we'd seen Fnatic's Cobble recently. It was actually in New York. Right. They played a game. It was best of 1 versus Virtus Pro, and they lost 16-6.
That's right.
Do you remember Virtus Pro just went crazy?
What about the Hellraisers result?
Hellraisers, yeah, you're talking about overtime. It was actually a 19-17 victory to Fnatic.
I was right. I was dead on.
You're really good at this.
Yeah, my brain isn't.
It's
just
not mush.
Done yet. Yeah, it's still going.
You haven't completely destroyed it.
We're close.
Not far.
We're pretty close.
Oh, lack of sleep. But EU needs it anyway. It's going to be Envy Fnatic.
Here we go then.
Oh baby.
Envious starting on the CT side here. We'll have a look at the Fnatic buy on the T side, see if they're going for something a little bit more technical. If they buy more than one smoke, you can suggest there'll be maybe a fake or a split coming in. But for now, it's going to be 3 sets of armor. Venton has got the smoke and 2 flashbangs. Lekra yet to buy.
That says technical pause.
Straight in there. As soon as you get in,
hang on, wait. I think I know why. I swear I just saw Jumpy. No, okay, he's not. He's gone. Okay. One player's going to be getting back in. You know what? I'm going to take this opportunity to tweet that I am about to cast. Casting.
Well, while you do that, maybe I'll speak. Yeah?
Yeah. Cool. Envy first.
4 sets of armor for Fnatic, and there's 1 smoke and 2 flashbangs. So let's talk about the approaches you can actually bring to the table on the T side of Cobble.
Do it.
You can go for something quite simple. You can do a nice simple B play. You maybe smoke toward chicken coop with connector. You flash over and just send all 5 people in. A lot of teams, though, they seem to be opting for an A split, where you send like maybe 3 people towards long A at the start, and you've got 2 in drop down, and then you're using that smoke towards connector still, but then you have the 2 players coming out of the drop down window and trying to challenge any rotating CT players as they kind of fall back and notice an A side of attack. Can be very effective. It's difficult for the CTs to hold off the drop down area, especially without a rifle, just a USP in hand. It's difficult to hit those 1-bullet headshots, especially when they're rushing you. So I'd assume there will be something along those lines. So like I said, simple approach, go to B, slightly more technical, A split.
Sure.
And you also can just do a full-on A attack with just 5 people going down middle, smoking the connector, and just trying to rush the CTs, hoping they don't hit their 1 bullets.
Yeah, I mean, so this has always been intriguing, just to see, the power of the USP in contrast to the Glock. It's vast, isn't it?
Well, it depends, right? It's a double-edged sword. Both weapons have their benefits, and
walk me through the power of the Glock.
So the Glock has got run and gun potential. You can run and shoot at the same time, right? And you can have 20 bullets. You're not limited on ammo at all. We see yesterday, the USP can run out of bullets very quickly. You don't get many at all in the clip. And how many is it exactly? I think you're like 24 or something left over.
They've all got their knives out. Oh, they had it a sec there. It was MBK had it.
I can't remember. Anyway, you get about 3 magazines total.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a knife round to kick things off.
No, he said live.
Sorry.
German accent.
You've been here longer than me. You understand it more.
Yeah.
So now it's live for real.
It's live, not live.
Not the knife for real. Okay, then. So let's have a look. So, Alex, we seem a bit more awake today. Maybe we can talk, actually, and string some sentences together.
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, I think we should be a little more coherent this time. As I see a decoy, and then Wenton's just going ham. Okay, so smoke's deployed, flashes himself out. He's got a second should he need it, and he will. He's going to be choosing to try and draw fire. Do take note of where that bomb and the rest of his teammates is going. It's basically a full fake, and Wenton, he just pushes straight out and dies. So not the best of fakes. Kept 2 people busy on B as here come the majority of the team, the brunt of the assault. Trying to hunt down Apex, and wow, with no health, he manages to take 2! What was that second shot? Twist just loses his head, not in a good way. Dennis will go down eventually, and it's all on to Kenny. He does have an opportunity to catch Dennis on the cross, and he's the one with the bomb. If he hits this shot, it's actually winnable, Henry.
It is actually winnable. Kenny S, though, not going to have the opportunity to take that first headshot, but he nails the second. Olafmeister goes down. 1v1 now. Dennis has got the plant. Kenny S about a kit or grenades, and it's going to be coming down to this aim duel to finish things off.
I like the positioning from Kenny there. He had an opportunity to catch Dennis on the hut, but he swings out, and Dennis, huge amount of damage done. 1 more bullet will finish the job now. He has retrieved a USP. He'll be choosing to use that and implement that at some point. One opportunity now. Dennis is going to give him another fight. What on earth is this? 1 bullet from either player really could do this and seal the deal. This is madness. Finally, Kenny should finish the job, and he does so. He will have an opportunity to take that full 10-second defuse, but a slightly intriguing end to that first round, excuse me.
Bit of cat and mouse going on there. Dennis on top of the roof. He assumed that Kenny S would be walking beneath him through that broken wall, and it just didn't happen, actually. Kenny S is holding position. A little bit of showmanship there to finish things off. So we talked about and kind of speculated what tactics we were going to see at the start of that round from this Fnatic side. They faked fake towards B, so they did the initial smoke. They didn't use a smoke towards connector, which was interesting. He used it on the upper platform, flashed over, and Venton was trying to do what he can to distract, but didn't really work in that manner as he got taken down straight away. But still, they managed to get the bomb down towards A. It came down to a one-on-one duel. Could have gone to either team, to be honest. Then we go into round number 2. Fnatic won't be forcing into this one. Obviously, you do have the option to get Tech9's head armor, all the nades, and have that surprise force buy, but most teams are expected to get the AKs on the 3rd.
I'm just intrigued to see. So I was just looking at Happy just because see what he was doing. I thought he was lining up some sort of smoke. He's actually just choosing to sit behind what we call it pillar, I think is the PG-13 version of the call out. 6 in the meantime has taken Olaf's head off.
You said in the last round he took his head off, but not in a good way. What do you mean by that?
I mean, you can lose your mind, can't you? I guess.
Right, okay. That's the good way.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're suggesting. That's not what I was going for, not what I was insinuating. But either way, Kenny has managed to go ahead and just make this round look easy. It's just going to be the unarmored T's walking into a barrage of SMGs. Intriguing to see the MP7 pulled out. Often times we've seen the MP9 and UMP be the weapon of choice.
Yeah, the MP7 was very fashionable at the beginning of CSGO for the first 2 years, and then it's kind of been dropped out.
Well, it's expensive, isn't it? 1,700.
Normally the MP7 and the P90 were the favoured SMGs. But you're right, the MP9 and the UMP definitely are more common these days. We're going to round number 3, though. This is where things get interesting. Obviously, the bomb going down the pistol allows Fnatic to bring out the AKs that they have here on the 3rd round. They're up against 2 SMGs and a FAMAS as well, but Kenny S, he's got the AWP, a very important factor going into this one. Yeah,
very early AWP. We saw this just yesterday on Nuke. He actually pulled it out into the 3rd round, and here it comes again. They know what their strengths are, and they're playing to them. It's Kenny on the AWP, and especially now the form he's had recently, it would be foolish not to put that weapon in his hands ASAP.
Yeah, they're just hoping he can get the first pick there, and then he can take enough attention from his teammates. They're going to be close range with those SMGs. It'll be Apex, so he's towards danger, holding A by himself with that weapon, and backing him up is happy with the MP7. So A is looking very weak, but the good news is Fnatic will be heading to B eventually. All 5 players on that side of the map.
And this is going to be his first opportunity. He fluffs it, misses the first, makes up for it with the second, and already Fnatic have completely crumbled. Olaf wins that duel, but there's so much more to come. It is a 2 versus 4, but him and Lekro seem to be standing vigilant here on Plateau, and they're getting fights. They've made it 2v2. What on earth has Envy done? They've given them the challenges that they so desired, and now there's a back turned as well. Fortunately, Apex is there to babysit, and they will be able to retrieve that FAMAS, making his life a whole lot easier. And wow, Happy just goes hunting. Absurd. He's going to get a second as well. Look at that. Ties it up beautifully. A glorious 2K from Happy to kind of solve the problems of Envy, but that got dangerous quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. That was kind of nuts how it kind of transpired that Fnatic would get back into that round. Lekro's been playing lights out recently, been very important, and he actually lands 2 important kills there, but unable to find the last 2 there. Happy just edging his way in towards the bomb site there.
That's not risky, right?
Yeah, that spray wasn't exactly crisp either, but the second shot he got was actually very nice indeed. So he finishes things off in style, and we go to round number 4. We said Fnatic's T-side was going to be a problem. I know for a fact their CT is absolutely fine. I've casted it a couple of times. It's just the T-side. They haven't seemed to have grasped the synergy just yet. It's not quite there, and we'll see what happens here. We're going to be Kenny S opening things up, though. Has he changed his position this time? He's actually towards B, so just holding the chicken coop. Overpass are trying to do what he can to distract, but unfortunately his teammates will be discovered towards middle now, and Apex still using that MP9 to great effect as he gets 2 kills.
Interestingly enough, when we did see the Envy boys last on Cobble, it was versus Pro in New York. They got just 5 rounds on their T side versus the infamous Polish side on this very map, and so do bear that in mind. This is going to be as predicted.
They got shut down on their CT side because it was 6-6 in the end.
They got destroyed, yeah. They got 1 single round on their CT side. I didn't want to bring that up just because he's been singing their praises about the defense.
That's what I'm saying. Yes. The only, when I've casted them in Pro League, that's the only thing that was good about it.
Yeah.
So, to be fair, Virtus Pro, when they're on their game and in the LAN, they're one of the best Cobble teams in the entire planet, right? So it's difficult to take too much away from that. But yes, it's still an overwhelming statistic.
Now, do they send Kenny to B primarily? Like, is that his regular spot?
I was about to say yes every single round, but it's normally Apex holding A by himself, and this was the problem. Kenny S was never going to A at all. It seems like they've adjusted that. We were calling it out a lot of times when Matt and I were casting. It's like, why is Kenny never going to A? And it seems like they're actually being a little bit more dynamic this time. They're actually allowing him to go for more aggressive picks at the start.
Especially because there's so many sight lines like this. If you have someone watching danger, you are a threat.
A was a massive weakness for them. I'll go into that more after this. It's just about to get a little bit spicy.
I like that Kenny didn't choose to fire off a shot there. It meant that they weren't expecting it, and he managed to get Dennis with a smoke in his hand. Another. Kenny has a chance for a 3rd hit, but the smoke obscures his vision. He's not willing to take that challenge haphazard. Doesn't want to go pushing. Instead, Lekro finds one towards danger. And indeed, there is danger for Happy because he's going to just push through the smoke, but no problems. Envy are firing on all cylinders here. 3 for Kenny, 1 for Mr. Happy. And you know what? The Mr. Men are having absolutely no problem at this point in time. Olaf Meister's just going to go ahead and try and make a round out of it.
No real need for Happy to push into that one, but he wanted to end the round as quickly as possible. The problem is when you've got a man like Olaf Meister on the other side, every kill you give away is an opportunity for him to get a little bit closer to winning the round. Kenny has low HP as well. They could have just kept that at 4-on-1, played the bomb sites, had the crossfires, and then get the refrag as soon as he finds one. Happy decided to push. I couldn't really tell you why. It didn't make sense.
It felt risky, right?
Yeah,
Again.
when he's got so much time to work with, obviously Olaf's going to be trying to work for a pick there. But still, the round should be secure. I may be exaggerating a little bit how influential that kill will be, but we'll see. The problem is Olaf Meister, formerly the world's greatest player. I'd definitely say formerly now, considering current form of what we've seen hasn't been his best at the moment. We'll see what he can do. Yeah.
He knows it's going to be one on APC, and it's such a hard fight to take. You expose your whole body, you see just the tip of their head, and no amount of pre-aiming will prepare you for MBK there. He's going to take him down. And so Envy will go ahead and pass with flying colours their first 2 buy rounds against Fnatic.
Let's discuss what I was talking about with Kenny S. Like, when we were casting him the beginning of Pro League season, I guess. So this is when they had Apex as a new setup. Apex is holding danger pretty much by himself every single round. It seemed like Kenny S was just locked to the B site. Every single round he'd be there, and they were getting exploited towards A all the time. It was a real, like, frustrating spectacle, to be honest. And then we saw him actually this round going towards long A, and this is what we want to see from Kenny S. He's one of the world's best AWPers, right? One of the most best aimers and flick shots, you name it, he can do it. And you want him to be a bit more versatile and not be able to work out where he's going to be every single time, right? That was the problem. It seems like they're adjusting that now.
Okay. Fnatic, they have got utility. You can see they've implemented it to try and gather some ground. Envy choosing to have a passive hold on towards drop, but I say passive, he's just going to spray through the smoke. He knew there was someone coming and does continue to spray while fully flashed. Fnatic have got good leg weight, on towards the site. He's up close versus an M4, and Dennis is just laughing at Kenny for being so exposed. Happy has a chance to level the numbers, but it's not going to happen. It's all on Apex. But the damage has been done.
Yeah, he can win this.
Wow, this is winnable.
Absolutely. You can see Dennis, 3 HP, went in 1 bullet death as well. They're going to have to slow things right down, try and use the time to their advantage. Wait for that smoke to go down potentially as well. Apex,
oh my!
Had he got the 1 bullet kill there, could have been really possible, but he didn't hit a single... Did he hit it? No, Dennis was 3 HP. Yeah, he didn't hit a single bullet.
I'm blaming the plant pot. Okay.
Maybe
that plant pot did something.
They're still server side, right? So some people can see them, some people can't.
Is that right? Because I've seen like the secret plants where you plant in the plant pot, but... Oh, so if you shoot it, it's still there?
Sometimes it depends where you are on the map and it happens. I doubt that happened then. I think that's quite a rare thing.
But that is a thing.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, jumping into another buy. So let's not forget, this will be the 3rd opportunity for Envy to face up against a fully bought up. And I say fully, now there's an AWP in play as well. So keep your eyes on Twist. I'm intrigued to see if that T-side AWP can have an influence into this round. And look, it could have, but Kenny, he's gone back from A into B, and he starts with a big bang, takes that AWP out of the hands of Twist very early on in this round.
Yeah, this is a big round for the Fnatic guys, of course. Be fully reset at this point. So the AWP going down to kick things off. We know they've got 3 AWPers available, though. That's Olaf, Dennis, and Twist. Twist is the first player to go down.
Of course, Lekra has it.
Of course, Lekra. Yeah, he's having a go. Why not?
Have a whack.
This is why I don't like. People say that they changed the roles, right? Kind of chat discussed this yesterday, saying like they've got 3 guys who do the same role. I just don't like the consistency. You're going to every single map you're playing, changing it up. Like whoever's feeding on the day, that's fine. But it's just I feel like you're not going to win big tournaments like that. Like you're just hoping that someone's going to be good that day.
I mean, isn't there an argument that that's what VP do, or is it because that's more of a decision they make?
They don't change it every tournament, though. Like,
okay.
They'll have snacks as you're up in this tournament, right? They'll change it up. There'll be seasons where they'll change it. So we saw Neo do it for a few months. And
Pasha even.
Pasha, like, at least that's consistent with tournament to tournament. Then you're changing it for like a certain amount of time. That's fine. They change it per map, these guys.
Or even side to side.
Yeah, right? And it's, well, side to side's not a huge deal. It's just like every single map you see them like Dust. You'll play Dust 2 one tournament, and then the next map they're playing someone else's AWPing. It's bizarre to me.
I can appreciate that, and it actually has been well explained as to why. The bomb and the entirety of the remaining Fnatic players are heading towards B, and Kenny is ready to receive. Kenny's been great so far. He needs to find the shot towards platform, and he does seem to be having some problems finding Olaf. He does retrieve the AWP, but he goes up close, and good God, this is just a matter of time. Yes, MBK is the one to end him this time. It'll be a double for MBK and 2 for Kenny as well, and it seems like wherever Fnatic end up, so does Kenny. He's got 12 kills in the opening 7 rounds of play. They tried an A, Kenny was there. They tried a B, Kenny was there. He buys it in the 3rd round, gets an AWP in his hands, and so far I don't think it's left his grasp yet. He's only died twice. Once in the pistol as well.
That's not bad, is it?
Actually, no, he clutched that pistol, do excuse me. Okay, 6-1. What have you got for us now, Fnatic? You'd expect absolutely nothing, and Apex seems to be encouraging that as well.
Yeah, only some upgraded pistols here. First player's gone down. At this point, CT's just want to try and keep as much money up as possible. 6 is only got 5-7, right? He's just not going to risk anything. Just going to see if he can have some close range kills. And against his own armor players, not much of a risk here. So we'll see what happens. As Olaf Meister does find a Deagle headshot there towards drop down. That's MBK finding his demise is for a second, which he does pick up as well.
Oh, dearie dear. These are the rounds, we always accredit Envy for winning. We say, oh, these are the silly buys that Envy win. But, I mean, this wasn't even that. This was just a bit of Kevlar and some Deagles. And now the numbers are level.
Yeah, and they've managed to recover rifles as well. An AK for Olofmeister. And I said before, if you give that guy an inch, he will take a mile. So Venton, he could be unlucky here. Apex, they'd be coming just behind him. The timings, it'd be so crucial. He does spot him. Okay, so he's done. He's out of this.
It's a matter of time.
Yep. He'll have to slow down the check.
Does take down Wenton. You did say if you give Olof an inch, he will take a mile. Well, he's got 2 to find in order to do so.
Yeah. He still has time, but he still has to recover that bomb. He has to run at this point, and he's going to give a footstep away any second now.
I think he's okay.
Yeah, okay.
Running
Covering
out
that
of
bomb is a
time,
problem,
though.
though. It's a massive problem.
Oh, what was that? Pulled the trigger a little too early, exposes his location, and Apex is ready to swing in and catch Olof from behind. Gave him an inch from behind. It's going to be 7 to 1.
Inch from behind it.
Now, you know how we talk about drop being an intriguing aspect of this map.
Yeah.
How have Envy been approaching it? Because I remember there was a lot of critique about how Caesar was approaching it on Nav. He was just sitting there with an SMG or a rifle and actually taking a lot of the fights he didn't need to.
MBK is the guy who's playing drop down room, right? And
What's the play?
Well, this round, this is an interesting one. They're going to be actually boosting Kenny S up. We said he needs to be more dynamic. He needs to be finding those first shots. We cut to him. He's boosted up in drop down room now, basically to get 1 kill and you're falling the hell back there. So he hasn't done this before this game. He'll do it once a half. That'll be about it.
Okay.
He's trying to surprise him, and you can see Fnatic in a very defensive setup for now. They're expecting some sort of change up in the CTs. But normally my favorite way to play drop down at the moment is actually just not playing anyone there at all. I think it's best to actually play 1 connector and 1 outside the drop down room itself, and then that actually allows you to have crossfires, and you can actually not take the risk of being Molotoved out or even flashed. It's a very difficult angle for the CTs to hold. That's why it's a massive problem for a lot of top.
You do have to actively peek it, right? Like Rock isn't enough, isn't
no,
substantial.
I'd say that's probably, I've got on my screen, right? This position where I'm showing you just
Yes,
outside
I
is
see
normally
it.
the favoured, and you can actually flash in. There's check from this angle as well. It's not committing fully as a difficult time. Unless you have the smokes down, then you can actually decide to try and catch them off guard, but you know.
This slow start from Fnatic has given them nothing. They have found very little information, perhaps a couple of nades tickling MBK and Kenny from that boost, but you know what? They've got very little to run with here. And look at that utility. They've got, what, 2 mollies, a smoke, and a flash for this execute.
We discussed this boost yesterday, actually, as well. I think I was cussing of you.
You were?
Must have been, that was all the maps. Happy boosted up towards middle, and then he's got a player at APC as well. Normally APC is actually Apex not playing that position. He's looking towards stables, but it's this drop-down approach from Fnatic. 25 seconds remaining there. They have to act a little bit quicker here.
They really do. It's going to be a quick attempt from Kenny to go ahead and cut them down to size. And again, it's Kenny and MBK filling up the kill feed. Just the 2 of them, brothers in arms. And Wenton, he could very well be losing his arms in just a moment's time because he's getting hunted down. 3 members all challenging him at once, and there's no way he gets 2 here. It will not be the 3rd. Sixer shuts him down. Takes his head off in exchange for Kenny's, but there should be an AWP retrieved. And again, you know, I'd be intrigued to see the amount of AWPs bought, not buyed, Alex. Not the amount of AWPs bought in this half. I mean, Kenny has been rocking it every single round, and I'm almost certain his small amount of deaths does signify that Fnatic have rarely taken it out of his hands.
Yeah, that was a really weird round from Fnatic. They were in a long passive hold there. The default didn't really get much from it. Didn't get any map control towards A. Just holding the B halls, and then 4 players dropping down towards drop down. They're just running out and hoping for the best. He's got completely wrecked by the AWP and naded as well. Let's get into this round. It's number 10. Tech9s have got head armor. It's a partial buy, I'd imagine. It's actually quite a heavy investment considering Twist is down to $700, all off for 500. Maybe he invested a little bit too much in this one. They're almost certainly going to be for the next round, but doesn't matter when it's hitting shots like that. They get 2 kills here. They managed to get that first round. Tech9s. Looks like they're doing it again. Now a 2-on-2. He's still yet to plant, but they're finding all the frags required. 2 versus 1. Just Apex surviving once again.
Necro just gets 3. The second time we've seen Fnatic get close to winning a round, and it's again off of these very shabby buys. Letcro, 4 frags. He started that round with simply a Tech 9. He's even nearly going to get the bomb down as well. He just doubled his score in 1 round. That is absurd.
So the only rounds that Fnatic picked up so far, they've got 2 of them, both been off Tech 9 buys.
That's ridiculous.
Yep. Well, they've got a lot of snowball effects, right? That's why there's always an argument in CSGO, like, are the Tech 9s still overpowered? Like, the fact you can just run into boxes together, run through smokes and flashbangs and have full accuracy by running, it's like, it's a little bit of a piss take, really, isn't it? The fact you can do that. It's a bit much, but still.
Tell us how you really feel, Henry.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a bit too much. I don't know. It's one of those things. It's such a random thing to try and analyze. Like, it's just someone running for a smoke or flashbang,
and he shot.
And he's got a gun that can kill in 1 bullet. I don't know. For me, I'm not a big
If you
fan.
guys want insight into what playing CSGO with Henry's like, when he gets killed by Tech 9s,
yeah,
that's usually what you hear.
It's not pretty.
It's not. And still, we're going to be seeing Olaf try and force someone out from behind that box. That's exactly the intent of that Molotov, but no one there to receive. Instead, it's a Mag 7 up close from 6, and the only problem he has with this position is he is very vulnerable to a very common flashbang. Fortunately, Kenny's there to hold his hand should that occur.
This is a big round. MVS will be broken after this one. You can see they have got the AWP and Two players, so lesser weapons. Max 7 on a 6er, not such a huge deal. That's actually quite a viable weapon on the Cobble, but MBK just 5-7 the whole drop down, one of the hardest positions on the map to lock down. Let's see if this works out for him at all.
Not
Really.
Not going to happen. I mean, NBK has been actively playing drop. He's been giving... Oh, my lord. Kenny, seriously just trying to take fights. He doesn't necessarily need to, and Six is going aggressive as well. He's beside one of them. In the smoke, he's about a millimeter away from finding Olofmeister, and Dennis, a spray does connect to Six. Actually spurs him forwards, and that's only going to expose his backside to Olof. And Kenny misses another. This is not the best round we've seen yet from the French sniper. He's going to get taken down by Twist. That's Twist's first kill. In case you're not keeping track, I believe that is number 1. That's not ideal. Wow, happy! He's having a party here on Cobble.
10 seconds.
3 quick kills, and there's only 8 seconds left on the clock. Wenton, he has to retrieve those explosives. He does so. 5 seconds. Happy can push for this one. He knows he's got a plan. He does swing out on platform, and it's going to be a glorious round. No! Wenton shatters the dreams of the 4K. And it is going to go the way of Fnatic, but Happy, great work with just 20 bullets in the A1, manages to take 3 bodies down and nearly the 4th as well.
That would have been such a sick clutch. They had no idea it was coming from off the platform. He gets the perfect spray down, gets 3. It looked beautiful with 10 seconds remaining as well. I think at that point, he was kind of hoping that maybe Fnatic were going for the fake plan and trying to bait him out. He waited a little bit too long there. The 4 seconds expired, and the time he found went in there. He had drawn his gun out and managed to pull it off. That would have been so glorious had he got it. And now it is going to be a DK for Envious. So going down to the CZs, PD50s, and Deagles. And it should be quite a clean up for Fnatic. They won't have to work too hard for this one. Let's hold back full default to start, see if you can ascertain where the stack may lie, try and bleed out any utility they've got. That's all gone at this point. Olofmeister, could you think of a better candidate to work another platform pick?
I mean, this used to be his specialty, really, didn't it? Can't seem to hit Sixer just yet. Finally, though, through restraint, he finds him. And a third as well. Dennis just lining them up, and these unarmored CTs are just getting shredded by this wall of AK-47s. Apex is just hoping and praying he can take one with him. Stop it from being the pristine round it currently is. Bomb goes down, and so he'll have just about 40 seconds thrust onto the clock to maybe catch someone getting a little aggressive, a little greedy. It's not like he's saving anything, and they know that. They don't necessarily need to go hunting. In fact, it's in their interest to just keep these AKs within their control.
I think that'll be fine. There it is.
That's the one.
There you get to go all 5 players alive here, and you have to think this game all started with 2 Tech9 victories here, and now they've managed to break the economy of Envious and find 4 rounds. Still a very T-sided map here. 4's not quite enough. Envious will be looking to get a lot more than that, I'm sure, on the T side. So we're going to another gun round here. Number 13. Getting to the closing sectors here of the first half is going to be Kenny S on the glass cannon AWP. And his teammates still struggling for cash. You can see it hasn't quite stabilized just yet. No head armor, not really a big issue against the AKs, but there's no nades or defuse kits. That is a problem. So let's see whether they can do anything about this. Kenny would need to go aggressive once again, I feel like, but let's see what the play is. As he's going to be on the bomb set for now.
And there definitely is a correlation between Kenny hitting shots and Envy winning rounds.
For sure.
We haven't seen that in the last couple. He had 12 frags in round 8. It's now round 13. He has 14. So there has been a bit of a slowdown, and here he is again. He needs to hit the second. You better believe he will. Now a third. Twist is going to take the fight, and he hits it as well. Kenny is just raining down terror. 2 more to find, and they're cowering in drop room, fearing what he could do with his zoom banger. Finds a little bit of a respite for a moment. This could be a full ace. Kenny is going absolutely nuts. 5 frags in what feels like 5 seconds, and he brings home the 9th.
It's quite perfect, isn't it? You said the rounds they're winning is when Kenny S is hitting shots. So he gets all 5 just to prove your point. That's pretty good.
That was absolutely nuts. I love that they realized they had to try and take that fight immediately. Otherwise, it just gets trapped in drop room.
So Fnatic going for a pretty simple B play there. The problem is the flashbangs weren't really that effective. They didn't drop any Molotovs on the side or even use basic smoke setters trying to flash their way out. And yeah, Kenny S just hits 5 stellar shots. What more can you say about that one?
Well, you know what? Fnatic are going to do their very best to try and find something to counter that. The answer for them is double up on T side. We'll see if they can kind of take Kenny out of the equation. They certainly nearly took down Apex. He's only got 48 points of health remaining, has it halved, thanks to an AK. But Fnatic, this is more aggression than we've seen from them as of late. You got Wenton already taking control of Danger. And I think they've kind of worked out that Kenny, more often than not, has been on B. Look where he is now, though, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does find more success here. It has just been an exceptional first half for...
Yeah, he's in the zone right now.
He's going right on in again. This is the double T up, though. Maybe Dennis can catch him here. You better believe he can. They did it. That was the whole plan, and now they found a way in. They have the key.
Double orb setup on the T side of Cobble. That's very unorthodox, I have to say, but it's working out for them. Holding back, waiting for the CT to flash them in towards long A and actually pick up those first 2 frags. It's Dennis. Olofmeister's got the secondary orb. Looks like they will be finishing up towards B. The new boy, Sixer, looking to step up here. Double headshot with the M4. Looking fantastic at the moment and looking potentially for more here.
Olof and Lekro change of plan. They just walk out onto B and take 2 bodies with them. Now it's all onto Happy. He got so close to clutching before. Maybe he can go ahead and get that this time. It will be an orb challenge though, and oh my god. That's 1. 2 to find. There is a low health Olofmeister, but he does have an AWP, and so will just set himself up on stairs, and the real purpose for him is to find Lekro. He knows he's going to be around this corner. No, he doesn't. Doesn't check it. Instead, started hunting towards platform, and so Fnatic will find their 5th. A 6th here would be, I mean, do you not think at this point in time we're still facing a little bit of a T bias on Cobble? I think you were unwilling to commit to it last time I asked you. You saying it's kind of depends on the teams.
It depends on the matchups, right?
Okay.
I think in this particular matchup, it definitely does favour the T side. I think Envious have had a much better game so far. They obviously got a little bit unlucky against those Tech 9s, but yeah, I don't think 6 will be enough for Fnatic. They obviously need the pistol. That's going to be the deciding factor.
Yeah.
If you lose that, you kind of cooked, I think, in that round. But we'll see what they can do. They should pick up number 6 almost certainly. You can see there's only 1 M4 and Apex with the Max 7 and 3 pistols surrounding him. And he takes the first headshot there. And it's a double for Twist. Why not?
Wow.
Nice shots from him.
I love it. Restrain, not spraying, and wow, Sixer fortunately finishes the job that Kenny started with his weapon of choice. It's the Deagle this time. And Olof is waiting for Happy. This is going to be a... He was thinking about it. It was like, do I have the time? He's not going to be stabbing. Instead, he just takes 2 himself. Twist and Olof picking up 2 apiece. And that is going to be the end of our first half. You said already, Envy are in prime form. Kenny is in prime form.
Absolutely.
And it comes down to the pistol. Is that the way,
well,
the
a
cut
little
of
bit
it?
more to than that, but yeah, that's good. If Fnatic can pick that up, we're back into the game. It should be a very exciting finish, but I think if Envy do, like I said, it's a T-sided map, they should be the undoubted winners.
Envy are looking good, rising to form, something we've been waiting to see, of course, ever since that victory in Gfinity. We're going to be seeing how Cobble ends after our break. second half of our first map is about to go down here at the ESL Pro League. It's Envy versus Fnatic on Cobblestone. Both teams have already caught our eye. Some have had more success than others recently. Fnatic, of course, fresh off of a demoralizing defeat in the group stage of New York, unable to make it to those playoffs. And alongside them, Envy, who have found success recently, of course, not forgetting their victory over at Gfinity, lifting that trophy. And now they have a chance
to...
Sixer,
which is why the lineup change, we discussed it last night. It's a weird one. After you finally win your first, okay, not big tournament, but a tournament with a decent prize pool. Only 4 teams there, but still they won against decent lineups as well. So it was weird for them. You think that'd be okay. That's a milestone for us. Now we maybe release the pressure a little bit.
And we know that those, tournament wins, no matter how big or small, usually do correlate with some kind of rise in form. It's that confidence. It's a boost. And we're ready for that second half to start. Now, Henry did frame it beautifully, suggesting that given the start that Fnatic had on their T side, it's not great for them. Winning this pistol is going to be instrumental in giving us a nice close second half.
Yeah, we know they've got a solid CT side. I'd like to see them win the pistol so they have a chance to actually show us what they can do. So looking at the buy now, we have got the raid boss, as you would say, Alex, on the happy. Didn't like that one?
Just staring at him in disappointment. The raid boss. Well, the raid boss has many HPs. That's how World of Warcraft works, and so far so good. He's even got that Kevlar alongside that Tech 9. Kenny, what? That was a long-range Glock hit. Looking to clear out drop room, and Happy's going to get a second. This has worked out beautifully for Envy. Just 2 to find. He may even find a third here. No, Twist and Dennis too damn good with the USPs. Managed to keep things level. They could extend it. He's got a Tech 9. He's managed to retrieve that from the corpse of Happy. And MBK's potentially going to go. Oh, he's taken him down through the door. He's managed to keep this level. Again, Henry, the bomb's not really that easy to acquire for Kenny. I tell a lie. He retrieves it due to Twist's repositioning. And now there's a full 60 seconds as these two duke it out.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting round. Kenny S has the advantage in terms of the weaponry right now. The long-range USP, he can pick his head off. And we'll see what happens. Bomb goes down, no kit available for Twist. Just in terms of the length of this duel, I'd say I'd favour the USP right now. But let's see whether he can do anything with the Tech 9. Well,
Twist's seen where Kenny repositioned to, and so he has an opportunity to close this gap, and that does favour the Tech 9, given especially that there's no Kevlar on Kenny. Oh! But that's a shot! Kenny bringing some of that AWP-like precision to his USP, and just as, it almost felt like before Twist turned the corner, he hit that shot.
This is what's so good about Kenny S, right? He's not a one-trick pony. He's not just good with the AWP. He's actually good with he's very versatile and good with a range of weapons. He's good with the rifles, exceptionally good with the pistols, and obviously one of the world's best AWP as well. So he's such a fantastic player for MBS, and delivers another result there as well. 3 kills in the pistol.
Whoa, you don't see that every day.
This is okay. This is weird.
Okay, so
4 Mac 10s.
The Bloods and the Crips are out, holding their Mac 10 sideways, and here comes all 4 of them. Are they just going to go barreling out?
Good news is CT7 forced up in the second round, so
there is no armor really. I mean, yeah, you keep your eyes on Dennis. He does have the resistance with that helmet to the Mac 10 headshot, but gosh, this could go either so well or so badly. NBK has the rifle. It'll be his job to take the shot towards Statue, but he's had it taken away. Pulled from his grasp almost instantaneously from Dennis and the Deagle, but Apex is showing up in a big way. Looks for a fresh mag, but it's going to cost him his life. So far, so good for Fnatic. They've managed to bring it to a 2v2, and if he hits this shot, it's winnable. Dennis has made such a huge impact. It's all 4 for him in this round. He needs to find the 5th. Is it really going to happen, Kenny? Strategies his dreams. Can't find the second, though, and Dennis almost single-handedly went to put the cherry on top, but it was a huge play from the Dennis Deagle. We talked about the power of him and the pistol. It wasn't in the first, but he gets it in the second round. Just the Deagle to his name, and he manages to slice Envy down to size.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from him. He does know when he's got a Deagle in his hand, a bit of room to move. He's going to be landing shots. This time he gets all 4, and it's just Wenton Mac 10 to finish him off. That's a problem with the Mac 10s, right? Surely you want to have at least 2 rifles there, so the Mac 10s can be thrown in first, and you've got the rifles backing them up for those ranged duels. The Deagle's actually got the advantage in a lot of those situations. He actually can't be hurt. He's got a bit of body armor there. He's got a Deagle in hand. He was absolutely fine. And this looked like Wenton, aggressive, of course, pushing towards long A, takes the first player down. He wants a bit more out of this as well. Maybe a bit greedy, I would say, but
he got them white again. I mean, that was. I would like to see the amount of time 4 members of Envy were flashed throughout the opening. What has been 20 seconds. Wenton not doing a bad job had he got that second kill, but he does give Envy, well, both an SMG, which they rightfully give to MBK, and a little bit of a chance, but they are going up against Twist's AWP, and he does already remove MBK from the equation. Another potentially to fall. No, not going to happen quite through these stables just yet, and they do start to hastily retreat, trying to close that gap. They're really not going to be able to do much with these Tech 9s and P250s at range they currently are at, but they are closing fast, and there's a back turn. Sixer wasn't checking that corner, but it is traded by the Mac 10 that they did scavenge. Now all unhappy. Bombs loose, and so are the chances really of Envy picking this one up. It does look like it's starting to disintegrate rather quick.
Yeah, he's got a PT50. This is going to come down to timing. If you can find the kill on Lecro, He only gets a max 7, so that's not really going to help him too much either. I was trying to build some sort of hype there, you know, but it wouldn't have really done much for him. But anyway, it's going to be Twist. He had no body armor there. He's actually quite fragile towards the back of the site. If he missed one shot and then allow the teams to get a bit close to him, that could have been a different story. But luckily for Fnatic, he does land most of them. And we're going to have a full eco here from Envious, presumably. So Fnatic didn't pick up the pistol, but that second round win from Dennis was actually very influential getting them back into this game.
Yeah, so Fnatic do have a thank you letter to write to Dennis for keeping them.
Maybe to stay on TeamSpeak.
Oh, that works as well.
Yeah, that might.
I mean, I do like the whole process of writing a letter, putting it in an envelope, writing their name on it, buying a post, dig stamp.
Buying a post.
Buying a post. Oh dear, maybe the jet lag is still here. Or maybe I'm just slightly slow. Probably a bit of both.
I think this round is almost certainly going in favour of Fnatic. You can have a look at the buy here. They've got Glocks, speed of 50s and 1 Deagle. I don't see much happening here.
Is there a map other than Cobblestone where the Mag 7 is as viable?
Train. You obviously got towards Pop Dog and then Ivy on the server and stuff. Yeah, I'd say those two are the most prevalent. What else have we got? Mirage as well. You've got opportunities towards the B apartments pushing up. You see a lot of players do that. There's plenty of opportunities. I'd say Train and Cobb are the most viable though.
And it's very, very much not going well for Envy at this point in time. Twist is surely going to get another one here. They're just lining up in exactly the same location. He didn't have to move his crosshair to take 3 bodies down. Just realizing that they have to take that fight. P250 v AWP was never really a winnable scenario. And as Henry did state, it was a bit of a write-off for the French squad. Now they can come back into it, though. On the T side, they have to coordinate. Let's not forget that usually it has been a running trend that it's the T side that takes the biggest hit when getting a new player into the roster. You lose that little bit of that synergy.
Yeah, and that's why Fnatic, when they first started playing this map, they were struggling on the T side. Obviously, when just getting in 2 new players, it was 3. So it seems like they're getting better and better at it, but still, their CD side is better overall. And we can see them actually closing the gap now. They get things to 10-10. We can see a very close game going forward. We're going to see what Envious can bring to the table now as we go to round number 5. 1 AWP in the hands of Kenny and 4 AKs. The first real gun round here. Dekro stood on the Mag 7, but like I said, not really a big deal. He'll be playing towards drop down for now. And it looks like we're going to have some long A control coming in from Envious here, just using the flashbangs. I'm going to be sending in Apex first, of course. Here's the entry fragger, and we'll be looking for that first kill towards long A. Not much presence though from the CTs. Going to have Wenton, presumably blacked up by Twist as well, towards the back of the side. I like this little setup going on.
They give them some control. It's calculated risk. It's going to be basically down to what MBK can do on ramp. Already Twist has fired off a warning shot. There's a good flash to enable Apex to try and take this first, and he will. Wenton cut down a very predictable spot. We see so many CTs found there. And closing in the gap fast. This is what Apex does best. There's a nice smoke to aid this, and this could be 2. Oh, so close towards Juliet. Soloff, who hangs out there now. 4 versus 2. Envy have walked into this, and the control that Fnatic did forego has actually cost them. Bites him in the backside. Apex closing that gap oh so fast, and the rest of the side were short to follow. Not impossible for Fnatic to get back into this one, but the absence of nades, Henry, makes me nervous. Yeah,
just all off Meister now. He's been taking down 18 HP. He wants to avoid that fire. Looks at it. He knew it was a possibility, but he will surely be falling back at this one. Seeing if he can get any last-minute frags. He knows every kill he gets will be valuable for him. But it looks like he'll be opting out of this one. Surely. He's going to be sticking around for one more kill, potentially. Oh, God, I thought he got him.
Damn that toggle.
I thought that was it. Oh, God, how did that just happen? But still, a nice work from Envious there. They go for the long A control. It's the first real gun round. We saw Apex. He could sniff out that play on the other side of Stable. He saw the grenades being thrown and the flashbang would be chucked in there by his teammates as well. Finds that first kill, and then this kind of the round unfolds at that point. Twist missing the easy shots, and he falls back, and then they swarm him. Apex doing lovely stuff.
Did you see the smoke that Apex kind of crossed by the hut on site? It was like between APC and site. They put it there, but I think that was a CT smoke, wasn't it?
Potentially could have been. I didn't see through it.
I'm almost sure I saw a blue trail.
If it was a T smoke, but maybe it was.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it seemed like Fnatic almost helped them out. Apex could cross a little safer for being less visible towards both doors and towards APC.
Well, it's a double orb setup this time of Fnatic. Mixing things up slightly. It's going to be Twist and Dennis this time. It's hard to keep track of who'll be wielding that weapon for this team, but, you know, like we said, 3 players definitely fit for the job. It's going to be Twist by himself towards A. He's got Venton towards the connector area. But for now, it looks like another A control from Envious. Looking to get that first pick, but Twist will be waiting for them. He's actually aggressive towards the end of long A. So the flashbang will come over first, surely. There it is. He pulls the trigger, but Kenny S, he's a little bit quicker to the punch as he gets the first kill. At this point, Envious have got so much time on the board. They've got to wait for the CT reactions to come in. The problem is on Cobble, there's not really many options you can do there. You can try and start to push towards upper platform, but it's very unlikely you're going to get away with that one. So they have to reposition this, hopefully go for a 2-on-2, but still MBK gets that next frag.
Envy seem to be picking up the pace somewhat here. I do like that there hasn't been a sudden pull of the trigger. You know, you get 2 kills and just start swarming the site. They do keep themselves calm. They realize the CTs have to reposition, adjust.
Yeah. And at this point as well, it'd be the CTs remaining have to start throwing their smokes and incendiaries to try and buy some more time. So just waiting for those reactions to come in. Dennis is at a good move here. Getting aggressive on the upper platform, that means he can just about justify actually playing that by himself. Obviously, drop down's going to be a bit of an issue, but he's taking a risk at this point. He's quite defensive on the platform. Can't be spotted from that area.
Oh, he hit the leg. That's a real tough pill to swallow. Just throw out the Molotov, hoping to catch that low HP player. Sixer hits the brakes, and oh, that's perfect. Takes the one. He knows Kenny's going to be around the corner, and it's actually Apex who does behead him. Now just 2 remain. The rotate coming in from A. They've made a risk. They, invested 2 of the 3 members over towards the A site, and now it does look like they're going to be trying to get those weapons safe into the next.
They're going to try and find those orbs they had at the beginning of the round, I would assume. They had a double orb setup going into this one, so one was towards long A, so they can go pick that one up, no problem.
The other, well, we just saw
the
that.
other one was on the upper platform, so I don't think they'll be able to recover that one.
That would be a very risky maneuver.
Is it towards long A? Maybe the Envious actually chucked it away. I can't see it. I'm moving around on the map right now. He died at long A. And it's not bad. They could have thrown that off the server. Let's have a look around. Yep, there it is, Alex. Look at
Oh,
this.
you've actually found it.
I found it. So is Rush.
There it is.
So that's quite clever from them. You can throw it over that wall and it's goodbye orb. That's quite cool.
That is a nice little intricacy to Envy's play.
I was wondering. That's the only thing I could think of. That's what they went for.
Because, yeah, he lost it on towards lane long. They scooped it up, chucked it out, and that's going to be a game-impacting play.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's the small little things like that that obviously we could work out. They're trying to save the orb, and they got there and said, what the hell is it? And it's just a good little bit of...
That's put a smile on my face, that has. So often we see it and it doesn't really impact the game. This one does.
Okay then, well, round number 7 comes in. They're not going to force buy into this one. They've saved 2 weapons, so presumably they can just choose to send like 2 rifles to one position and try and have one really strong area and then one tunnel area, but they could actually separate them as well. Let's see what they go for. So Wenton's towards long A and Necro's towards B. So they're not just starting to make long A really strong, for example. I would maybe try and stack up the strength and hope for the best, but let's see what they can do with this.
Good smoke. Going to start things off. Molotov does choose to, wow, I was going to say keep them locked out, but Apex has just caught Wenton on long. They don't have much into this round, and one of the few things they did have was Lekro, who's just been taken down by Sixer, and so it's going to be, wow, the only man with nothing. Dennis only had a USP to his name, didn't choose to invest at all into this one. Does retrieve Lekro's M4, and he will be able to take just one. Upgrades to an AK, but no kit, no hope. And so backs away just to try and bring something into the next round. Envy are closing in on that 16 already, though, and managing to maintain the majority of their numbers as well. In doing so, their economy is going to get quite feisty by now.
Indeed, Dennis doesn't look like a bit of the hard save. They're actually going to be looking for some extra kills. MVK gets taken down, and at this point, they probably want to save the orb. Kenny is low HP. Sixer wants to make sure the round is completely secure. We'll be staying with the bomb, and it will be a round victory, of course. But Dennis doing some damage there, finds 2 kills, trying to do some more damage to as they leave the bombs in there. Doesn't land the shot, but still keeps the AK. And the loss bonus will be at 3rd stage at this point, so they will be able to buy into the next round. And his saved AK actually helps out a lot, you know. He's actually taking 5100 to the next round, so he can drop an orb if he wants to. And I'm sure that's what he'll be going for. That would make sense. Dennis, what are you going to do? Oh, okay, 5 rifles. So they've gone from like double orbs, single orbs, to having the option to bring another one out and just keeping the 5 rifles here. No kits purchased just yet, which is weird. Dennis had a ton of money there.
Not a single kit.
He's got 3,300 left over, and he didn't buy a kit.
Okay, well that's an error. There's no doubt about that. There's no question.
If that comes to that, that's going to be a funny note there.
Yeah, take note. He's got 3K in his back pocket and does not have the $400 defuse kit that would half the time it takes to get that bomb defused. Still, 4v4. This is going to be a very kind of open push from Envious, and it's actually Kenny to start drawing blood first. Just another catches twist just before the smoke did plume, and now he's not expecting them so close. They're holding hands. It's Lekro and Wenton, backs against the wall and standing strong, albeit by statue. Wenton loses his head on Rock, and Lekro's so desperate to trade this, he will be able to do so. This round is winnable for both of them. It's Sixer, the new presence on Envy roster, and Lekro doing his very best to try and get into the head of Sixer.
Yeah, that is completely braining each other at the moment. It looks like Lekro's got the position. He's going to take that. Oh, what?
Whoa, it looked so good. What a quick adjustment from Sixer. He went from 0 to 100 in a millisecond.
How does he have the advantage in that duel? That's insane.
He doesn't.
That's mental.
2 bullets to the body from the M4, 1 bullet to the head from the AK.
He had the pre-aim 100% perfect. The lineup was there. He had a good position. He was crouched behind the bomb site. I don't know how Sixer comes out on top there. That's nuts. Great work from him. He hasn't got the most kills, but that round is very influential in terms of them winning this game overall. You can see that's actually broken Fnatic down. 2 Deagles, Max 7 and Famous. Dennis has got the orb though. Still 49. And Kenny S, this is the NIP smokes that were threat brought to the game. He innovated. And they're quite common these days, but you have a lot of options still when you do drop them down there. Most teams will go towards A after they throw them in.
But you can see what it does achieve. Keeps the CTs busy. In fact, they're leaving A. They were, at least. So Wenton did suddenly hit the brakes, as did Dennis, because I think they've worked it out and they've solved this mystery. Dennis, nice patience, didn't choose to take the first, instead catches the second. Now just 3 remain, and they're going to walk straight into his crosshairs. Apex this time to fall. It's looking like a round game, set, and match. Nope, not going to happen just yet. Instead, Happy and the lurk continues. We've seen him actually just yesterday making this work. It was very refreshing to see him.
It's because they've adjusted it slightly. It's not a 4-1 setup this time. It's actually going to be a 3-2, and I think Happy's been spotted. So he's going to die. The round's over. I'll just explain what I was going with that. So the idea is they do those A smokes, right? The B smokes, sorry, at the start of the round. They send Sixer in first, who's the idea. He's supposed to be the bait, and he's supposed to say, "Oh, this is a fake. Don't worry about us. We're going towards A." And at the same time, Happy's not showing himself at all. He's still waiting towards drop down. So they think that's the fake. They've used one player towards that platform, so they start rotating, but he's still doing his classic lurk roll towards drop down and stopping the rotation. So the idea of if Six can get 1 frag, that's great. This time he doesn't, so the round doesn't really work out in their favor. Still Happy could have done a lot there, but Dennis with the AWP towards the A side locked him down pretty convincingly.
Yeah,
so never
just Dennis and Twist. Olaf doesn't seem to be a big fan of the AWP as of late.
No,
he lost his confidence in New York.
Yeah, like he was at the beginning of the tournament, he was picking it up a lot, and then you could see Dust 2 versus Liquid, I think it was. That's when he really dropped off and he had to just stop opening it completely.
And it has followed into his online presence as well. Just giving it over to the other 2 competent all players on Fnatic. Oh, the timing's not great, but fortunately Olaf's there to keep Twist safe. That was whew, teamwork makes the dream work, and the rest of the the rest of the members of Envy disintegrate around Twist and his AWP. He gets 2 in the round, and Fnatic are by no means out of this one.
Definitely not. They still can grind this victory out. We'll see what the loss bonus is. It's second stage for MVS. It's not going to be the best buy coming in. I think one player might be limited in terms of utility. So MBK, he comes in strong. It's 6th there. Okay, he's the player. He hasn't got too much. He's going to be dropping a weapon over, I think, and then only having... Oh, smoking 2 flashbangs. Go TV delay, of course. It's not too bad. They've got the flashbangs, an orb, 4 smokes. NES with the orb out, so we'll see what they can do here. Double orb set up for the CTs, though. It's going to be Twist and Dennis this time. Seems to be both hitting the shots at the moment, so why not? And Lecro will play drop down. And his Twist boosted up there. He gets that first shot. Nicely done by him.
What an adjustment. He's a very quick player. We saw it with his rifle yesterday. We see it with his AWP today. Quick to adjust and pulls the trigger faster than most. T-side can be locked up by that smoke, and actually went and catches Apex as he does venture into it. And Fnatic are hitting a very solid pace at this point. They are just pulling Envy one way and the other. It's Olaf to take down Kenny before he can find his 30 bomb, and NBK's not too far behind him.
Seneca said this was going to go overtime. He called it, and he could be right.
We know how good Matt's completely unjustified calls are.
Yeah, well.
Hellraisers!
Yeah, just a straight up Hellraiser.
Just say his team's names, and it usually does pay out.
Well then, money down for MVS once again. The scoreline should be brought to
This is a recurring
14-13.
theme.
Yeah, well the last round wasn't fantastic in terms of money. They just went for a full default there. Venton shut them down undeniably towards mid there, just from danger. Just finding all the shots are counted, and it looks like it's just be a straight up B rush. When all else fails, Alex, this is the play to go for.
And already it looks like Olaf's going to greet them with a quick 3-man spray down. Only Happy in a P250 before we do venture into what will be 13 to 14 scoreline. Happy does just take 1, but they'll be able to retrieve that AWP, and not a single real cost for Fnatic. In fact, you look at their money now, they're in the 10k region, even 11 for Olaf. He has found the 30 before Kenny as well, so credit to Olaf. He's taken that AWP, taken himself away from the AWP, and his rifling has increased due to it.
Yeah, absolutely. 30 bomb. Warm up is always going to be a good post, and we'll see what happens here. Round number 13, the loss bonus starting to get MVS a little bit more to work with. You can see they've got the Molotovs along with the smokes here, so an execution is going to be possible if they wanted to do that. They've got one player holding towards middle, that's MBK. The rest of his teammates will be working their way towards B. Kenny's just boosted up the moment, looking for that aggressive push from the CTs in that new steps area. I say new, it's been quite a while now, but you know, people still adjusting to it. So Dennis, does he dare?
Still feels relatively new. He's been doing this a lot.
Always crossed with that flash as well. That's quite clever.
On the boost, didn't choose to check for Kenny initially, and as that smoke, or rather flash, did dissipate, he was easy to find, sitting wide in the open. I did like the idea though, choosing to cross as the flash does pop. And just 4 remain for the CTs. That's important from Lecro. Pushes to level the numbers.
Perfect timing. Apex looking directly beneath him.
He's been caught out quite a few times in this game. You've seen him caught with smokes in his hand, and this time just about to consider the drop.
It's a failed smoke towards window, so That makes things a little bit more tricky for them.
They're going to have to wait that one out. They don't want to be jumping into a smoke. Just to say that MBK does choose to do so.
Yeah, so that smoke was going to land where Lekra is watching right now.
Instead, they have to invest another smoke and a Molotov into it. This is one-on-one way to lock out that CT presence from behind, and so you can focus all of your attention on the man on statue. It's Olof. Looking for his 31st kill. He has got the AWP this time, and it's going to be working wonders for him. Finds MBK. Another coming from both directions at the same time, and timing really is everything in this game. Envy, a flood of frags, just twist then, and he's going to be all the way locked out on the A side, so the rotate will be coming in. Whether or not he chooses to do anything with this...
They've got so much money, he certainly will.
And how much he's sitting on? Okay, oh, you're not wrong. Okay, there's an abundance of cash on Fnatic.
Yeah, so he just wants to try.
Do something.
He just wants to try. If he can get 2 kills here without winning the round, it means Envious are limited into the next, right? And they have a big chance of winning the game overall. But still, I would say he'll try and go for at least a couple of kills.
Still, Bunny Hop trying to get some style points as well. And he is going for it. Envy suddenly do look like they've locked themselves in. They realize, okay, this is not over just yet. They're going to have to challenge him, and they do so. It's happy to close things out. And even Retrieve, he's thinking about it. No second AWP for Envy. It's not their style. That's not how they roll, especially not on the T side, despite what Fnatic may have done. Twist and off, picking it up now. It's so crazy, the shift. And oh my lord, there's 3. It's an auto.
Oh, I'm not sure I'm a fan of this.
Where do you take it? You don't take it. You certainly don't take it plateau, surely, because...
Well, he's been playing B pretty much every round.
Oh, he is.
They've got all 3 snipers going to B at this point.
Henry, what on earth is Fnatic doing?
To be fair, if he goes towards upper platform, right, obviously the T's for that initial smoke down to block vision. He can just go for the full-on spam, but Happy does get the first kill. Where was that towards? I have no idea. I missed that one.
Breaking through drop, and Lekro, as always, when needed, shows up in a very big way. But the auto towards Coop, how much can you do with this? Nothing is the answer, as the counter to the Scout, or the Scar rather, is the AWP. 3-3. 6 is in a prime position to go down to Olof, and that's exactly what does happen. MBK, though, trying to make things work with just the Galil. Kenny's already gone down. Fnatic are not going down in this round. It looks so good. A solid start from Happy gets the pick, but Lekro with game-changing sprays, but it is not over until the Fat Lady sings, and already he's nearly got 2. No, not quite going to finish the job with the Galil. And it will just be Olof and Lekro between the 2 of them, finding all of the necessary kills.
That's a hard reset for Envious as well.
OT,
so
Mr. Matt.
Sadakis was right as usual.
Mr. Trivet.
He nails it again.
How does he do it?
He just always gets it right, doesn't he?
How does he do it?
Well, it looks like it will be overtime, considering the buyout. Don't discount Envious just yet, though. We saw what Fnatic can do with the Tech 9s. Maybe Envious can post similar results. He got 1 AK, 4 Tech 9s. I would say wall of smoke towards B. Let's get in there, try and knock down one of these AWPers if maybe he's going to be a little bit out of position. MBK's all in, though, towards drop down. This kill's huge. He does manage to pick it up as well. Lekro drops, and now he just wants to stay alive as long as possible. But the nade might just find him there.
He's lucky to be alive. Twist is on the escape as well. Envy. We always say they win these kind of rounds, and now they've taken 2 big steps in the right direction. It could be a third. Wentons low. Tech 9, 1 more bullet would finish it. Apex can't seem to find it just yet. The CTs are scattered. They're wondering where it all went wrong. We were looking at OT, and maybe, Matt, you spoke a little too soon. He takes the head off. Twist, and a second. Apex is going to finish it here in regulation. It's 16-14, and Sadakist for once, and his mad predictions is not correct. It will not be going to overtime, and the French squad will find the first map of the day.
Hello? I'm back.
What is going on? I don't think you're allowed to sit backwards, Henry.
I don't think I am. An exciting finish there to a great game. And yeah, Tech 9 to finish it off. We said it could be a possibility, and Envious.
I wish I'd highlighted that, because it does seem to happen more often than not. It doesn't matter what Envy have. When they have the Tech 9s and these mad pushes, they seem to find success. They do so in the 30th round. Let's head over to the desk, though, to see how they chose to break down to Cobble. And Matt, you didn't get it right, thank God.
Though
you were doing all right.
Decent. I saw someone actually use the PGL Sadokist emoji, which is shout out to you. That's an old school one. Yeah, I was damn close. I wanted to be right.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I was right.
Were you though?
Yeah, I said
you
Envy
did
was
say
going to
Envy
win.
would win. You didn't give me specifics. You were right. Why did you say Envy was going to win, and what did they prove you right about, Chad?
Kenny S.
He was good. He was very good.
Once again, he had a really good game in this. Like yesterday, his first match was really good, and then the second map, he didn't need to do a lot because Sixer was there doing it all. We got a replay, or we have several replays, I think, if I teed it up properly. We'll whack them up. We'll see which ones come up first. Oh, round 26. This is a good one. This round right here, it was by Fnatic. So this is something which is really important for me anyway, is to note the way that Fnatic rotate as soon as they kill Happy. You know Happy's lurking, he's on his own. If Happy's on one side of the map, the rest of the team's on the other. As soon as they make that kill, Twist smokes it off and rotates straight to the A site, and they gamble stack it. if you were playing any other team and you made that frag, you wouldn't do it. But because Happy does this so often and he's always on his own, it just means that Fnatic have the confidence to completely rotate over. Now, Twist didn't actually get any other kills, but just his presence on that site means another target. And look at this, they were just funneling towards A. They don't even consider dropping back towards B. Happy dying that early was just such a telegraphed kind of play for Fnatic to read off of. And it kind of helped them spring to that 14-round mark, but you know, it wasn't enough in the end.
Wasn't enough in the end. It was almost enough.
Almost.
16-14.
Yeah,
But
you were happy with Lekro and his performance?
I was happy with Lekro. Look, in the first half, it was pretty shocking for how slow it was for Fnatic to get into the game. They did try and put Wenton into a drop a lot of the time, but because they had the utility game against them, the economy against them, I noticed twice they got him down there by using a flash to get him down there, and then he himself didn't have a flash to get him out of the arch room because they were playing passive. So it was kind of interesting, but Lekro did, you're right, step up when it was 9-1. They won 2 force buys or unorthodox buys, Fnatic, and that's kind of what got them back into the game. It kind of saved them in that sense because their entries weren't as good as I was expecting them to be in the B site, especially because Olaf is known to go ham in that position.
Yeah, that way they've got that set up on B now for the platform is what you're talking about. The way that
well, Olaf specifically platform, Wenton was in drop.
Well, the way that Envy was setting it up, like they were using that tree boost and stuff, which you were talking about, they had Sixer up there. There was Kenny with the ult once again. Round 13, I think we got that replay as well. It's just Kenny on that B side, just locking things down, right? This was the ace he got. So he's basically sitting in the hype site behind the statue, and he kills, I think it was 3 players coming off the platform, and then he gets the last 2 players coming out of drop. And Orpa's like, if you want to be an Orpa, watch the way Kenny plays, because it's very rare, unless he's feeling super confident, that he will repick the same angle. He has right now no armor, no nades, nothing, right? He's been flashed, he's been pushed back. His teammates are baiting for him at this point. He's picked one side, he's picked the other side. He's seen the other guy, he's picked out again. So he's constantly moving. And now, you know, it's telegraphed where they are. He sets up. He even gets flashed, but still gets the last 2 frags here. And when you have a guy like this locking down your CT side, it helps significantly. Just Kenny things.
Just Kenny things. And if you want to know how to not be an op, watch me op sometime.
Nice.
It's true.
Yeah.
You've watched it lots of times.
I was watching you get mad at Deathmatch before.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. Don't tell anyone.
It's all good.
It's because Sticko was in there wrecking me again.
As per usual.
Yeah. Well, overall, so 16-14 goes the way of Envy. This puts Fnatic now at, I believe, 12-7, but moves them up to 12-6 themselves, 12-7 themselves.
12-7 themselves, yeah.
Yeah, so they're both on the same scoreline now.
Yeah.
Incredible.
But they can't both be on the same scoreline after the next map.
This man is a smart person. Do you know how that works?
I'm sure you can check it out on the Score Esports app.
That's exactly what I was going to say. This guy's also a smart person. He's like you know why they call it a royal with cheese and, you know, metric system.
What's a roll with cheese?
You know, quarter pounder. Pulp Fiction reference? No?
Nah, I don't watch
You know why they don't call it a quarter pounder
in
in London? It's, you know, like, because of the metric system. Don't worry about it, Chad. You almost had it right. But you can have it right by downloading the Score Esports app on iOS App Store and on Google Play. Cool update, like Chad said. You can also watch the games now within the Score themselves, so you can go do that. Check that out. We'll be back in just a minute for map number 2 of Fnatic versus Envious.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
This season, Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Okay, tags up. One. He's gonna get. Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's got to take inflation. Oh! Fallen! Stop blowing my mind! This is gonna be absolute madness.
players definitely out there, but Kerrigan's a lamb to the slaughter. Nothing he's going to be able to do. Down he goes, Taz. Now this is the hard part. Does he know it's for sure? The plant obviously indicates it, and he lines it up absolutely perfect.
There's Mixwell also, and Zuzi's not even aware that he's exposed, and he gets taken out. Mixwell gonna go for more. Oh, that's a nice shot. Can he do more? He is gooshed up a little bit by APOC, but he finds the third kill. A nice one tap. He's got time to reload, but he's not gonna do it. 4 bullets left. How many more can he get? Offnu's encroaching slowly upon his position. The one taps finally. He runs out of bullets, but he's able to recover anyways. He gets the ace.
So he's gonna try and spray for it. He gets punished, and that's 2 big entry kills, leaving it down to 3. Config, KGB, and MSL trying to read this one, and actually KGB, rather than going up the ladder, is going to come back towards ramp, and he's going to get an absolute face fall, but that's a bomb. Spots it, turns the flash, goes back in. KGB absolutely destroying Heroic, and Modi just has to walk through the massacre of his teammates, backing towards lobby here. It's all for nothing. Gets hit with a nade, and he tried to get away from him. He tried to run, but you can't hide from KGB.
When you have a double op setup and they don't have the utility or resources to really clear all these angles, you can make it 4v5 time after time again. And as we see, Kusa takes an aggressive position towards Xbox, gets that kill on depth, and now Complexity has terrible positioning, bad guns, they can't push back Kusta on Palm Tree. Kusta makes it 3v5 all on his own.
Is he going to challenge the next one here as the flashbang misses, and another great flick from Kusta. Almost on the cusp of an ace here now too. He's actually going to get the final 2. Get him from mid. It's another downward flick on the Uber, and the final one.
Snap at the pillar. He's got that off, and there's the opening kill. What more can they get? Stanislav falls. Dexter with 2 kills. Snap's got to do more, and he does. The Tech 9 is out. He's wrapping around the pillar. He's going to get another one. 4 kills. He goes for the aces. It's a solo ult from Nafly. An incredible performance around that pillar.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Chad, what's the color of that shirt?
Salmon.
No, that's not what you told me. You told me it was stale ketchup. Rotten tomato.
We don't call it ketchup in Australia.
What do you call it?
Tomato sauce.
Tomato sauce. We call tomato sauce what you put on spaghetti.
Yeah, we call that pasta sauce.
Pasta sauce isn't like the I guess that's Alfredo.
Yeah, that's like a carbonara kind of sauce. Yeah, no, legit.
Yeah, we call pasta sauce tomato sauce and that.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, I suppose.
Cool. What else can you tell me about Australia?
We need to have a really quick segment because we had to fill a lot before the first game because the players weren't ready, but now they're ready to start the second map, so let's talk about Dust 2.
Is that about Australia?
Yeah.
Then I don't care.
Well, Fnatic was an Australian team, right?
They are. All right, throwback. Yeah, okay, let's talk about it. It is a map that does lend itself well to French rosters for whatever reason. They like the freestyle ability of it. That's a word. Yeah, well, we talk about it being the Puggy map. With Sixer in the roster, maybe there's something to go off of here. But as we know, Fnatic playing it this past weekend, great success against Astralis, mostly because Wentham was able to completely lock them out long to the point where they stopped going there. But against Liquid, 2 maps that got away from one of them that got away from them, one of them that they weren't really ever in, to be fair.
Yeah, so they have a good structure, Fnatic, on Dust 2, on the T side and the CT side. Dust 2 T side, they like to play together a lot. We see them favor the B bomb site, especially on the anti-ecos, like to rush in there and take that side of the map. So if Envy have done a little bit of homework, they know that's going to be happening. And on that CT side, they play a very retake style. If they want to do a cat execute, most times they'll give it to them if they're undermanned in that area, and they'll retake A through city spawn, cat, and long quite successfully a lot of the time. The thing that I think Envy can do to mess that up is the one thing I've been harping on about is Happy's lurk. If he can be successful on the lurk, it's going to make it so much harder for them to set up retakes because they're losing men before they can actually start the retake. Other teams we've seen playing against Fnatic have, let it go down to 5v5, 4v4 situations, and then Fnatic can systematically clear out. Whereas Envy are probably going to be more proactive in the middle of those after plans. That's what I'm going to be looking for in this game. However, I think Fnatic are going to win Dust 2.
You think Fnatic are going to win Dust 2?
Yes.
Interesting. Interesting. Why do you feel that way, Chad?
No,
but I want like one just gut feeling, one adjective.
I think they were warming up towards the end of that first game. So.
I feel the same way. The one thing I have to concern is their B hold. Obviously, that was a big issue over the past weekend, and if Envy can get in that side of the site. The other question is, where does Sixer play? Because we know Devil was, on this map, kind of playing like a secondary lurk to Happy's role when he went to T side, but CT side, he was playing over toward B.
Yes, he was towards B. I think they'll probably just, put him in there. Pretty comfortable, easy place to play. Bit of synergy. Work with
Don't
MBK.
get shot on the cross.
Yeah, MBK's a long actually. I think.
Yeah, I think he's still long.
Anyway.
Doesn't matter. Things change a lot these
Just see it
days.
in the game.
You know what doesn't change? Our casters for this game. It's still those silly old guys named Machine and Henry G.
They're so goofy.
Apex is long, guys. So let's get our analysis and check, shall we?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's get our words in check as well, shall we?
Yeah, a little bit.
Let's try it. Okay. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. It has shifted around a lot. We said MBK used to be long. He's even dabbled in B. He's absolutely everywhere. You're right, babe.
Yeah, I'm all right. Let's get into it, shall we?
Does too. Let's do it. So our second map, Envy and Fnatic are about to go head to head.
I owned them so badly and screwed it up.
We've seen so many Fnatic Dust 2 games in quick succession. This will be the fourth that we've experienced in what feels like about 4 or 5 days. In fact, it is 4 and 5 days. Okay. What have we learned? They've already actually shed a lot of light in a very short space of time, so I appreciate that there from Matt and Chad, stating that Fnatic's Dust 2 is predictable. I think that's the key word here. It's predictable, but it works, and that's what's so awesome. We're going to have it again here. Envy, surely, like Chad said, if they've done a little bit of homework, they'll know what to expect.
Well, I'm sure they have done a little bit of homework.
It's safe to assume.
You would assume.
Especially when it's crunch time here in Pro League.
Well, let's see. Fnatic certainly favoured the B side. It seems like that's where they like to go on their defaults, and they're happy to walk into that area. And actually sending 4 players into that site by a full-on rush, it seems. I'm not sure I'm a huge fan. Let's see if it works out for them.
Well, NBK had to hit something there on the entry, and it does. He gets one. If only he had a couple more bullets, but fortunately, Sixer and everyone alongside him is doing damage. It's going to be just Lekro and Twist remaining. So far, almost every single member of Envy has done the impossible. And talking of impossible, what on earth was that? Twist takes a second. Coming from behind is Happy. If he hits this shot, it's all on Kenny. He's going aggressive. He doesn't feel like he needed to. Let's not forget the bomb is not down. Why did Kenny just go charging haphazard into the site there? Doesn't make any sense. Henry will shed light on that in just a moment, because currently we have Happy 1 versus 2, and they're both low. Lekro, oh my lord, Twist gone. Not going to get the second. It's going to be Lekro finding the third.
Yeah, so the straight up B rush looks like it's going fully in favour of MVS. Like you said, the bomb not down, but the CT's pushing into the sites relentlessly. They keep going through it. Lekro's there. He finds 3 frags, comes down to the 2-on-2, and actually the tables turn and actually goes in favour of Fnatic overall. The 1v1 does not work out for MVS. After getting the first 3 kills, you thought that was going to be it. It was done. But it wasn't meant to be, apparently. We're going to round number 2, and there's going to be a scout purchase and a force buy overall from MVS. Once again, the AWPA is going to be fully investing into this as well. Kenny S, that is, with the CZ and head armor. Most teams, we talked about this yesterday, Alex, will actually take an eco for their AWPA in the second round and make sure he actually has that AWPA. It's a fast, long take from Fnatic. Going to be smoking up the crossover, flashing in as well, and we'll see how this one finishes up for them. The easy plant comes in, and Dennis is holding towards middle.
Look at that spray from the Galil. He's going to be forced to fall back onto the Glock and actually fall to his death. It's Sixer who picks that one up with the pistol. We've seen some spectacular deagle work from Dennis just over on Cobble, and Sixer looks to be following in his footsteps. He gets himself 2. Not an impossible round. There is no kit in place, and the bomb's already ticking away, so admittedly it does look like a bit of a write-off, and Sixer's going to go ahead and jump into the jaws of Twist's AK. And so it's just a question of maintenance now. Keeps hold of that Galil and keeps his team afloat. Fnatic will find their second, and it goes from one end of the map to the other, Henry. It was an all-in B, and now they just stroll up long.
Yeah, why not? Most teams will go for a full-on default and try to work out where the cities are going, but you do have the option as well to go for use the long spawns. Dust 2 is one of the rare maps where you can actually rely on spawns quite reliably, especially when you have the greater weaponry as well. It can be a bit of a gamble if the cities go for like a lane stack towards long, for example, but it's quite rare that's going to happen, so they managed to get out long pretty efficiently there, smoke over the crossover. They do manage to lose 2 frags, but it was a force buy from MVS. That's to be expected, to be honest. And overall, MVS keeping Kenny S alive. He managed to save a Galil and his head armor. And we'll see whether he can do anything with that weapon as we go to round number 3. The rest of his teammates will have to eco, though. Apex, he's got a 5-7. And 2 SMGs available for Fnatic, 3 AKs as well. So they should be absolutely fine. This is the kind of stack I was talking about. So, what have we got here? We actually had 1 player cross towards mid. That's MBK. He didn't nade or anything, so he'd been spotted there. There's no reason for Fnatic not to do a B-rush here. They've called. It's just 1 player crossed, and that'll be it.
Information gathered. This is one of the beauties and joys of Dust 2, and you see so many different moves in order to kind of stop that information gathering. You see HE nades, smokes, sometimes even a flashbang, just trying to obscure that initial gathering of information. And now Envy, they're in it's a bit of a weird role reversal. Dennis is now battling towards T-spawn. The T's in their CT. It's turned on its head. Round, no doubt, going Fnatic's way as expected, but it's a question of retrieving some of those rifles and doing economical damage, and damage has been done. Apex got a kill, as did Kenny, and they're not far off from finding Olofmeister. They do manage to scoop themselves up. Just the Galil for now. There is an AK just lying in front of Apex, but he's not going to retrieve that without going through Wenton, and his UMP a little too strong for now.
3-on-2. KDS is saving They go at this point, why not? He is going to be...
Sixer saving that flashbang. Keep hold of that, mate.
Yeah.
It also has something to do with the fact that he doesn't want to give the Mac 10 a kill. No, it's going to be the Lekro on the AK who does that, and a little extra 300 in the bank for him.
So, Kenny S, this is actually pretty good news for him overall. Like, you won't get the AWP this round, but it means next round he'll actually have a ton of money going forward, and he's managed to save about 3k. He's saving like a little. So it's actually a pretty important factor going into round number 4 here. But it is 3-0 in favour of Fnatic. It's going to be Dennis this time on the AWP. We did see Twist in that game we discussed against Liquid. That was Twist taking over the role. This is why it's a little bit inconsistent. I guess he's got a decent spawn towards B. Maybe he suggests that he can actually find that initial kill, but we're smoked out for now. And they'll be swapping it back over. So we'll be back to Twist. That's the default setup, right?
I think it makes a lot of sense. We know how good Dennis and Olaf are on rifles, and yes, Twist is too, but Twist has been the most regular presence on the AWP, and it's because of that consistency he has had with it. And he does miss that shot though, whiffs it, not the second. Sixer gives him a second chance, and he does seize it. Now, where does that bomb end up? That's the question that I'm sure the CTs will be asking as well. It's currently loose just outside Longhouse, and it's a question of trying to find that pick. Envy at this point in time are positioned accordingly to not give them anything. Look at this, NBK very passive, just down B, he's alone on this one. And Twist would have to actually walk out with an AWP. The likelihood of that is almost none.
4-3. They still have a minute to work with here. The bomb has been picked up. It's towards top middle for now. Apex, he'll be holding long by himself, and you can see there's a nice little setup on the A side. Happy low HP there, just looking for that one frag if they do come his way. But it looks like Fnatic, once again, might be favouring towards the B side. They have got smokes available if they wanted to walk out towards middle. Twist will be doing that first with the AWP, just closing out all the tight gaps here as they smoke towards City Spawn. They'll then be watching window and seeing if he can get the first pick as they make their way towards B.
And that's a very big shot, very stereotypical Twist AWP play, and actually catches Kenny, of all people. His counterpart on the other side of the map, and on the side of what seems like the B side as well. Twist has got another. This has been a spectacular round from him. He's got 3 in the round and continues to breathe as he's looking to catch the 4th. It's going to happen. Twist takes down Happy, and he's feeling happy, no doubt, as it's all on Apex. This could be the ace from Twist, and not quite enough. Just narrowly misses out on Apex, and now it's a 1v1. Falls to Lekro. He's been spectacular. New addition to Fnatic, and he does so again. Consistent fragging from Lekro, and pressure doesn't seem to get to him.
Yeah, that round's all about Twist. He gets 4 kills there with the AWP. This is why he is running that weapon on Dust 2. Very effective stuff from him, and manages to actually break the economy of MVS as well there. So it is actually a man disadvantage for them. They get that play towards middle, walking through the door, smoking CT spawn as well. There's a weird smoke towards the corner as well. There's a big gap in it. I'm not sure it's actually supposed to land in that area. That's normally put down on the tight corner, so vision away from close range CTs. There was a gap, it actually helps him. He spots the Kenny S player rotating back in, and surely not another B play. They get a grenade this time, but Sixing does get the first headshot. Get a bit more out of this. Taken down in the end, it's MBK just at the PT 50, surely going to be taken down momentarily as the grenades start to rain in.
You would expect so. Nice work from MBK. Nearly gets another. He's done damage. Him and Sixer are taking bodies away from Fnatic. It's not going to be too much more, though. No plant. But that's about as much as you can expect, right? That's actually, to them, that's not a bad P250 round.
No, not really. They're going to be buying up maybe double orbs this time. You can see they have got the money to do so. Yeah, there it is. MBK brings it in. He hasn't got the best buy. He's got a body armor. Not a big deal against the AKs, of course, but he's got no nades or defuse kit. So let's see what they can do here. MBK and Kenny S going into round number 6. Kenny S presumably will play on the A side. MBK, that's where he plays his B, so he'll be at the back of the site. Used the nades at the start, and Dennis has actually got it towards short very quickly indeed, and MBK has spotted it, unable to pull the trigger though. All that's clever. Okay, I thought Dennis was getting that kill, but apparently MBK just blows his head off.
Dennis tried. You mean when you say clever kill, you meant that he was slipping under his crosshair, right?
He gives the illusion that he's running fast short, and then he comes back, drops down and faces when MBK's looking towards top middle, but somehow the flick shot works out in his favor. And Kenny finds a shot towards long as well. Looking for the second, he gets legged in return.
Looks very, very close to being on him. This time, no cigar. They are lining up for something here, and I'm intrigued to know what Olaf's plan is here. Is this just to help his teammate out on long? It looks like it is. Just 3 left, and there's still 60 seconds left of play. Fnatic, this may very well be the first round they concede. Starting strong, a chunk of 5 rounds in consecutive fashion, but now smoking out to long. Is this just to try and maybe draw some CTs?
It's to segregate the CTs. So there's someone playing towards pit, like Apex normally does. He can't back up his teammates if an AXQ comes in. There's still a 5-on-3 though, so it's ambitious to say the least. They need more flashbangs to take Kenny out here. And you know what? He's OP. He did manage to find that 1 bullet, and Happy now waiting towards Goose.
That was big from Wenton. Unfortunately, won't be getting any more though, and looks like this round has come grinding to a halt for Fnatic. Just Lekro goes pushing with the pistol, and Happy, flash or whatever, he doesn't care. Even retrieving an AWP for his pressure. Well, yeah, he had 1 point of health.
I think he threw something, and the old bullet hit the flashbang or something like that. Because you heard that metallic noise off, right?
Wait,
So-
is there any way we could replay that?
He either pulled out his Tech 9 and headshot him, or he pulled the AWP. I didn't. So I was looking at the other screen. So
I mean, I heard the sound and his health bar dropped to 1.
He could have just had a Tech 9 out, for all I know.
Could have been a PT50 headshot.
Yeah.
No,
So
give him the range.
That's okay.
That's
We won't
okay,
go.
I won't.
It's not a big factor anyway. He died regardless.
It was intriguing,
It
though.
was a little bit interesting towards the end.
Either way. Let's keep our eyes on how this double AWP plays out. So MBK has been given the responsibility of middle. And he's going to be challenged out once again. No health, though. It feels risky, given that the fact that 1 bullet from a rifle, there's 3 of them staring at him down. One of them, all they'd have to do is hit 1 single bullet, and he would be out of there. And mid would be an open plane.
This is a big round for Envious. They will be fully reset if they don't win this. So have a mid play. Same one we saw in that 4-on-3 situation. This is where Twist found the opening kill. He's got a player towards CT spawn this time. It has to be happy waiting for him. Very good in this position. But MBK has been legged to kick things off here.
Now, they don't commit anything to that. Not a single smoke, not a single body over-facing towards CT or B. And so with that, what was essentially an information play, doesn't look like this would have been too rewarding. And Kenny does seem to have a 6th sense about this one. He's going to be backing away. And this is the full A execute. You said it requires 4 just yesterday, Henry, and this is still full 4.
To do it fully to its full potential, that's what you need. You need 4 people, all the smokes, molotovs, flashbangs, and you've got 1 player holding towards long, which is going to be, this time, Lekro. So he's looking to take Apex out of the game when he's trying to help his teammates out.
This is a big one. You can see the Molly forces him back just a little bit. He has to reposition. The flashes are coming in, the molotovs, the smokes. It's all going down for Fnatic. He misses the first. That's going to cost him his life. It now falls to Happy. He emerges through the smoke of CT and does the necessary damage as he finds Went, and Apex follows suit as well, keeping all too aware of the potential for a late, long push. Lekro, I like that, looking at the floor just to keep himself as low as possible, not to be spotted from the player in CT. Doesn't anticipate Sixer jumping up, and yes, he may pay a heavy price, but he does manage to keep things level, if not just for a moment. They are low, and they're getting lower. Apex does get shut down. That's nice work from Twist, and their bodies just keep on dropping. 1 more, and he makes his presence known! Happy jumps into the clutches of Twist's AWP. And that will be a Fnatic round. It started as a full A execute, but in the end of it, it didn't really look just like that. All the rest of the fights were going on away from the site.
Yeah, it was actually quite an interesting way the
How did that happen?
So the molotovs come in, the flashes go over as well. This shot was key. KNS not landing that one. That's when he loses the round right there. Dennis takes him down. His teammates get a couple of kills in return, but ultimately it was so much damage inflicted. You can see how low the CTs were when they come into that retake. Lekro doing very well there with the molotov to delay them once again. Gets that kill on short, and then the last few kills come in his favor because all he has to do is land a couple of bullets at their feet, and he manages to pull it off. And it's going to be a full eco now for Envious. Like I said, they're a full reset. You don't know what that means. Basically, if you win 1 round and lose the subsequent, you only get $1,400. So that's when the CTs are their most fragile. And they'll be on a full eco this time.
And Fnatic are aware of that. We saw last time they knew that the CT economy was fragile. They went for an all-in long play. This is more
normally you'd bring
typical.
a Mac 10 to this situation, just to throw into a bomb site first. So once again, they love walking into B. It's so bizarre. The only team that does this. And,
it does work, though.
Yeah, it does. You can't really argue with it. Still, MBK now, he's doing something about it. Finds 2. There's still a 3-on-3. Lekro low HP, but in terms of the weaponry, CTs can't really do much about it. It's a failed Molotov, but they still have one towards the window.
The purpose of the Molotov does stop them planting in that location, so not working out perfectly for them. Instead, an exchange of fire through smoke, and a significant amount of damage done to 2 members of Fnatic. Apex is going to go ahead and catch off Lekro. He was low, and that's really making this round a genuine possibility. Twist has to hit his shots here. This is all down to the 1 man. His other friend, Olaf Meister, is cowering in the corner, and Twist starts as he means to go on. He gets 2. I said he had to deliver, and he does. Olaf will put the cherry on top and finish the round off with an easy spray onto Happy, and so Fnatic will go ahead and perfectly thrive against what was a very shoddy CT buy.
So what's the play here to Envious? Do they take a pause and work out what their buy's going to be? You can see they're kind of trying to work out what the decision is going forward. Yeah. I like this though. They've actually been conservative for once. Envious were famed, especially when MBK was calling, doing horrible force buys. They got themselves in such a deep rut and big tournaments as well. It seems like this is quite a calculated call from them. They're managing to take a round on the chin and just allow themselves to take an eco. And they could actually do something with this. As Wenton, he goes down to 20 HP in the blue box, but he hits the shot required, and it will be a 5-on-3 now. I'm going to have the AE bomb site pretty much open. Happy is there with a Deagle, but a lot of work to do there.
It is crazy that we are, you know, rewarding Envy for going for the logical buy just because it has for so many times.
Well, the thing is, right, they could have got rifles there, but they wouldn't have grenades or defuse kits. It would have been a very low percentage chance of actually winning the round. Obviously, they have the potential to do so. We're talking over this because it's a 4. Happy by 1. That'll be about it. He gets 2. Okay, maybe I was getting a bit ahead of myself. But still, the round victory does come in for Fnatic. So now we do have a nice healthy buy for the French side. You can see it's 8-1. Still a lot of rounds to go. They can get 6, maybe 5 isn't even enough as well. So not out of it just yet as we go into round number 10. Still going to be in the AWP hands of Twist, and he's got a good spawn for Lekro. Is he be throwing the orbital?
It's too far away.
Okay, oh yeah, literally the opposite ends of the spawns. Lekko can still use that though and see what he can do.
Instead, he's going to go for a very speedy Molotov. And it's the same old story from Fnatic.
Look, 3 players in the B-bomb site, and Fnatic coming in very quickly.
Get there. They've stormed through middle. They've just basically gone completely unnoticed, and now backs are turned. All backs are turned. It's going to be 3 for Dennis. He just walks in and claims the site for himself. Envy, not a single eye was on middle.
Do you know what? This is because Fnatic keep doing that contact, walking the B play. This is Envious trying to adjust. They said, look, let's just leave middle open. We'll just battle them, move the guns in towards B. And this time, Fnatic, instead of doing the B rush, they do the mid rush. They go behind them. They just don't anticipate that whatsoever. That's kind of funny the way it pans out. Dennis just walks in and finds 3 people looking towards the tunnel. It's just tunnel vision. More, yeah?
That was good. I like that a lot. It was genuine tunnel vision. Perfect. Wish I'd thought of it. Wenton, though, does take Happy's head, and that's going to be an almost perfect round from Fnatic. I do love that play. Look at this. They're still not recognizing him. Sixer tries to turn around in time. Kenny falls as well. All 3 body shots as well. That's testament to just how little they were looking at him. No headshots needed.
Yeah, you don't even have to go in with the 1 taps. Just to go in as well. They're not looking at me.
All right, I've got 30 bullets.
Guarantee I kill them, tap on the chest 3 times, and they'll be fine. Well then, here we go then. Round number 11, another eco coming from Envious. This is getting a bit desperate for them now. They're in that horrible stage of win a round, lose it, then you're just constantly force buying with shoddy buys. If you don't win them, you're actually going to be looking in a world of trouble. It's going to be a maximum save loss spread. It's got about 2k after this round. So another buy coming in. They could get a double offset out once again. That's a good flashbang. But Venton, he's in front of it. Kenny S surely going to drop now as well, which he does.
This has been so tough to watch if you were an Envious fan, just realizing that how little opportunities they've had to have a perfect buy.
Yeah.
And when you do have it, you get humiliated by Dennis just walking up middle. Not a single eye was on it.
That round's crazy.
That's one that's... It's hard not to kind of be a little tilted after that one. Just experiencing, you know, they commit so much to B so often, and then just as you think you've got the adaption ready, they start charging through middle. NBK will be the last to fall, and I say... expecting him not to pick up anything, and he doesn't. Instead, it's going to be Fnatic holding 4 over that one, and they're starting to build up a very juicy economy for the remaining rounds. Look at that. You can see they are still, while fully bought up, all within the kind of 2 to 10, if not 11,000 region, and stark contrast on the CT side as they're buying down to mere peanuts.
Yeah, and it's the double orb setup again. This is the strongest setup you can bring on Dust 2, in my opinion. We'll see whether Kenny S. I think he needs to start getting boosted up. He needs to be actively looking for kills. He's flashing over mid doors now. He knows they need something here. A bit of a morale boost, you know. There's something to work with as he doesn't find anything. It's going to be a long take this time from Fnatic. They've got the long control. Only 1 player though. Look at Apex. He's getting desperate now. No one hitting their shots, and Fnatic just taking everything on the map.
You said it so perfectly, Henry. They have to try and do something. Make a play early. Don't let Fnatic have complete control. They are no longer the puppet masters of this round, but I'm afraid it just doesn't work out. Apex pushes up middle, absolutely nothing. Kenny pushes up, tries to peek towards lower tons, and it costs him his life. Twist out-orps him.
Yeah, and now they've got long control as well. They've got such a huge advantage in terms of the weaponry and the men on the server. Just going to stick towards long, smoke the crossover effectively, and Happy, he's the only player on the A side. He's only got an M4 towards short as well. He'll be netted out position. They've got a Molotov there, and they can get a nice long plant down, and that's round over. There's not even a justification for the CTs to even try and go for this round at this stage. You think you saw someone holding lower B as well, that's going to be Twist. So if they try and do anything with this, they can't go for middle. They have to go CT spawn, which is the most difficult position to actually retake A from.
Sixer is going to be flashed out of position, or at least forced back a little bit. Didn't get tickled by the flame, and so his position will not necessarily be revealed. Envy again, conceding these early frags. It's hard to watch as the rest of the round will play out. Just Happy and MBK left in dire circumstances, clutching onto their weapons, hoping to take a couple of weapons away. And even at this point, Fnatic have so much money that they can just go hunting.
Yeah, absolutely. These kills are very valuable for Fnatic. If they can find the final 2 here, it means they're actually going to have another eco coming in towards Envious. If they save an open M4, though, they can buy around it. So the maximum loss bonus, staying alive is very valuable, so that's actually quite a big deal that Dennis kills Happy. So you can see now, had they had another M4, he could have potentially dropped 2 weapons overall, had an orb and an M4 plus 2 Famishes.
It could have happened.
Could have happened, and now it looks like they have to take another eco here. Oh, okay, are they forcing in? They are. It's happening.
They've had enough. They have had enough. It's not too awful.
It's not too bad, but 6 cities, they've got M4, no armor at all. There's a Famas out.
Oh, he's got his Kevlar. He forgot.
We'll see what they can do with this one. At this point, it's getting pretty bleak, right? They need to get these rounds on the board. They need something working in their favor.
I mean, CT side does too. You should not be sitting 1 round, 13 rounds into play. Fnatic have had complete control. Envy unable to get in, and what was Apex looking at there? Fortunately, Kenny does go ahead and get the trade. Apex was just having a little stroll down long, enjoying the sun. And now Fnatic approach middle. This time, fortunately, Envy actually have bodies there. Oh, Happy goes aggressive, but the flash doesn't quite work out. It's not as perfectly synergized as it should have been. And now Happy does have 2 opportunities to get a kill. Not going to be able to seize the second just yet. Switches to the sidearm, and even that doesn't work out for him. And Kenny, he was the one man who was equipped. You would expect him to be doing it the primary damage actually into this round, and he's not been able to do so. Instead, he just sits on his AWP at the top of middle, reflecting on his choices.
Yeah, well, it's a round where MVS didn't really have much to work with there. The M4.
I mean, they had rifles.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, like, players with armor is actually quite a big deal when Twisters nailed their shot there. And you can see a nice little mid-split coming in once again. Happy behind the smoke, tries to push through, finds one kill, but taken down. Fnatic winning the duels and overwhelming the CTs. They really have to eco here, but it's round number 14, and they're probably going to have to force something into it. What are they aiming for? They need at least 2 rounds, I would say. So they're going to be doing a partial buy here. If they get 12-3, Alex, it's obviously still possible. 13-2, that's pushing it.
I think you're absolutely right. 13-2, that's really not a dream scenario for anyone. That's a start. Finally, Apex is the first to draw blood on Long. He's been having so much trouble alongside Kenny. It's been given that's their responsibility. They've been given
3 AWPs on the T side.
And 3 AWPs on the T side. We saw 2 AWPs on T side Cobble. That raised Henry's brow, and it seems to have done the same here on Dust 2. Is this genuine Fnatic, or is this Fnatic trying to,
well, if you remember,
get under
2015 against this very team? That's a tactic they went for. That was where the homage and T-spawn comes from, Alex.
Yeah, never forget.
Yeah.
So Envy have the numbers advantage, and I can't tell
Obviously
you how rare this is.
Different Fnatic, but you know,
it counts.
Storyline's still there.
Same organization, and Fnatic do bite back. I like Happy's aggression here, but so does Lekro. He's just going to be greeting him with a Tech 9 and a tag, and potentially a second here. Kenny pushed with him. I didn't even realize it's a double with the sidearm, and now what on earth can you do, Sixer? It doesn't look like much. He only has just a pixel to pick from. It's not going to work out for him, and the round is already over. That's 13 for Fnatic, and just one more opportunity for Envy to get around on the board. This is an utter stomping.
Yeah, it's running over Envious at this point. 13-1, looking like it could be 14 as well. We'll see if Envious can salvage anything from this. 3 M4s, 2 AWPs. It's going to be Kenny S and MBK. This should be Kenny S's like home map. Dust 2 is a big AWPing affair. Look at this, 5 snipers, Alex.
Oh,
good luck crossing, boys. Good luck crossing. It's oh god.
It's so brutal. Look at this. They're tagged up and fragged up. Wow, Fnatic handing out body bags on the cross. Sixer and NBK to fall. Kenny got tagged as well.
I've seen anything like it.
Oh, that was utter murder. Kenny, though, has an AWP for himself, and he's going to go ahead and punish Lekro's aggression on B.
Fighting back, though. Here we go. Still at 3-on-3. So not as damaging
as
it could have been, to be fair. It was enjoyable.
Comedy Gold, as Happy is starting to try and go aggressive. Alongside Apex. Where's Apex coming from? He's actually on T-spawn. He's got 2. Fnatic are locked in a box. It's a very hot box, and Twist is unable to fight his way out. Can't hit the shot onto Happy, and that was his only opportunity to have just a moment to breathe here. At the end of the first half, well, what do you say about that one? Fnatic, 13 rounds in the first half.
Yeah.
I mean, can you see a world where they come back?
Very simple play there from Fnatic. You know, they favour those simple plays, walking the B side.
Yeah.
So obviously, they're trying to adjust to that as that fast mid push. Their economy was wrecked throughout the whole game. If we said 13-2, it's not going to be enough, but maybe, you never know. In some realms, it could be.
Maybe. We'll find out after our very short break. How long will the second half be? It could be very well be a very swift one here at
12-3 is the
ESL Pro
scoreline
League.
that scares us in Pro League. 12-3 never seems to be a foregone conclusion, but 13-2, I'm not so sure. It's uncharted territory.
It's uncharted territory. A spectacular T-side from Fnatic has put them in prime position to pick up the win here in the second map of the series. Man, oh man, Envy have got their work cut out for them. They are on the T side of Dust 2, and their margin for error is null.
So most teams, it's quite fashionable at the moment to actually go towards long on the pistol round. It seems like a lot of top teams will aim for that. Yeah. It seems like that's what they'll choose to go. They'll try and get for long control. They'll push up as 4 players after that.
To Envy release their lookbook for Dust 2.
Yeah, their Pinterest board.
Long pushes are in.
They are so in right now. The full collection of CSGO is actually looking like everyone's going towards long A. But this time, Dennis, he's having none of it. He's pushed up towards short and takes that first gun unhappy as well. This is going from bad to verse. Bad to verse? Bad to worse. I'm singing in verse.
Oh, we're slowly getting our vocabulary back in hilarious fashion. Oh, we can't stop talking about fashion either. Nice work, though. Envy are not out of the running just yet. Need to find Olaf Meister, and they do so. Nice teamwork. Collaborating there, Sixer and Kenny working together. Nice, though, Twist keeps himself and his team afloat in the pistol. It is an after-plant situation, so Lecro and Twist closing in from... Oh, either end. No,
dirty.
Now just Twist. Just one tap of the USP, and Kenny makes it a 1v2. Sixer knows he's just got to stay alive. It's playing the game of survival. He's not expecting Kenny to be there. He's just standing by Gandalf. He chooses to push in. He has to hit this shot immediately, and Sixer leaps to save his French compadre, and so Envy. First step in the road to recovery was winning the pistol, and they do so. But
Fnatic, okay, sorry to cut in.
It's okay.
I didn't mean to.
Here it comes.
Fnatic don't need to force ban in the second round, though. Let's be real. You don't need to. You just get the full gun round into number 4 and actually have all the orbs, all the nades. If you decide to force ban, it's one of those rounds, like, obviously, it's fine overall, probably still win the game. But, like, if you're talking, like, percentage chance of, like, just closing it out quickly, that's the best way to do it, right?
Yeah, logically.
Yeah. There's definitely a discussion about that. I know there's a few analysts that agree with me. It's like some people don't, but, you know, those people are wrong.
Opinions are a thing, and wow, Wenton did a significant amount of damage. That was 2 body shots to 2 players and even a kill as he took down MBK. And Dennis is trying to do work with the Deagle. Let's not forget what we saw from Cobblestone. 4 kills on the CT side of Cobble with a Deagle, and
get rid of that.
Get rid of that scout. Cannot be retrieved on the rotate from some of these CTs, and it's actually very wise considering where they are now heading. They know perhaps a CT will push through long on his route. In fact, here comes Twist, and there's no scout to be seen. It's on top of blue, and he's none the wiser.
In towards B, right? And there is going to be a Deagle on the B platform. That's going to be Lecro. Definitely proficient at weapon.
Of this Deagle.
If he gets the first shot in, it's going to rattle Envious, and it could actually unfold. Let's see what happens.
He has to hit this one. He does tag up Apex, another hit. He does take down another. Oh, he's doing a significant amount of damage. Happy, though, is going to finish the job. Catches Twist on the rotate with unable to retrieve that scout, but that was a significant amount of kills. Was that 3? Yeah, so 3 bodies from MV down. They're going to be forced to rebuy. It was, admittedly, just SMGs and a scout. And now Fnatic will be forced into this USP and flashes. It's not going to be anything really invested from anyone. It's just Wenton hoping to make an early play and a weapon pickup.
Alex, when will you be bringing out your winter collection, your outfits?
That's going to be released come December.
Really?
Yeah.
You have to wait that long?
I'm afraid so, yeah. It's actually, it's a 4-week catalogue.
Wow, okay. Well, we'll look out for that. Machine fans be like.
Machine GG.
Happy, though. He's got 3 CTs on the other side of this smoke. I think he walked past the CT in front of you, though.
Is he? No. It did look like...
Yeah,
there it is! Lecro, what on earth just happened? Well, that's going to rattle the cages. For now, though, Wenton's just trying to do something with his slight investment into the round. He spent $400 and has nothing to show for it. Sounds like a night with Sadakis. Now Dennis looking for a second one, and he's not going to be able to do so.
Oh, God.
Envy gets his
What have you done? I like it. Good work. Well...
Now, where does Twist take the orb? That's always a very big question. He's been so influential with this weapon. Even on the T side, now taking it into CT. Top of the scoreboard as well. Do know 18 frags for him.
Round number 4. Here we go then. It all kicks off here. You can see what I'm talking about from that second round of Force Spike. They're limited. They've only got one kit, only one incendiary as well. Not all the teammates have smokes. And Alex, you dropped something. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'll get over it.
All right, no worries. We're going into round number 4. Twist on the AWP. He'll be looking towards mid doors here. There's a player in Suicide as well. He could find a little bit of luck here. Kenny goes towards top mid. Flash could go over there. That's going to deny him that first shot as he has to fall back. Pretty much default round here at the moment from Envious as they make their way towards short. Twist will reposition back towards A. And they could go for the execute. I don't think they will just yet. MPK is getting a little bit more aggressive here, trying to get the jump on the first player that could be waiting for him.
No, he's choosing to go aggressive here. It's very much... Oh, that's a mistake. You can't even pretend you did that intentionally, Twist.
No one was watching that.
Yeah, it's like, oh, gosh, hello, 30,000 people, whatever it is.
Thanks to do that.
Apex is jumping down, and actually, you know what, Twist? I wouldn't be surprised if he hits this shot. No, MPK just jumps into his cross. There's a second! Doesn't even need the scope for the first. And now he has a chance for a third. Surely not. Kenny's given a chance. He goes for the jump, doesn't quite connect. You know it's possible. But not today. It's going to be Sixer to shut him down. But Twist makes something out of nothing in that round.
The mistake turns out to get him 2 kills. What are the chances? And that was a shot from Kenny I thought was going to absolutely land there. But he's got a great position to lock down these rotating CTs.
Oh, it's not an easy shot to hit. Just the tip of his head, and he is bobbing up and down. Now Dennis gives him the opportunity to, wow, make it a 3v3. Quickly, though, it does change because Sixer's found 2. Envy, this after plant just got a whole lot easier courtesy of Sixer. Sixer, maybe you should be calling him 3er. Takes 3 in the round and...
So we're calling that for the rest of his career?
I think that makes sense, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Wenton's going to retreat and be happy to keep that AK as time has ran out. And so Envious have made a solid start. This is what we were talking about. It's not impossible to forge some form of comeback. It's closing out the game, though, that just seems like such a mammoth task. They've got the initial 4 rounds, and now the road to winning is probably going to be actually influenced most by Fnatic's buying trends. You know, do they continue to buy silly buys? Do they just patiently wait it out like Henry G wants?
Well, time will tell. They managed to save an AK there.
Okay.
And they don't force into it. It's going to be Deagles and a scout for Dennis. How much is he investing in this round? He's got that to $850. So it's quite a heavy investment from him. But there are maximum loss winners next round, so we'll still have enough for an M4 and body armor. So it's not a huge deal. As they patiently wait towards the B side here. It's going to be long control obtained, though, by Kenny S. Very valuable part of the map, Alex. Once you have this, it means you can actually have lots of A executes coming in, and you have Kenny S anchoring towards long A. It means you can actually stifle the CTs on the side. They can't really have defensive positions. And you can't have any position with Kenny S hitting shots like that. That's goodbye Twist. That's all from him.
That's all, folks. Wenton, that Molotov's actually encouraged him to go aggressive. Intriguing decision-making from him. It actually cost him half of his life. Now Envy just around the corner. He knows he's desperate to try and take the head off. Happy. Ola's pushing through middle as well. This could be a nice bit of teamwork. It is. Admittedly, his teammate may have fallen, but the trade was immediately there, and Fnatic have managed to make this round relatively competitive. Is he going to throw that bomb across? I think he was considering it. Yeah, he did actually throw it, so he could go immediately back to long. Kenny, wise to do so. Actually, no, I'm making an assumption there. I assumed Kenny would be seeing himself on site, but fortunately, it does not matter because Fnatic, what they did invest into this round would be preserved. They get to keep both the kit from Olaf, the AK, and even the Kevlar.
Yeah, it's not a bad little save.
And they can have a real buy coming into this next round. It's going to be round 6, though.
Yep, there's still a lot of work to do from MVS. They've got a mountain to climb. Still, even after winning.
Have you ever climbed a mountain, Henry?
No, never even attempted it. Have you?
Have you been on a mountain?
I bet you have, haven't you?
Have you been on a
looks
mountain?
like the kind of your family would be up for that. I can just tell.
Climb mountains together.
You can just tell you do like loads of family activities and bonding. And you go like walking up a trek of a mountain. This seems like just knowing you, I can tell your family are well into that, aren't they?
That's so funny.
It's true though, isn't it?
Yeah, we're heading to the Alps in January.
Yeah, right. I can just tell your family's well close, like doing those sort of things.
We like to play games. Yeah. Kaplunk's my family favourite. Monopoly.
Yeah, I'm jealous.
Dabble in some Scrabble.
Oh.
I hate Scrabble.
Words elude you.
I mean, yeah, my job is words, but my sister's a university, what is it, English English literature?
Okay. What's that language I speak again?
She's an English literature student,
London,
and she schools me every time. She knows double the words I do. Still, whilst the English language is vast, envious margin for error continues to be very, very minor. Very slow play from Envy. They choose to take this one at a bit of a more reasonable pace. We haven't seen them kind of go for the all-in play that Fnatic were bringing in towards that B site. It's so funny when you do see, you know, Fnatic find so much success somehow walking into B. It still seems to elude Henry as to exactly how they get away with it.
Yeah, it's just very interesting. The only team that really does that time and time again. G2 have a similar approach, but they do it like once a half that was walking like that. Like it's quite rare to see a team consistently get away with it, to be fair. But this looks like maybe
so much more different.
I would say this is maybe a fake from Envious coming in. You've seen they're lining up for the smokes towards A. I would suggest they'll throw one player in and maybe fall back to a B attack. Let's see what happens there.
Okay, they are applying a whole lot of pressure. Apex?
He's killed himself. He's on the 1G.
Apex? What on earth? 1G's in the chat now, though. Dennis is going to try and find 3.
Get the chat up.
Not going to be too difficult to find the first, but there is 2 more to find, and Dennis is having no problem. Solid work from him. 2 swift kills with the AWP, and he pushes Envy away. Apex admittedly did make life a lot easier for the CT. He's just decided to cook himself. Not sure what's up. That's twice we've been kind of confused by Apex. 1, he was just kind of staring at long, admiring the sun.
Yeah.
And 2, he's just gone and got himself cooked.
I dare say the chat is alight with the 1Gs right now.
Kenny not even going to be able to keep and maintain that AWP as he does try and make this a non-perfect round for Fnatic, but they do. All 5 hearts still beating for the Swedish side. And now it will be 14-7. That's the first Fnatic have found on this second half. And, you know, they came into it 13-2. Envious have managed to make it look a little bit more competitive here on their attacking side, but maintaining it, that is going to be the scary part.
We'll see what happens here.
Double AWP.
Double AWP set up for sure. As we go into round number 7 here. Fnatic just need 1 round for match point here. We'll see whether they can actually close things out nice and early or whether Envious can come with that big reset. That's only the first round we've seen for Fnatic. Believe it or not, considering the scoreline, that's kind of crazy. I think Twitch is down right now. I saw people tweeting about it, just so you know.
Oh, that's a shame.
We might not even be online now.
If we're not online...
What?
There's no point talking, is there?
Well, no. It's for the pod, you know. I think it's people who are already connected, it's fine. But if you're trying to reconnect to the site,
I understand.
I think it's a massive issue.
Either way, let's see what you can do. All off Meister, not just the 1. And Kenny, close quarters with the AWP, something he can thrive within. Able to catch the tip of Wenton's head, but he sticks around. I like this patience from Wenton. You know, most people would have fallen off to CT by now, but he stands vigilant.
Yeah. Well, this round they focused towards short. This time Fnatic actually actively facing and stopping the pushes coming in and getting the lion's share of all the kills as well. Wenton with 2, and Twist is going to find 1 as well. And it's just going to be poor old Sixer. He's got the AWP in hand, and we'll see whether he can do anything with this weapon, as he's got 4 players to find. He's got 45 seconds to do it, and the bomb on his back. We'll see whether he can do anything with this, though, as the flashbang comes in. Needs to find 1 pick to make this even possible. Pretty much has to go for this, has to try his luck and see what's possible. But not much.
15 then to 7. Fnatic are starting to close this out. Let's not forget, it was how many consecutive rounds? I think it was 5. Yeah, 5 consecutive rounds from Envy. And now Fnatic have got the 2 in a row, and their money's not looking great coming into this one. Envy, we said it was, you know, almost impossible to overcome 13-2. You have 2 rounds going into the second half. You have to get to 16.
It means your margin for error has to be absolutely 0, right?
Yeah, it's crazy.
You lose 1 round, your money starts getting a bit weaker, like it is right now. And Fnatic playing to win, not trying to
bring in the fight to Envy. It's going to be 2 quick kills. It could even be a third. 6 is so low. But Olaf's lower. Nice work from the Tech 9. It's going to enable him to... Oh, wow. Nice catch from Twist. HG does the work, and Envy making something out of nothing again. This is a recurring trend. I think they should only buy Tech 9s and pistols from now on.
That's right, on Cobble. That's the only way they got into the game. Actually, right?
It's happening again. Pistol players.
Actually, that was Fnatic. We're being silly.
No, Envy won the last round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in the first half, though. That's how Fnatic got into the game.
That was. You're right with the pistols. Both then.
Both of them.
It's less relevant now. We should just stop.
To be fair, I don't think anyone would have noticed if I just shut up.
Yeah, you called yourself out there. What are you doing?
I can't do that to myself. I need to be a man of honor.
A man of honor.
Even if we mess up.
A man of honor. I like that. It makes me think of you like in full knight attire, like full like metal get up.
Maybe later. Play your cards right.
Broadsword and everything.
I've got one of those.
15-7. Nice work, though, from Lekro. He's going to get the first. Apex, you are perhaps soon to follow. Nice positioning from Lekro. He's drawing the fire to enable Dennis to go for the peak. There is no trade present. In fact, Apex gets both of them. Went to thrust into a 1v1. Apex has made this round a real possibility for Envy. They're perhaps not out of the woods just yet, because Wenton has nades, and he's not going to have a chance to use them. Apex, big round to keep this game going. They didn't have much of a substantial buy, but not only does he go 3 frags into it and bring home the 8th, he also recovers an AWP for his friend, Mr. Kenny.
Yeah, they've still got an abundance of cash here there by the looks of things. They've got the AWP on Twist, and all of my he's pulled one out as well. So considering NBS pulled that round back, they're actually going to be at a huge disadvantage still. Yes, they save an AWP, but you can see the other players. MBK's only got a Deagle, 6 are just with the Galil. It's going to come down to Kenny once again. Doesn't get any initial damage off there either. And we're going to see a nice little boost up in CD spawn. Dennis on that CD spawn box, allowing him to stop the mid pushes. I don't know if we've got an official name for that one. I always call it the AZ box. He's the first player I saw using it, but I don't know what
AZ
you call
box.
That. Yeah, when he's a Dignitas, he was the first player.
Do you want to brainstorm something now?
The mid, like it stops mid splits,
We can call
right?
it mid box.
No, that sounds like
that
Xbox.
sounds like Xbox, doesn't it?
Confusing.
Yeah.
We'll think of something. Maybe it's not the time or the place.
What do you want to call it? Tweet us. Hashtag ESL Pro League. What on earth do you want to call that AZ box? Let us know. Keep us informed.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone reference it with a proper name.
No, they haven't. I mean, you just see he's holding the boost or the jump. Yeah. Okay. So much. There's so much hanging in the balance of these AWP players.
We'll ask Chad. He'll probably have a name for it. We'll use whatever he's got. Yeah, maybe. Good meme.
Thank you. Olaf, though, is going to be the first to be tested from the Fnatic squadron as nades do rain in. It's going to be a question of how he chooses to position himself, because the Molotov's going to force his decision somewhat. That's a quick flick, but immediately Apex, who does this so often, it is just rinse and repeat procedure. Jump from short to CT and emerge towards ramp. Wenton, though, on long. He's surely not expecting someone pushing him. He does. Jumps for info, and that's nice work. Happy, did you forget about him?
Why did he do that?
Not too sure. Happy turns his back and makes it even more easy for Fnatic to get closer and closer. It's just Kenny and Sixer.
That's mad.
Henry's so confused right now.
Keep going.
Here we go. Okay, Envy. Now things get a little difficult for Kenny. Yes, it's not over yet, though. That's a spectacular shot. And then Wenton will stop before things get a little out of hand. Envy already leaving the server as the defuse will be punched in by Twist. He's going to go ahead and bring things home.
Yeah, so there it is then. Fnatic opened things up with a lovely T-half there, 13-2. And to be fair to Fnatic, they gave us a competitive game overall, but still, it was too much of a scoreline to actually try and claw their way back into. They still had some decent rounds, but you didn't think it was ever going to happen, did you?
No, I think my main gripe was the fact that there was like 2 or 3 determining rounds there. Yep. You know, 2 or 3 where if it had gone the other way, that scoreline would have been much more competitive. Instead, though, 13-2, we kind of knew what was coming.
So before we throw it over, Chad, could you tell us what that box is called in CD Spawn? What do you call the boost? And yeah, I guess we'll throw it over the desk with that.
What on earth is it called, Chad? What's the box called?
Still box.
Does that satisfy? Oh, they can hear us.
It doesn't really matter if they can hear us or not.
Oh, I thought I got this out of my system.
What out of your system?
Just keep talking.
Are you all right?
I'm trying to look into the light. No, I don't have to sneeze. We're good.
Are you sure you're okay?
Yes.
I think Alex blew his load like way too early then on that last round.
Seems to happen a lot to Alex, to
It's
be
like a
completely
1v3.
honest.
The guy was on like 12 HP and Alex was just going nuts. Just calm down,
He does that in
bro.
the airport, just walking by, certain specimens. So, yeah.
Like different, like duty-free stores.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
They're very exciting.
They are exciting.
Probably
I've
more
never
exciting
purchased
than that
one
game.
thing there. Yeah, so let's talk about the positives. We did talk about Fnatic's, basic setup. Went toward long.
Yeah, sorry.
Twist on the op.
I know that I'm delaying talking
You were saying
about the
fundamentals.
Game.
Yeah.
No, don't worry about the fundamentals. I have a public service announcement for everybody playing at home right now. They've got a replay to line up here, I hope. Hope it's going to come up. Please come up. Here it is. This is a 1G, okay? When you go into your own Molotov and die. If any other morons come into my stream and when I run through an enemy's Molotov and die and type 1G in my chat, you're all getting banned. That right there is a 1G. That's your own Molotov. Your own Molotov.
That's how it works.
It's not an enemy's Molotov. It's an enemy's Molotov. It's like, well, I got burnt. That's it. But
that's just a
1G is
Molotov.
your own Molotov. Your own one. You're killing yourself. Thanks, people, for paying attention. Now, stop being morons in Twitch chat. Let's talk about the game.
Good luck with that. I mean, that's like telling people not to get behind Donald Trump.
13-2
Everyone's an idiot, but they still do it. Sorry, carry on.
Vote for Trump, #Anders.
All right, carry on, yes.
So 13-2 the first half,
Yeah, I know,
right?
it's crazy.
Yeah, so basically what happens is once you have such a huge lead, the thing that the CTs have to start doing is either playing retake on a bomb site or doing aggressive risks. Envy decided to take the aggressive risks. They didn't really want to sit back and play retake because when you're doing that, it's kind of a gamble. You don't usually play retake on both sides. You play retake on one or the other. But because Fnatic was setting the trend and setting the pace so well, you're playing catch-up. And they could never catch up on that half. And even going aggressive, they were just getting slammed because when they knew that, like Fnatic knew they were going to go aggressive, they just sat right back, they darted back, they sat back and killed them coming through all the choke points. It was a really good T-half, and I think this is the best map for Fnatic.
I actually seem to agree. I think that it's the first map we're really seeing them come to life on, and everyone kind of utilizing themselves correctly, like playing off of each other, playing timings and rotations. I think it's pretty good.
They still lean towards that B side a lot on their anti-ecos.
Yeah.
It's scary, man. Like MBK at the back of the site with the Deagle popping off a couple shots. It gets scary for them. Once they're in that choke point, if they can't isolate that player quick enough, they do lose numbers, and it is quite financially detrimental.
Yeah, Henry mentioned that actually against Liquid in the second map that we ended up casting of the two that they played on the same day. I think there was an anti-eco. They rushed right in. They did find, I think, the trade kill, but it wasn't enough because they just got locked out as soon as the second player came out from Closet. Might have been Hiko in that case.
Probably.
Either way.
He
It was
likes to
Hiko or
play
Nitro. They were the two that had the crossfire.
Hiko's still in the closet.
Yeah, well, there's a few people that might be in this room. Not on this desk, but in this room. So what do you think overall? Splitting the series is about best case scenario for both teams, where we said we're in reasonable positions, each of them.
Yeah, Fnatic, they were machine-like on that second map. You know, robotic. They were making all those frags. And
he doesn't really make frags.
That was a reference to the closet segment of your...
Oh, right.
I was carrying it over.
Oh, I see how you did that.
Yeah, did you like it?
Oh, it was good. It was
Yeah,
clever.
I just think that they played a really good style. The fact that a French team didn't do fantastically well, they were on the City side. They were getting pushed around. It was hard for them to dictate. Also, we know they like to buy a lot, you know, getting those AWPs up and stuff. We saw Nathan with the AWP, and he was semi-effective with it in middle, but that was quite early in the half. I don't know if that was the right decision by the team to do that so early, but they obviously had a game plan. It just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, I mean, get aggressive early, perhaps. We see Smiths do it, the French Rambo on the G2 side. But don't forget, that does conclude the first best of two. We've got two more coming up. The good news is we get new casters, thankfully. But don't forget to download the Score Esports as well, because you can find out all of the updates in probably a better fashion than we do it on the desk, because I'm hosting and God knows what's going to happen. You can do it on iOS App Store or Google Play. Download it. We'll see you in a minute.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
onto this Overpass.
Fantastic way to start, and the follow-up grenade there. Chris, instead of falling back, is going to go aggressive, and he actually hits the shot on Schneider. No scopes on him himself. Chris is on full carry mode here. It's now 3 kills for him. A quad kill, turns around, he's going to get the ace. What a ridiculous round. Chris J absolutely saving Mouseports.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
For the first time in history, an exclusive on ESL Pro League. We're on the desk together. The duo's on the desk.
Drop the bomb.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
How's it going?
It's good to be back
What are they
together.
laughing at? That's our sign on. That's how we do it.
They're just jealous.
They're just jealous. They won't ever be up here. Right then.
How
How
we
the game
doing?
of Yeah, I'm all right. It's
Did you
good
miss
little
me?
cast.
It must have been tough for you.
How's your voice?
It's getting better. It feels good in the low range, but if I had to get hype, it would probably hurt again.
Good. Well, we're getting you nice and prepped for tomorrow when we get to Ukraine.
Yeah, when we get on a plane in like 4 hours and go casting Ukraine for 4 days and then fly back and do it all again.
Yeah, it's going to be cool, isn't it?
It's great. It's Counter-Strike.
What else is cool is we've got Virtus Pro. We've got Mousesports going up against Heroic.
Yeah, we do. We haven't seen Heroic a little while
We
on
haven't.
Pro League. They were very active in terms of LAN. They were at Northern Arena, then they were all of a sudden they were at Kiev, and all of a sudden they were in Bucharest, and then they were nowhere. So we had 3 weeks in a row where we saw a lot of them, and it was their impressive run. They were improving, and in Pro League they looked a little bit shaky, but LANs were good. Now they're down on the bottoms of the doldrums, could play spoiler.
A team in the ascendants for sure. Like they've managed to get on the cusp of the top 10 and looking like they're getting better and better. The addition of Glaive especially and Val, they've seemed like they've been stronger every single time. Mousesports though, not such a similar nice storyline there, I guess. They've just announced today they're using Oscar again. He was removed from the lineup, this week?
Was that not the saddest tweet? Because no one else to play with.
Yeah, okay, so anyone missed a tweet. Nico said, we will be using Oscar tonight because we can't find anyone else. It's just like, wow, tell me what you really think. That's like, that's a bit rude, isn't it, for BM? I don't know.
Yeah, it's BM and sad.
Maybe he didn't intend it that way. We're kind of, English isn't his first language, I'm not sure, but
That's
still.
not. Let's do the opposite. Instead of giving the benefit of the doubt, Henry, let's get the pitchforks.
Right.
Nico hates Oscar, and there you go.
Fair enough.
Probably not a good decision.
I guess that's quite a big storyline going into this one though, because Mousesports actually played VP. That's why I got that name from when we opened this up. They played them yesterday in Pro League. They beat them 16-5 on this map. But
and then they lost like 29-25 or something.
There was a bit of a caveat though. Obviously, we saw that VP just got back from New York and they won 100%. We know they're always quite poor when they come back from big events, regardless if they win them or not. So yeah, it's difficult to take much away from that. That's when Nex was playing as well. So they've said Nex, who was removed from the lineup, is now back in it, and now he's out of it again because Oscar's come back for this game.
Yeah, it's kind of bizarre, and maybe it's Nex wasn't available tonight because it seems like an indefinite issue, or is Oscar suddenly saying my issues?
You're not going to make all the time in the world for them, are you? Just like
true enough, but if there's personal issues that are indefinite and pending, meaning that you can't possibly be there to play, how is he available suddenly tonight? Is he just saying, you know what, guys, maybe I need to clear my mind. Let's play a game of Counter-Strike. Like what are the conditions that lead to this? It's very bizarre.
He sent him the contract, so they need him to play. Maybe he has to. I don't know.
Well, in that case, though, why would they send him?
Should we find out how it goes down then?
We should find out how it goes down. We start out on Mirage. Nico is very good on this map. What are your thoughts?
I feel like Mouseports should win this, but it's very difficult to predict considering this whole little lineup change. I think Heroic are going to take the win just because of that regard. I think they're a very good team on Mirage overall. I'm a very big fan of Vald and Glaive as players, so I think they're going to win this one.
Well, Henry G's made his thoughts clear. I'm not going to make any because I don't think. So it's over to the casters, who are much improved. I have to say it's going to be Pansy.
I need a little bit.
You're right. One half of them is improved. That's Pansy. It's not Sponge.
Love you.
Aww.
Which one of us is Sponge?
I don't know.
I can't tell.
I'm not sure.
You're not Pansy, you're Loza.
Loza?
That's how we'd say Lauren in Australia.
That's what everyone calls me in England, so that's also fine.
Yeah, we're all cool.
All good. Anyway, yeah, I am joined by you. How are you feeling about this matchup, buddy? Let's bring it back on topic.
Should we
then we
do
can go off
the
like
pre-game
normal.
analysis? Because listening to those two fumble over their words was actually rather depressing.
Well, let's give it a synopsis at least, because we're getting underway pretty quickly, so we can kind of briefly have a chat about it. What are your thoughts then coming back into this one? Because let's be real about this. It's kind of a weird situation. That's surely got to affect how this one goes down, right?
Yeah, so the situation is going to really impact this game. We're going to only look at the situations as they unfold. All we can say right now is it appears that this personal issue of Oscar's is something to do with the team, because for that tweet to have been made by Nico shows there's a bit of disdain, or, you know, if he's still available to play this match, then that personal issue can't be so prevalent or prominent in his life. So looks like Mouse are having internal issues, and I think that's going to negatively impact them for this match.
Yeah, we'll find out if it actually individually affects him or if it is like a collective thing. Because if you're not wanted to be in a roster, for example, if that's the assumption we're going to make, you're not going to feel good about having to play again, and the other's going to feel the same way. So again, this could be kind of interesting to watch it unfold. Right now, it's just down to Nico. The bomb is far from reach, and this B hit went about as well as expected. If you believe in the Henry analysis and what you're already kind of leaning towards, that this probably could be a heroic game. Now, on paper, actually, Heroic aren't too bad at this map. I've seen them play it pretty recently. They're actually pretty diligent overall. They've had some decent results on it. Again, Mouseports, you'd argue on paper, if that break didn't happen just before, or should I say the break off from one player didn't happen, they'd certainly have a bit of a good game on their hands, but that could change everything. And now Nico can't do enough. It's Valda again with that 4K coming in from B. Just nicely just comfortably locking it down by himself.
Yeah, I think Valda would be the superstar of this team.
in the future, and probably a player to potentially get poached at some point, I would assume. But he's been the star, not consistently, but the one who's had the best individual performances, I'd say, to help the team. Modi has chimed in from time to time. You know, Glaive, Freeze, Snappy, they'll do their bit, but Valde's been the one, you know, that's been talked about. I'm going to be, look at that, 4 UMPs. That's a sight to see. I'm going to be interested to see how quickly Mouse melt down. This could be them throwing away their chance to be in Brazil. The only way that I can put this is a meltdown, and it's going to come into individual performances like we saw from Chris J last night on Cobble against VP. They still weren't able to pull it through, but he did the best he could to try and get them that W. It's going to see who can turn up today for Mouse. It's unfortunate because this team, you know, once they added Oscar, they were looking a lot more dangerous, you know? They're looking like a unit where we were going to see more star players. They were bringing in people who could frag consistently, and that's what Oscar was. So we're in a weird place right now.
100%. It is just going to be seeing how this goes, because you can't take this like a normal game between these two. You have to kind of take it from a different perspective slightly. But so far for Heroic, this is perfectly fine. Going through the motions, as said. And now the 3 UMPs still stand. They upgraded one of them towards the M4, just going to buy that one back out, so no problem there. And hopefully for them, they can get a nice clean round. This is an eco as well. This is actually a full eco.
That surprises me. The tilt buys have stopped. I think it'll probably start out relatively conserved, but it's good that they're going with this full eco. They're going to be able to get an AWP up on Oscar. He has 3.7k this round, so next round he'll definitely be able to afford that AWP, but no frags being made there. That's a good little money-making exercise for Heroic. Good way to warm up as well, you know, not having to stress out too much. Just shoot him in the head.
That's it. Oscar, straight on the AWP. No real surprise on that. As you said, he had the money already building up into the bank account, so that's going to be a pretty quick purchase. Now, Free's going to go up on towards his, but we still have those 2 UMPs left over, so they're still going to try and utilize these. Curious to see where they actually place them. Modi, not afraid to push into Palace on occasion, certainly known for his aggression throughout towards ramp as well. And Glaive playing from mid-window with the UMP.
Surprised me he didn't take the underspawn there and jump into sewer. He had a decent spawn for that. He could have pushed out quite quickly. That window smoke is going to be missed right now by the Mouseports guys.
Freeze missing a bit of a sitter there. Something you kind of go accustomed to watching Freeze. He sometimes misses the shots that you kind of expect him to hit, but then he'll come back with an absolute blinder. But Chris J given room to work towards mid, makes his way through underpass and finds Snappy, but it's traded out pretty quickly. Freeze gonna have to make his work noted through connector, but already there's Modi. Gonna push straight in towards Palace and keep that under wraps. But this mid control so far working quite nicely for Mouseports to a degree. They have a good step towards connector, spotting out the player. Now Freeze is kind of cornered here in a bit of a predicament. He doesn't know there's a player on ramp, but there certainly is. I wonder if that's going to be an issue, but the bomb yet to be really moved anywhere. Mouseports still just kind of keeping themselves to mid here.
Yeah, good decision right now by Freeze to fall all the way back to city spawn, because now he's not open to as many angles, and he can dictate the play, and they can play retake on A site, as Dennis is going to push up and get a bit of information right now. He's going to be in a duel. Modi's on the flank though. Going to take down Nico. Nice frag there in a 3v3 situation.
Freeze.
Yeah.
Freeze. Come on, buddy. Now they've got the double AWP. Speedy's found Valdo. This one's done. Modi played a great role in that. Could have maybe pinched in towards A off the back, but kind of surprising the 2 other players fell in. Freeze being a bit of a point he probably doesn't want to remember beyond this. But again, Mouseports take over mid. They did pretty well here, but then again, Heroic sat on those UMPs as well. Feeling as though maybe they were trying to go for that cheeky pickup without having to invest fully. They're still fine for money if I'm not mistaken.
They're going to be able to buy next round, so there's no real dramas there. The problem is they had Modi pushing behind on the flank, so they had a pretty good idea it was going to be A. Freeze could have played more passive from city spawn, been in a position where he could have taken 1 pick and then fallen back and been safe. But he was up a bit close, got caught off guard. The problem as well was that Mouse was still relatively spread out. The Spitty was still on Cat. He was able to pick up a rotating frag there. They weren't really as a unit, which hurt Heroic as they were trying to make their way over to that A site.
All right, let's look at this again. Oscar, not surprising, going to put himself on the AWP, and then Mouseports can buy pretty well. Dennis is a little low, but it's fine. He can get something going for himself. And there we go. So no utility, but he's still got the armor. He's still got the rifle. And I want to see what they bring into this one.
Yeah, if Mouse are able to get the plant in this round, they should buy into next, even if they lose it, because they can keep the money of Heroic quite low. Looks like another mid control coming out right now.
You do have the A split as well. You've still got Oscar, Spitty, and Dennis. They were looking like they were lining up the smokes. It looks like Oscar was going to do one towards stairs, which is right there. And then Spitty maybe jungle, I guess. So they're leaving CT open. I'm wondering if they're just going to go for the face towards it or nade it out, try and work a way around it. And to be fair, they don't have any other smoke, so this is all they've got to work with. So Dennis might just have to face into this. There's 2 players in dark as well. This could be pretty tricky for them. Dennis going to get smoked out as well. Now the molly's come down. This is going to be tough, but Chris J just walks straight in, finds Glaive. They don't expect the second player, and he is waiting so patiently. This is smart from him. Everyone else can just stay alive. That's ideal. Modi even finds Chris J, so now it's looking decent. Now the bomb comes in. Planted for sure. He doesn't get the clean shot and gets taken out by Oscar. Good swing in from him. Now down to the 2v2.
That play happens a lot from Heroic. I'm surprised he didn't get more frags out of that one. Probably could have been a little bit more aggressive before he went to kill the planner. Dennis going to hit a nice shot right there onto Freeze, who caught with his pants down a little bit. Bomb is going to go down in a 2-on-1 situation. Modi on 21 points of health. He has a lot of work to do right now.
And where is Modi as well? He's in window at the moment, so kind of tough to play out from this, and I think he's well and truly aware of it. It's like, all right, I'm just going to see if I get given a chance initially, and then I'll try and work. Already makes a step. And Nico doesn't need to be asked twice to take up the opportunity to take him down. But again, I hate to point fingers already, but Freeze is just not... He's had opportunities, that's the thing. He's not doing badly as such, but you can see a couple of times it's like, come on, if he just hit that one shot, that one thing could have changed it again. But now Mouseports at least have a little bit of, I hate to say momentum, it's not necessarily a momentum, but the money's pretty favorable to them. You've got the Mac 10s coming out, so they can be just blistering their way up mid if they fancy it. And on the other side, just a small pistol upgrade and a flash.
Yeah, looks like fast B is going to come out from Mouse right now. They're going to use those SMGs to their advantage and get into that site. They're not even going to be greeted with any real resistance because Volder and Snappy are playing from closer to short. Mac 10's getting in there early.
Nice and easy. UMP as well. No problem with this so far. 2 of the kills coming through have been the ones with the SMG, so that's always good to do. Build up that economy as fast as you can, and the rest just have the USPSs now. Freeze, Glaive, and Modi. The upgraded pistol was on Valda. He's already down, so again, this is going to be pretty tricky for them to find anything. A little bit of damage done, but not too much to be seen. Now, Oscar's wanting to build up that bank as much as possible, but not going to find anything in this round for himself, and it's just down to Glaive and Modi, and well, not too surprising. It's worked out pretty well for Mouseports. Losing out on the Mac 10s, it's not the end of the world. They still get the 2 kills on towards Speedy as well, 2 towards Nico, and 1 more on towards the SMGs.
Yeah, if they could have held on to all their weapons there, they could have probably done a set execute with the SMGs, and that closes down the distance, lets the Mac 10 get in close range and take on those players with that head armor on Heroic, which is 4 out of the 5. So they would have been quite effective if they were able to hold on to them, but you know, not too much to worry about. Looks like we're going to keep with a similar process right now for Mouse. They go for this mid control, they do the cat smoke, they molly off connector, and that forces you know, the CTs to have to play more passive. Snappy on the other hand, he's going to push out cat quite aggressively. He's going to jump up on top and see what he can find.
And Spitty's relatively vulnerable, just in the smoke at the moment. Oscar's able to see over it, but it's Chris J to find it through underpass again, having great success from this position. He can't transition well towards the next one, and actually Freeze and Glaive finally shut it down. Able to deny that mid-control sign to spread towards the extremities, to get up towards Cat, getting towards Connector, and it's been denied. Now they're down to 3.
Yeah, the problem there with Snappy jumping up on top, it must have been bad communication, or they might not understand the way that that setup was going to work. But what Glaive did, I think he did anyway, was Molotov towards the mid-box, which meant that nobody could be standing behind it. Snappy was looking for somebody behind the mid-box, but obviously nobody could be there. So he got picked off from the back of Cat and gave away an early advantage, but his teammates were able to capitalize. Now what they need to do is, you know, just lock down those sites. And it looks like that boost in the B site, you can see it on the radar, is going to be very effective if they do decide to go to the B site, and it does appear that they are creeping that way.
And Nico's got a lot of free room to work with. No one's peeking from the toll booth just yet. I think it's Modi there, but he's not going to be taking that fight just yet. So Nico can actually make a bit of a play in. But there's still 2 players very much dug in on that B side itself. So Valda's just in that little boost position. You've got Glaive working off it as well. Now, they can definitely hold on to this, but it's down to Oscar to maybe create opportunities, and Nico now. Here we go. First step out happens. Bit of info's trickled through to the others. Now they need to make the hit off the back of it. Glaive's going to find some room to work with. Puts himself towards one of the back pillars. 20 seconds. The T-side needs to make their hit soon. The bomb's on the way down towards the site, and they don't expect Valda. Again, this position is outstanding from him. He held his nerve long enough, let the others take the attention, and he will be the one to shut it down in the end with Glaive. So, Heroic finally get around back.
Yeah, it's a risk not to play watching each spot, you know. Having him in the site like that, if they do come there, it works out perfectly like we saw. But if not, you've dedicated 2 players to the bomb site without gaining any information at all. On the other hand, they did play a retake setup towards A, which meant that even if it was A, they were set up, they would have had all the numbers alive, and A is the easier bomb site to retake, in my opinion. So, good decision making.
Are we going to see one of those hits towards the site where you can kind of, I guess, bring it in a little bit closer? You've got the UMPs, the Tech 9s, and it looks like something we were discussing could have happened if maybe they were able to keep some of those players alive before.
Yeah, it just looks like an A execute's going to go out here with this mixed buy. A Deagle's not going to be fantastic for this situation on Spitty, but hopefully he can make something happen.
Yeah.
Biding their time right now as Nico is getting close to connector, so he's going to be the man to watch, I think, as this execute comes in.
Yeah, already he's going to cut off Freeze here. He's going to back away instantly. He knows, or he's got a feeling that something might be happening. He just turns around, and Nico, of course, will take that happily. He doesn't quite pick up the the AWP yet, as he doesn't know if there's anyone else close by, but still holds his nerve. And now, again, Chris J able to get away with murder here. Just going to be spraying in towards Modi. He can't get it done, but now the superstar, the man you talked about earlier, is certainly coming to the forefront. Now down to this 2v2. That Deagle we questioned earlier might be called into action now. Speedy's hiding out by the back corner of the site. Actually, a decent shot here towards the stairs if he lands it. Can't get it done. And that bomb is ticking. Both players have kits on the CT side, and Speedy is buying valuable time here, making it hard for them to cross, but one player, Valda, already sneaking across here, and Oscar as well on the long flank round towards ramp. He's going to be able to get the spots out, and time is of the essence now. There it is. Speedy will find Snappy. Now it's just Valda. And, well, Oscar gets the job done before anything else was needed, but well held in the end. Mouseports actually put it off quite nicely.
Yeah, that's surprising. The way that Speedy was fighting with the Deagle there from the site, it was so risky because Oscar was smoked off in Palace. He had to run the whole way around to A ramp to be able to help his teammate out there. But Speedy was just fighting. I was questioning that, waiting for his head to get popped off, but he did really good to delay, and that was actually the key to that round right there in the 2v2.
And into this one, Heroic. Money far from perfect. Snappy and Glaive, look at the buy they've got, just upgraded pistols. One towards Underpass. I'm not sure where Glaive is right now. I think so. Glaive's around there as well. So both of them kind of playing off middle, trying to just kind of create opportunities for themselves. Going to be a little bit tricky, but they're pretty much in a good position, considering there's no one at B, no one to really pressure him through Underpass. He, of course, doesn't know that right now, but he can still be a real nuisance factor. And let's see if Heroic can make anything out of this situation.
The problem where Glaive is right now, his teammates have to be ready to bail him out and trade, because he's, you know, in a one and done at best, and his weaponry means that he's going to have a rough time if they get a long-range duel on him right now. He needs to play the element of surprise. I still don't think they know he's there, though, because nobody went BFs at the start of the round for Mousesports. Dennis is looking there, though.
And to be fair, Chris J has been playing off that spot like through Underpass, but this time not going to go for it. And as I said, Dennis was keeping a little bit of a glimpse. Chris J just walks out. I don't know if Dennis maybe didn't call it, or was just maybe considering that someone could be there. But this pinch towards A is going to come through now with Nico working through Palace ever so slowly. The flash comes in, but there is a player in towards Dark. I think that's Modi just waiting on the other side, and free spots. What is going on? Is Spinny's just walking through, maybe assuming that no one was being connected, then just... It's a little bit curious if they maybe expected things that weren't there, but Dennis is going to be creating a chance, and it's a slim one of that. He's got the bomb to hand. Oscar's still alive as well. Oscar's going to find Glaive, get himself the AWP, but now 1v2, the bomb's in a bit of a predicament, a bit of a situation, a sticky one at that, as it's now on the other side here. He's going to have to hop up, gets away alive. Snappy! Not quite snappy enough on that one. Now Oscar's actually been allowed to run away with this.
Yeah, I understand why he didn't want to challenge, didn't want to get picked off, but to let him pick up the bomb and run away... And
he saw the shadow as well.
Yeah. Oh my God. He's lucky he didn't just run all the way to be there. I know Volley was able to make it in time, but yeah, it's strange that they just let him grab the bomb like that. They could have both challenged at the same time. He was in a part of the map where they could have both easily stepped out and fought from different angles, one from a deep line and one up closer, but they opted for the safe play, and it paid off in the end. And right now, we're going to see another force buy coming out of Mouse. The reason for this is they're keeping Heroic's money low. Right now, we're in an economic battle between these two teams. Whoever comes out and is able to string a few rounds together will win. Right now, it's still very even.
And again, Deagles are plenty. Dennis.
Jesus.
Glaive just gets destroyed by Nico spamming away then.
It's like the first 3 bullets were fired and Glaive didn't even realize he was there. And then he started shooting.
Don't know what happened with that one. Speedy. Modi's going to walk right into the crosshair here as well. Doesn't quite get the headshot he needs to just deny Modi anything, but there we go. So Modi's found the 2 players who are looking towards A. That leaves basically mid and B, and that's where exactly Mouseports are waiting. Now, Oscar's already got a really nice spot. Just wait and see if anyone falls back. He's going to be Snappy on short, so if Snappy falls back into this, he's a dead man, but I think they're well aware enough of it, as Valda's already tagged up as well. He's playing towards B. Nico walks in, he finds Freeze, but how the hell are they making this many chances? Now Dennis is left in a 1v2. This has gone from impossible to possible. 55 seconds left, and fakes out the bomb. Going to try and see if he can catch Snappy on a bit of a peek here, but now Modi's on his way. Dennis trying to unravel this crossfire that's not quite in place towards where he expects, and he takes the fight, and Snappy wins it, waiting patiently in the end. And well, Heroic win the round, but that got quite close.
Yeah, that was closer than it had to be. Freeze looked like he didn't know what decision to make. He didn't know if he should have watched Catwalk or picked out mid or dropped right back. And dropping right back would have been the right play. The thing is with the AWP, you just feel so silly sitting there watching that vent. He could have probably gone around to the CT ramp and taken Modi's spot, and Modi could have gone around and been more versatile around window. Once again, we're going to see a force buy to Mouse, and that's because they know the money, once again, for Heroic is in the bin. Yeah, they can't buy next round if they lose. So
Mouse are keeping the pressure on, and they're going back to a set execute, which worked for them before. This time, Nico's going with the team. What's going to happen at this point is somebody will hang around mid. The execute will come into A, but somebody will wait for Nico's lurk. They have to because of the precedent that he's set so far, and it looks like Freeze is just going to chill in mid while the execute comes in. Glaive spotted a couple, and they're making their way into the site.
I wonder how much Muddy can get away with here. They're all out pretty much. Good flash comes in, a couple of them blinded. It allows him to isolate 2 so far. Goes in for the 3rd, gets the tag, but not the frag. Nico still stands, and now his presence is noted. He knows that he's got a chance on this one. He can't get it done, but Nico with the deagle, he can never write out. But job done, well held by Heroic in the end, and they start to, I wouldn't say build up money, but they can keep withstanding until now. And surely Mouseports eventually will have to go, all right, we need to eco at some point.
Yeah, they should take an eco now. They can, grab a couple of deagles, maybe P250 and flashes, that kind of stuff, but they should take an eco here.
There we go. Upgrade 1 and 2. Okay, so 3 upgraded. So 2 deagles, 1 P250. And, well, last time they can do damage on these. There's no disputing that. And as you can see it, Glaive. Oh my
boy.
God, Dennis, that's 2. The free shot was ridiculous. Freeze is having an absolute mare of a time at the moment, not having the best. But you can't expect those 1Ds to come out like that every single time. Dennis showing us something quite impressive there, but you've got to be frustrated if you're Glaive. But Snappy's keeping it well into check. He's basically gone, all right, guys, well, if you're going to feed, I'll go get 3, so we're back into a situation we can win.
Yeah, strange for him to go that super aggressive 2-man down, but had to make the trades. Those deagles you can use at such long range and pick away, especially if the CTs decided to play retake. They'd not be at a disadvantage, but the frequency that we're seeing of those 1 bullets coming out of the Mouse guys, I wouldn't want to risk it.
No, and Dennis is looking as well. You can see him just having a little bit of a glimpse. Is anyone going to give him a chance? Now, Valda's actually pushing up here as well. You got Snappy watching towards the B halls, just in case anyone pushes through. So they basically cut the map off. Now they know what's coming their way. Snappy's very low. Again, so much damage coming through at this point. Now 50 seconds left. Surely this can't really have anything done with it. He has got an M4 though, but no armor.
Moddy's waiting for him.
And Moddy, as said, waiting just down below by the site. He's going to get the spox. You can just see it from the little jump up on the box. Nade comes in, can't get the job done. Heroic get that close, but excuse me, Mouseports, should I say, bring it close, but that was kind of unnerving to watch.
Yeah, I think we might need a bit of a mix-up in the play of Mouse. I liked what they did before where they threw the mid-smoke, the Molotov as well, a couple of flashes, and then went into the A execute. They will keep those Heroic players focused in mid because they have done mid-control quite a lot. But they do have the AWP up on Oscar, so we'll see where he's going to take that. That could be pretty interesting. Oh, just towards mid. Same old. Looks like the mid-control. Yeah, they're defaulting.
Yeah, going through the motions, and at this point, maybe that's all you can expect from them if their roster's not feeling too confident. Oof. Oscar missing a shot that could have helped to no end there, but now Freeze can do the same back. Chris J gets away with his life through underpass, and I guess seeing Chris J down there, expecting where players are starting to come from, surely Heroic are starting to read this game a little more.
Yeah, right now the utility's been used, so we only have 1 smoke left on Freeze, and he's a player who's doing it in middle. So Palace is open, A ramp's open, you can walk into B, that utility is low, you can't be isolated so much. So this is where Oscar picking is going to come in handy, and he's over towards that B side at the moment.
Well, he knows Valda's there. Doesn't know quite as to where spots him out. Now Valda needs to be careful. He can't really redo that at the moment. Needs to be respecting the fact that there could be an AWP just trained on this angle. And Mouseports have hit the brakes. They're not being given any chances here particularly. Everyone's playing quite deep, I guess, to a degree. You've got Snappy very, very deep on short. You've got Moddy by Palace. He's going to find Nico, and that's big. That stops anyone trying to lurk out, pressure the likes of Moddy or Freeze. That means they can get away with now focusing a little bit more towards middle. Careful of that connector area, as Chris J is slowly working his way up, but you would expect Freeze to be keeping somewhat tabs on this, as no one else is actually watching mid directly right now for Heroic.
Action's about to be on B right now. Oscar is slowly posturing his way into the site, looking for any pick he can. But if you look at Mouse right now, everybody is doing their own strat, their own round. It's a nice entry by Dennis onto the B side.
Yeah, now the B side's theirs, and they've got Christian in the perfect position to deny any flank. As long as they clear out Glaive, this should be round 1. But now, here we go. They peek together, they get the frag, and it's job done. Christian in a great spot now to just buy them time, deny anyone pushing through to deny the plant. Bomb's going to go in, Molly's there. And again, Heroic kind of getting worked out a little at this one.
Yeah, probably should save on this one. Their economy's not fantastic. It does look like they are going to save.
Yep.
Good decision. They can still, potentially grab 9 rounds, maybe even 10 if they're lucky. Winning the next one would automatically put Mouse in a very bad financial situation. So good decision right now. It's amazing how much territory Mouse were able to get on the map and how disjointed it looked. Like you had a player in connector, like what was it, 2 guys over towards B. It was just really weird. They took all this territory and then they were kind of sitting and waiting for something to happen, but Heroic were disciplined, and then it kind of just crumbled apart in that B site, and they made those frags relatively easily. So Mouse being down a player early, able to win that round, it's pretty good. Good individual frags there by Dennis and Oscar.
Yeah, well played to those boys, and they're going to be able to get back on the bye here, perfectly fine to a degree. Speedy's a little worse off, but he can be dropped out, so that's fine. On the other side, as you said, though, it's coming back down to quite a close sort of thing economy-wise. Both these teams kind of struggling. No one's been particularly set in stone the whole way through. You've got Valda and Snappy with 0 utility, no kit, nothing else to play with. Glaive, Freeze, and Modi are okay, I guess, but still, you've got to be kind of careful on these rounds. And again, that split through. Underpass is coming in. That's going to be Chris J again. And now Dennis this time looking over towards B, keeping Valda pressured there, unable to be able to support towards Cat just yet. And everyone else just kind of pulling in towards mid. You've got one connector, one by ladder room, and one in window at the moment for Heroic.
I feel like an explosion onto the A site, you know, do the mid-control stuff and then flash take out of Palace and A ramp really quickly. You can catch Modi off guard, use like 1 or 2 simple smokes to negate the connector and jungle player, and you can almost have that A site for free. Because the way they're playing it is Freeze and Glaive are playing connector / window. They're changing up in their positions, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Mouse are picking them apart all over the map.
Yeah, one by one, they're unraveling what Heroic are trying to keep together. That, I guess, pattern that they're trying to play off just not working out at the moment in any way, shape, or form. So 3 players remaining for Heroic, no kits left alive, and Oscar just going to find Valda in the middle of the open, just playing by the bench, swings out on it, gets surprised that so many Mouse players were waiting on the jump off. So now Bomb's going in. Oscar's found Glaive, and he's going to make a bit of a show of this one. Now Modi left in the 1v5. Not going to have much of a hope in hell at this one. There we go. Gets put down, put out of his misery more than anything. And again, Mouseports doing somewhat kind of rinse and repeat stuff, but it's working.
Yeah, they'll be happy with this half. They're most likely going to grab 7 rounds here. It's really interesting to me. If you're a CT team and you don't have many utilities to delay, you can't play the round the same way as you would if you're on a full buy with everything at your disposal. You have to do more gimmicky things, take more risks, do a push together, maybe use whatever limited utility you have to isolate a part of the map to gain yourself some information. If you sit back and you play spots very, very one by one, very individually, like we just saw them do, you will just get picked apart because you can get bullied by the utility. And right now, they're on a low buy, right? They're on a force buy situation. We have AMPs, we have 5-7s, and they're doing more aggressive things, and they're playing more as a team on these rounds. This is the kind of stuff you need to see happening when you have guns. Unfortunately, Modi's going to go down. Good initiative used by him. Could have taken a buddy with him, though.
Yeah, and that spot from Chris J was just hiding behind the other little piece of the stairs there. And to be fair, Modi does this a lot. It's not something too surprising. He does, you know, T-side he'll be up in Palace as well. And from CT he'll walk up there if he's on a less than ideal buy. But as you said, maybe could have done with the addition of someone there to trade with him if they could, get a gun away, build off the back, but not going to be the case. And now it looks like Mouseports with the 1-man advantage, kind of peeling themselves off from middle, getting back towards A, maybe looking towards that A hit quite possibly. And Glaive's going to walk about in mid. Going to try and find someone to get a gun off. Try and find
check that mid
anything.
Box.
Surely he can. No. He just walks right past it. Just hopes that someone wasn't there. Took a bit of a risk on it, but the risk does not pay off, and there is no reward anymore as Mouseports wait on the go towards A. Here it is. Freeze. Already going to be found very swiftly, but again, they don't expect another player towards the dark side, so at least Snappy will find Nico, but by now the bomb site is completely under control by Mousesports and just Valda left standing. 1v4, just a pistol to hand, and it looks like this one's going to wrap up nicely for Mousesports.
Yeah, 8-7, like I said before, they'll be happy with that. It was basically a battle for the economy there in that middle section. Heroic were able to capitalize. The problem is, you know, Mouse, once they bit back, they strung together a couple themselves, and that last round, having to be on a force on the last round and a half kind of sucks.
Kind of sucks.
Yeah, it's not a great place to be in. But I think Mouse will be happy with that. Heroic, I think they could have done more.
Yeah, Heroic, you know, Danish teams have always been known for being pretty darn good at these sort of maps, especially Mirage, but not seeing them full force just yet. And hopefully they can recuperate, come back on the T side. We'll be back after a very short break. right, welcome back. We're getting ready for the second half here now. To be fair, considering the roster, let's say, several issues right now going with Mouseports, that wasn't a bad start from them.
Yeah, hello? Am I hearable?
Yeah. What the hell is going on with your microphone?
Am I okay? Can we hear me? I'm good.
We can't take you anyway. Just break in the studio.
I'm breaking everything. Is it
Maybe it was
in?
Henry, to be fair. It was probably Henry messing it up and then just kind of leaving you to just deal with the consequences.
This is mayhem, just like Mouseports.
That sounds about right. Good analogy, that headset.
So, it's so loud now. Anyway, let's get into this piss round. We're seeing Spitty with the utility and the kit, and a bit of utility on the heroic side. Glaive and Modi both opting for smokes and HEs.
Now, I've seen them do these sort of things before, where they'll either just smoke stairs and jungle, nade CT, and just pour out, which looks like what we're gonna get.
Yeah.
It's something that, to be fair, Dignitas did a lot as well. It's a very like Danish style thing. I don't know if it's actually what they intended to be, but Nico can play a huge role. If he goes unchecked,
danger man right now.
This is a problem. But Dennis somehow finds Freeze. Everything else is smoked off. I'm surprised, but he actually does get away with a little bit of presence, but he's not the one getting the frags. That was Dennis, and again, Dennis is still standing. He has 2, but no more to be found in this one, as Glaive takes all the action for himself. Now 3v2, the bomb can be planted pretty safely here. Spitty and Chris J aren't in a position to really deny that, and the default plant will come in.
2v3 situation, a lot of work right now. They do have the diffuse kit and a smoke on Spitty, but they have to get it down to, you know, a 2v2 or a 2v1 to be able to use that smoke. Pushing in right now is Chris. Not finding a lot of action. Shots going off, he's going to whiff. Finally, they take down Volodya, and Spitty is in a 1v1. This is where the smoke could come in handy. However, Modi, in the Goblin boxes right now, he is going to be instrumental. He's used the smoke, he's got no idea. Oh, I should have knifed him.
Can we just take a second to really enjoy Goblin boxes?
Oh, you don't call it that?
We say, there's no good words for that. There's no good words for those sort of corners that I can say on air, but Goblin boxes?
Yeah, because you're Goblin there. You're a little Goblin, you're hiding. You're getting ready. You're Goblin it.
That's not a phrase I ever want to be told on air.
Oh,
you're gobbling it. What? Is that what you just said?
No, goblining it.
All right, well done, Chad. You've lowered the tone already. These call-outs.
That's my bad. But
no diggity.
The execute didn't go to plan because they weren't able to use the nades successfully. Dennis was actually standing on an off angle. He was able to get that opening kill, and the nades only did about 22 damage. So it wasn't as expected. But they are going to find the A site really quickly right now, and we are in a 5v5. This is very odd.
Yeah, but the one problem being that they're actually surrounded. The couple of players who went towards A early were, I guess, kind of surprised that they had complete free passage. So now they've got the bomb down, but the problem is, look at CT, look at Connector. There's players in between these guys trying to rotate in, but Snappy wisely checks for Spitty. Nico will do what Nico does, but he can't do enough about it. Now, Dennis in the 1v3, bombs planted. He couldn't deny that one, and Valdo will recover. That could have been so much worse off than it was in the end. It was well kept by Heroic, but that felt on a knife's edge of just a couple of shots going astray.
We just need to appreciate, I know that there was probably the shadow in play there for Snappy to look up and pre-shoot that angle, but in Counter-Strike, aiming directly down, so for example, nuke, or aiming directly up, also nuke is possible. It's so difficult, especially if you're the one clearing an angle by looking up or looking down. If you're the one holding it, that's like the one time I feel like you have a super advantage in holding a line. Otherwise, you know, keep moving, boys. Keep those skates on.
Just lessons with Chad.
CSGO things, it's good fun. All right, they're creeping out onto A again. Standard, 2 Palace, 2 up A ramp. They've got Snappy with the Mac-10 caretaking in middle, giving out any information he can. And it looks like the B stack where all 4 members of Mauser towards a catwalk. And
that's a cheeky little angle they had on Oscar there. Just a bit of boost. Doesn't work out particularly. Glaive finds ahead very, very quickly. And now it's just feeding time at the farm. But we could have some fun. There it is. Spitty, known for this. I don't think that's something you want to be known for out of anything in CSGO. What's that guy known for? He buys the Zeus.
Yeah, but, Waylander as well.
Yeah, another one. They go for it. I don't mind it. It gets a gun away if you can hold those stupid angles. Like, if you don't expect to win the round, I guess it's something. But still, he gets the Mac-10 out of it. And, well, on the other side, Heroic get a bomb plant and 4 alive.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. They only lost like you said, only lost the Mac-10, and Snappy was able to milk a bit of money out of it, and Freeze will finish up there and grab a few more dollars with the UMP. Such a powerful, that's the best SMG at the moment. You think
100%.
about the armor penetration on that. The only thing which hurts it is the drop off over distance, but if you use it well, the best SMG, I would say, hands down.
Yeah, it's certainly most well-rounded. Freeze, are you going to be AWPing?
Don't do it, buddy. Thank God.
What? Okay.
I don't want to see him miss any more shots.
Freeze, stop AWPing. Chad can't take it.
No, he can AWP.
That's what you just said.
When it's not working, don't go to it. You know, he can lead into it later, but stick with the UMP. You've got, here we go. This is a great strat. Explosion onto A. They go up before the smokes go off. Nico's going to find one. Flashes are coming in. Dennis in a good spot now.
Oh, We'll see how good that spot can be. At the end, he does get a little bit spammed out from there. He at least got the info. He sees a couple of players still committing towards A as well. Molly's going to come in. I think that got extinguished on the stairs. Doesn't quite go to plan. Now, these 3 players are struggling. The man who can bail them out will be Freeze.
Do it.
Don't do it, because there's someone in jungle. There we go. Nice work from Freeze. Glad he didn't instantly go to Will. Now he's got it in hand, so he's perfectly upgraded at the moment. Now they've swung it around. It's in their favor. But the bomb's yet to be planted. There's still ChrisJ waiting, and Freeze won't expect that. He gets caught out instantly. He should have stuck with the UMP, and now it's a 1v2. Spiddy has to do it all. No kit as well. A flash and a smoke, though. Both the players sitting close on the site. Modi with a nice angle, but he gets his head taken off. And now Valda left to deal with everything. Spiddy is going to be slowly but surely working his way in, but he's going to have some pace on this. He doesn't have the kit, so he needs to find this fast. He has no information as to where this guy is. And Valda is playing it well, playing it smart, and he gets the angle on Spiddy as well. Really well played by him.
Yeah, because the bomb went down and they didn't actually see who was planting, they only saw it was planted, they would have assumed that Modi, who was the guy defending aggressively in front of the triple boxes, was the planter. And at that point, you know, Valde could have been anywhere. So the information came through, do we know where he is? No idea, mate, you're on your own. So that's why he looked so lost. Valde just played that great. He seems to play like quite passively in these situations and just like he's just waiting. He's just
plays
for his prey to do something dumb and just, well, not dumb, but you know, gives them no other option.
Yep. I don't mind it. I think it's a really...
How?
I swear to God, if it's not Nico, it's Dennis, and everyone else seems to have been able to find the magical way to find the deagle to work on Mouseports. Nico, of course, renowned for it now, and that's just going to spur on Freeze to get himself into B. And there is a man waiting, but only with the USPS. This is a very low but. Chris?
There we go.
Chris? All right. Doesn't get it done. That's good. That's fine.
Shooting people in the side or the back with the USP or the Glock, it's the worst thing. Like, I hate it. I could get stuck on a tangent about it, but yeah, it's not something fun because you know you're not doing a lot of damage, and unless you get the bink off in the head, you're going to struggle. You're going to take like 5 shots. When you're somebody who want to guarantee you're going to get the frag, you kind of go head, and then like chest. But if you don't hit the head at all, you're in struggle street. Yeah. They're just going to milk out the rest of this round. It's nice and easy. Heroic are looking like they're in control at this point. If they win this gun round, you're in a lot of trouble. They will have Mouse will have the 6-round money bonus. However, it's not probably going to be enough because we are seeing a double AWP setup coming out right now from Mouse. So this is going to put a huge dent in their economy going forwards.
And to be fair, Oscar's not had a brilliant performance so far for himself. He's still waiting to maybe feeling the brunt of those lineup changes. You don't exactly feel all that welcomed into maybe a roster that's not quite comfortable with you at the moment or whatever's happening. So again, maybe affecting the performance individually, but let's see what Dennis can do. Gets flashed in towards ramp. There are 2 players on the other side. Oscar's already falling away from mid, but that's where actually the brunt of the T side's going to be coming from. 3 players there. ChrisJ instantly denied the information, but he spots out the bomb at least. That's going to be something for them to build off, and you can see Oscar trying to position to be relevant to this hit coming in from Heroic. Already going to rotate round. Speed might just have to try and slow them down. He does far more than that. That was brilliant. 3 kills to just stop Heroic in their tracks, and Freeze is a million miles away from being able to help out here. Slowly walking in just to the eyes of Oscar.
That was a really weak fake on A. I saw what they were trying to do, trying to pull like the connector player and the window player to focus on A by throwing a small amount of utility. However, if you're going to walk up Cat, it's highly unlikely that you're going to force that player back through checkers to CD spawn. If he's out in mid and he's seen nothing or heard nothing, his window player also hasn't been harassed at all, he's going to normally hang around and push out through connector. And lucky he did hang around because he was able to get those frags and basically seal the round for his team.
Yep. So far, like, Freeze is the one actively hunting this, but Valda's already found ChrisJ. That is a huge start here. Chris not having the biggest beginnings on the CT side just yet. Only got denied pretty quickly in that last round, and now it's down to Nico and mid to hold that connector just under wraps. Glaive spams up, but just doesn't quite get the right angle. Walks into it, and Freeze, what were you watching? What were you doing, Freeze? Your eyes look like the player was exactly watching this, but maybe just didn't expect Nico to play just off the top of that smoke. It can be not necessarily one way, but you see such a small piece of them. So again, could be a factor in this, but it is a 4v4 nonetheless of whatever happened here. And now it's down to Oscar. Tries to adjust towards Glaive, but they're slowly building towards this B side. And I say slowly, I take that back. They're going to go for a bit of a quick hit here now. And Spiddy is not letting this happen at all. Massive performance last round. He's looking to do it again here. The bomb's waiting. He's buying time. Already you can see the rotates coming in. Oscar quickly to try and bail him out. You've got, what, Dennis on the way. Spiddy coming through, but he doesn't need the help. He's doing it all by himself. He finds 3, but now it's just Snappy left reeling, and Mouseports starting to come alive.
Yeah, the window in which Heroic chose to attack that B site was really weird. You get that opening frag. If you have numbers with you, which they didn't really, there was only 2 guys in the B apps and 3 towards middle. So they could have turned it into a fast mid to B split and have the guys coming through apps and taken that side as quickly as possible before the rotators came in. But they chose to wait and play the 5v4 situation. And when the CTs are down, they want to go for aggressive picks. The last thing you want to do is give them away, and that's what we saw happen there. So
yeah.
Once you're in that 4v4, they kind of were still committed to the B split. It's just they had rotated more members over towards that B side. They're going, okay, well, it's not here now. We've been able to put ourselves in more advantageous positions. We're set up with what we need. And then as soon as you saw that player get up cat, I think it was Glaive, you know, Spitty knew it was most likely going to be a B split, got that Molotov off, and was able to delay them enough.
So this is a pause for Heroic here. If you're them, you need to discuss more than just the previous rounds, of course. But what's the main things working out for Mouseports here? In the last couple of rounds, they started to build back into this. It's starting to look not particularly brilliant. You know, 2 rounds back-to-back is something, but that's still quite early for a pause, surely.
I think it's probably they're only 3 rounds away right now from victory. If they get this round, it's probably going to hurt that CT economy a lot. Their financial situation isn't fantastic right now, and then they can close out the match from there. If they can just have one solid gun round, which is what they'd be discussing right now, how they're going to do it, they can win the game. So I think when they did that A execute before, where they went out before the smokes, I think it was a team flash which got Moddy and Sandwich, which really hindered them. Nico got the first kill, but the team flash slowed down that push.
No, it was Dennis that decided to come in and
and get those frags. So I'd like to see them go maybe for something a little bit quicker, considering the limited amount of utility. Use those smokes quite early, and then bust through them with flashes as a unit. They've seemed a bit individual, a bit disjointed at the moment. Try something quick, try something together, see if you can make those early frags.
Well, we're going to find out if that's going to be the case in a moment's time. At the moment, they've invested into, 4 smokes. Snappy can't get one, so you've got 4 smokes to put out to play. That's plenty to be able to do anything you want pretty much on this map. Even, mid takes can be done with 3, either way you look at it, whether it be cat window and top mid, or through to connector. You can do pretty much every single A hit you want as well, and then 2 mollies and then, 4 flashes. So they've got to be pretty on point with what they want to do here. They don't have time to kind of mess around and try and, maybe fake out something. You've got to commit to some sort of hit here. I don't know what they're going to come up with Heroic. They are still leading 13-9, so first smoke goes in. That's from Moddy. That's going to play out towards mid. We can see it looks kind of standard, yeah.
They have to throw that smoke, though, even if they weren't going to use it, because they've set a precedent now. If they didn't, then
it displays they're doing something.
Yeah, there's a huge likelihood it's just going to be a site take. Or what you could do is hold on to that smoke, everybody sit more passive and do it a little bit later in the round, and then take your mid take maybe 15-20 seconds in, and that would throw the Mouse guys off. They would consider it to be, a site play. But they've already gambled. They're playing 3 players in that A site. It's Nico, who else? We've got Spitty and Dennis, all playing in A. Very committed to the A side as well. They have no real information towards mid. Chris J is just lurking around in the vent room, and he's kind of pivotal right now for what's going to happen. It looks like it's going to be an A split, though.
I find it really unnerving, and you've already got a player right up into the face of Chris J. That is going to be Glaive. Glaive is just on the other side, but it's Chris J who comes out on top, and Oscar even finds a frag. So again, the biggest crutch I felt for Mouseports was that mid split coming up through to possibly connect, but it's Moddy coming up with the frag so far. That got halted in his tracks, and now Snappy's not having much more luck either. They trade, but it's not good enough for Heroic here. Leaving Valda just surrounded on all fronts. Where do you want to die to? You've got Oscar to your left and 2 to your right. You can find a way through, because they don't really know where he is right now. So again, Valda, I don't see it being possible. There's no utility to make the play from, and he's really being watched right now by Oscar. And there it is. Wherever he was going to step, he'd always meet someone eventually. But what do we make of that from Heroic? It felt like they took the time out and then came up with the most default plan possible.
So it was a good read by Mouse, the stack players in the site, try not to give away anything in mid. I think they were expecting an A execute. It turned out just to be an A split. But the way it worked out was pretty nice for Mouse. They weren't too worried about B. They didn't really have anybody committed in the site. Both players were playing towards vent room / short. So the focus was on that A site. So at the end of the day, it was a good read, a good adjustment. And when you start to string these rounds together on the CT side and you're feeling, how the Ts are playing and you can adjust to it, it's a really hard thing to break as Ts. The only way you can do it is, in my opinion, is to brute force your way into a site and make some, spectacular frags.
Well, they'll be hoping for that in this one. It's very unlikely considering there's no armor here. 2 flashes, some upgraded pistols.
There's no attempt to trade. I know they're on an eco right now, but so that first player's gone down. Okay,
what have they gained?
He's probably not on his own, and now we've got Spitty just going for more because it's highly unlikely these guys are going to fight together. He's just been able to take potentially 3 1v1s there. Didn't get any frags, but did so much damage, and Chris J will probably just mob them as they fall out the window here. 2 for him. Glaive's eventually going to trade one out, but Mouse are going to finish this one off pretty quickly, I think.
And surely these are more just fundamental things. These aren't like, you know, strategic kind of adjustments. Actually, wait, hold on. Glaive's found 3 so far. We'll come back to this in a second, because Glaive's got the bomb. And he's got plenty of time here. He can get a plant, yeah. Oscar and Dennis, not even considering it yet. Not even worried about this. Pop, flash through. Here we...
Flashed himself.
Oscar, this is not...
It was,
they don't realize it's A.
It was Ray Charles there.
Oh god, they've only just found out it's A.
That's all right. Glaive can get an ace. Oh, the worst place to go through versus Tech 9. Okay, so let's the thing there.
Explain. I don't know if we can explain it to a good degree, but explain why that was the worst place to go through and how he got away with that.
Well, if you're going through versus Tech 9, you know, you can just basically just keep spamming away with that, and eventually the bullet's going to hit the head. Lucky that flash came in; it kind of ruined what he was going for there. But both players were going through together. It's very hard to trade out through that section of the map because you can't get through there together. It's one at a time. It's very slow. So it was a good play by Glaive to close down that distance and try and make a frag, maybe get a gun.
Yep.
Got a bit unlucky there though. The whole round, though, for me just was very unusual. It seems like I think the plan was probably to go towards B and do a contact play, but once one guy steps out in a contact play, everybody else kind of has to step out as well.
And that is the summary of contact play, I do believe.
Yes.
Like, literally by default, you're kind of meant to go off the back of it, and then everyone just hit the brakes. I think there was a molly put down, but still...
Yeah, it came after the frag, but they could have at least, like, somewhat contested. Yeah. Normally, for me, if a molly is coming down or just landing as you're almost in it or just about to get in it, you gotta run through it. You gotta commit it.
Well, we can come back to this in a moment. But
they're just getting picked apart. Do something as a team off the bat. I think they don't want to go back to that A execute that they did where they went out before the smokes because they got shut down on it. But that kind of play, you know, like I said, I think it was a team flush that ruined them before. Give it another crack. You had a lot of rounds to work with. They've lost, 5 in a row right now? They've got money, they can go back into it. But at this point, this is where the CTs start to make reads. Because, okay, well, what have they tried? What have we seen from them? Okay,
what do you think they're going to try now?
By the default, they're probably going to try something team-orientated because we are picking them apart. Maybe they'll slow the pace down.
Yeah. Well, last time they maybe predicted that big hit towards A. They put 3 players towards it. This time, Mouseports not the same. It's going to be just kind of playing it out as it is. And Nico sprays in, finds Snappy in case he needed more of a start. But actually, Glaive finds it back. So again, mid-control 1 over. You still got a player towards short. I think that's Speedy here about to try and take the fight, and he wins it. Freeze goes down. 1 by 1 they come, and 1 by 1 they fall. Trade finally falls into place. We're into a 3v3 now. 2 orbs actually remain for Mouseports. This could be a tricky retake, but it depends if they go towards the right site. And so far, all they've found is the end of the barrel of the gun. Chris J finding Glaives means the bomb goes down in mid, and these last 2 players are in a really tricky spot. Good stuff from Modi, but will he expect those newly named Goblin boxes to contain the one man himself, Dennis? And the Goblin King will be swinging out. He gets the frag, and now Valder left in a dire situation.
If anyone can do it for Heroic, this guy can. I hope he has the bomb as well. It's a 2v2. His HP doesn't really matter in this instance. The AK 1 bullet to the head, the AWP 1 bullet anywhere, and he's gone down. So if he can find an opening, he most likely will get the bomb down here, but he probably wants to search for a frag to even it up and make it a 1v1. He appears to be looking around for one.
He's doing it right. The thing is that, will he look at the right angle? Yes, he does, but will he expect Chris J so close? I wouldn't, and it looks like Valder doesn't, but Chris J being so cautious in case maybe you pushed for more, maybe you had a little bit of a peek, and Valder, if only he knew how close he is to this. Timing as well. Valder gets in towards Palace, and this is purely off just Chris J not being quite quick as maybe he'd like to be, not knowing, of course, what we can see here. But Chris J has everything. He's got mollies, he's got smokes, he's got flashes, and he's got a kit.
Yeah, that's the problem right now for Valder because the smoke's been thrown, but the defuse hasn't come in. He's tapped it now, he's sitting it.
Yeah, he's going to go for the full defuse. Valder, he's got to spray in. One more, but he gets it, Valder! Through the smoke, finally! Bucks the trend of what was coming in for Mouseports. That was so many rounds back-to-back for those guys. They built up a really nice economy. They got a buffer still in this. But it took Valder to break ahead. And as you said, the one man who probably could come up with that individual power that they needed to finally close out a round would be him. But I'm hoping we don't just get to see that default throughout this where they just go 1 by 1.
What they should do, well, what I feel they should do right now is throw that mid stuff, get it happening, and then pounce out as a unit on one of the sides. A or B, I don't really care. Preferentially, I'd go towards the A side. I feel it's better for trading out. But they are doing heavy in mid again. There must be a reason for this, you know, that you wouldn't be bashing your head against a brick wall for no reason. But Glaive's going to go down nice and early. No trade potential as he runs through the smoke by himself or down the ramp by himself. No real flash to force anybody back. And now we're in a 4-on-5 situation once again.
So when double ops are in play for a CT side, more often than not you see site hits coming through. At least to what I've noticed, NIP love to do that sort of thing. As soon as they know that that's going to be a factor, just make the play towards the side itself. Okay, so a deep smoke towards CT side connectors just come through, indicating maybe they're looking towards cap, but no one's actually pushing it. That's why Oscar's already starting to look around, maybe. Sees a little bit coming.
Is that a one-way window?
I don't know. I don't
Where
think
did that
so.
come from?
That was underpass. It was from
Oh,
Snappy.
okay. I thought somebody in window threw it.
No.
Never mind.
They smoked off connector deep, and it's them indicating they're going towards B. So they do have the players in a decent position for this one. Speedy's going to be the first man of... Excuse me, it's not going to be Speedy, it's going to be Chris J. First point of call, watching that cross. Flash comes in, Speedy has to fall back, find a new spot, but he finds a little bit more than he bargained for towards short. Chris J going to be pushing out as well. Actually, both of them now pinned in on the side. They've got to come up with the goods in quite close quarters as well. Chris J will find Snappy while the others chime in as well. It's now just down to Valdo. 1v4. By this point, Mouse have flooded the site. 2 players still on the site itself, and Chris J's the man he meets. So 3 kills for him. And again, Heroic look a little lost as to how to break into this one.
Yeah, it makes Glaive look like he's doing mindless aggression there in mid, right? Just running out on his own while the other 2 members are sitting back around the top of mid. Now, they're not on the same wavelength, or the way that the strategies are being indicated, or, you know, how it's being put across to the team. It doesn't seem like they're on the same wavelength. It doesn't seem like they're on the same page. Like Glaive wanted to get aggressive on his own, but 2 people wanted to sit back and do normal default smokes and flashes while waiting out the aggression. So they need to get on the same page, and they need to do it quickly. They're running out of rounds.
Yeah, there we are, 14-13. The Mouseports starting to look better and better here. You've got Chris J starting to warm up into this. You've got Dennis playing a good game as well. And already, what looks like going to be an A hit coming through. Once Valda puts that smoke into play. Probably CT, I can imagine, just to allow them to pour out maybe towards stairs. But then again, only one's coming through from Palace. So wherever they feel the most threat comes from, here we go. Smoke's going to be put down. And it's towards site. So just trying to cut off as much as they can with as limited amounts as possible. And Dennis is going to be waiting here the whole time. He has been quite a bit. You are isolated, but if no one checks you, you get away and do this. Gets one, can't find any more. Yes, he can. That's a lovely spray adjustment towards Snappy and Glaive. He got 2 then, bearing in mind, not just the 1 in the follow-up. And now we are just down to Valda. So, bomb plant, I guess that was the pure intention of this one, and any more's a bonus. But in the end, it'll be another round on the board for Mouseports.
Dennis, the Goblin King.
He is.
He's played that box quite a lot.
Yeah.
Been successful, doing it all. Goblin boxes.
It's a new way of calling it. It's the only PG-13 way that I've actually been able to think about it, so that's fine. And Goblin King was from Labyrinth. I knew I wasn't original and came up with that. Heroic, by coming in, we pray to God it's not just the mid-split, but I have a feeling it's going to be the mid-split again. Smoke goes up from Modi.
And he goes over towards A to lurk and listen and give information to his team as something completely uninspired coming out right now from Heroic.
It does feel like, okay, we're just going to keep going through the motions until it works, rather than going, well, what can we change to make it work? And now Nico's getting a little confident. That could have been a problem there, actually, 2 plays through underpass, but not when you're Nico. You can just find shots like that. He's popped out Snappy, and of course he's going to land it. It's Nico. Why wouldn't you? Tag from Oscar, a little unfortunate, but the 5-7 is there to back him up. And again, Heroic, literally, the lambs themselves, consciously taking themselves into the slaughter here. But it's Freese and Modi looking to buck the trend. They saw Valda do it before. They're in a situation that they can work with, but it's certainly not going to be easy. Modi's going to get stepped towards A. That might give a little bit of a false sense of security towards what Freese can do. And Dennis change. The Goblin King is a tricky one. He won't just sit there all the time. And now it's just Freese. And Chris J, I think he's got like a feel about this. I think you can just about see the feet normally first. Yeah.
There it is. Chris?
Chris?
Mr. J?
Hello? Have a seat.
Hello.
What on earth
Oh, he
is
was
going
sitting on the wall.
Yeah.
So
relevant memes.
Yeah, let's really dissect this, because this is just bad. If you wanted to play passive, if you were Heroic, right, you could do the top mid smoke, get one guy to go through the connector Molotov, couple of flashes to feign it, sit right back, get everyone else to sit back, listen, call out utility, one smoke used A ramp, one Molotov used Palace, one Molotov used B apps. Call out utility, maybe Mouse get a little bit uncomfortable. You should have done this a lot earlier in the half, mind you. I'm not saying to do this now, but I'm saying, you know, earlier on. And you could have very easily set a different pace, as once again, Mouse are going to find another pick. And this boost right now by Chris J, he's up, he's about to catch a few of the... Oh, he's unscoped at the wrong time, and the rush is coming in with Tech 9. Molotovs are going to slow them down, but they have to push through now.
And he's made it away, which is the more important thing. He may not be in the best position, but he's making the best out of a bad situation. That P250 bailing him out, and then someone Freeze. What a way to die. And oh my word. How did you throw that one away, Heroic? You had so many rounds to play with on that. And it did feel frustrating from our perspective. Of course, when you're in the game, you don't maybe notice it as clearly. But that was not great, to say the very least.
Yeah, I feel they were very one-dimensional. They kept trying to do the same thing.
Yep.
They did the execute towards A once. It didn't work. They got disenchanted by that. You need to be able to retry things, especially if you can look and see what went wrong with it. Hopefully we can see something a bit more creative from them on Overpass. I think you need to do more executes on Overpass, so we might see...
Just out of pure necessity?
Yeah, not as much defaulting would be nice.
Yeah, not sure what to make of that. Guys at the desk, what are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I mean, Mouseports, I mean, 16-14 at the start of the season against Heroic, I would have said not a problem. We haven't seen them in a while, but coming in with Nex, or rather with Oscar and the next thing, it worked out 16-14. I don't know, it's close. What do you think, Henry?
It's certainly close. You could see Heroic. I think they should have been the favourites. They win both pistols in the second half as well. They got the 5-0 start. Then Chad, as I pointed out, they're very one-dimensional throughout their T campaign. Like they had a great start. They had the economy in their contention, and then all of a sudden they keep doing the same default every single time. Right? They're playing 2 towards underpass, 2 coming towards top and middle. They're trying to split towards the A bomb side, 1 lurking towards the ramp as well. And you can see it just wasn't really working out for them every single time. Nico's locking them down. They tried the hand towards B a couple of times, and Speedy was incredible towards that B side. He had some really top rounds there to actually scare them off so many times towards that area that actually just kept going towards the same default. I think they tried maybe 1 or 2 set pieces towards A in total, and it just wasn't working out for them at all. So after winning those pistols, getting the 5-0 in their favour, they just couldn't get going at all in the gun rounds. And that was like, I think it was like a 13-7 lead at one point after that initial advantage they got from the pistol, and it just completely ran away from them. And you have to feel like with Mouseports coming in with Oscar as well, Oscar wasn't even particularly good. It wasn't like it was like there was the factor coming into it that he stepped up. But it was just Speedy, Chris J. He was actually rifle on the T side as well. Oscar was AWPing, and he actually got some opening picks.
Well, that was one of the concerns as well when they brought in Oscar, was how Chris J was going to get implemented back onto a rifle position. If he leaves again now, if he's, indefinite hiatus, whatever is going on in the team, maybe we see him go back toward, the scoped weaponry. But
we saw him on the second half there with the secondary AWP role, still hitting shots, still looking good. But now presumably he'll be going back to primary AWP. That's the big question.
Well,
right?
and even when they brought in Oscar, the rumor was that Nico was still going to be the secondary AWP, just because he was the one that wanted to get aggressive and wanted to make that call, similar with sort of a simple-esque in that way. So it's interesting to see him go back onto it. It's interesting to see if he says whether or not he will be implemented back onto his secondary role.
Yeah.
I do think what you said about Heroic, the one-dimensional default, that's something we've noted with them throughout multiple maps. The same was said on Overpass with their smokes onto A. That was all they could rely on in that map. So there's lots to be said in that sense. And Overpass does come up next.
The defaults, running those every single time are fine. But if you're consistently losing the duels time and time again, that's when you have a serious problem. Maybe you do have to fall back to the tactics at that point. Yes, they got scared off a B, but they only tried their execution once, right, towards the A bomb site. And it didn't really seem to work out for them at all. I think they needed to either go a little bit faster, try and mix it up a little bit there. Just couldn't keep running the same default. If you're not finding the frags there, it's hard to justify keeping doing those over and over again.
Yeah, absolutely. And the trade kills Chad mentioned as well during that. They weren't playing for trades at all effectively, and that made it far too easy for Speedy to push through. So that said, we're going to take it to a break. But of course, with every break comes something I remind you of, and that's if you haven't downloaded already, I'm going to break your fingers. Go to the Score Esports application on iOS App Store or Google Play, and you get to keep your fingers. It's as simple as that. We'll take a break. We'll see you soon.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
He's gonna get the one kill in that bomb coming onto the side. Fnatic has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple at Fnatic! Oh my god, what a way to win that round! They don't have a smoke, so this overstill. Oh,
Fantastic way to start, and the follow-up grenade there. Chris, instead of falling back, is going to go aggressive, and he actually hits the shot on Schneider. No scopes on MSL. Chris is on full carry mode here. It's now 3 kills for him. A quad kill turns around. He's going to get the ace. What a ridiculous round. Chris J absolutely saving Mouseports.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Overpass, now what is the only map left in Germany after they moved the nuclear facility to the west, or the east coast rather, of the United States of America.
That's true.
It's true.
Good bit of analysis to kick things off. We started strong.
It's true. You want to know what else I can offer you on this one?
Go on.
Not much, actually.
No,
you go on.
You're reaching there. Well, let's get into it then, Matthew. Overpass. So a map that requires tactical execution. You can't really rely on the defaults like Heroic, where on that T side of Mirage, like sure, you're going to try and get map control to start, and you're going to try and push CTs back, but you do need execution to get on the A bomb side especially. There is a bit of freedom to go a little bit looser towards the B side. You can actually just walk in. There are contact plays available, but I feel like they need to buck their ideas up in terms of the tactical depth if they're going to have a chance to actually pull this one off. Mouseports, though, let's talk about them.
Well, carry on then.
I?
You shall. You just keep going.
Nico, this is like the map he's kind of famed for being quite solo one, right? For Mouseports especially, he'll be towards the B side of the map, and he'll be actually focusing on trying to draw rotations over, find that initial frag by himself, working towards short, sometimes monster, and sometimes it looks a little bit selfish when it doesn't work out for him, but he's the kind of player that can open up so many opportunities for Mouseports in the T side. And the problem is right now, a lot of teams know he does it, but sometimes that's not really a problem. He is one of the world's greatest aimers, mechanical players, and we'll see whether that's going to be enough to find the Mouseports victory. But do you want to talk about recent results recently on this map?
Yeah, I think recent results wouldn't be a bad decision. Why don't you tell me more, Henry?
So in terms of Mousesports, they haven't actually played this map a ton recently, the last 3 months, but they have been playing it somewhat. Last time they played it was actually Gfinity, and they actually beat Godsent 16-2 there. They had a really convincing result, and Matthew, you were distracting me. But yeah, it was one of those games where Godsent hasn't really turned up in terms of their form right now, and actually struggling as a team overall. That event was really bad for them. And this was actually an event where Oscar was actually struggling tremendously, and they still managed to get that 16-2 scoreline. So it's still pretty impressive all the same. What are your thoughts on that?
Right. I think it's time to go to the casters now that you've done that segment for us.
Yeah,
so,
no
Sponge and Pansy, it's over to you guys.
Peace out.
This is the parlor. Do the parlor.
I'm not doing that.
Do the parlor.
What has happened to this show since you guys have come here? Literally, Matt is under the desk. Henry is the most professional person out of us, and you're doing that.
I think I'm...
Like,
well, actually, you're probably the most professional.
That's...
We got Henry wearing denim. There's no way he's more professional than me.
Yeah, you've actually got shoes on as
I have
well.
shoes
like,
on.
I was looking down for the thongs
It's getting
there.
cold. It's getting cold. It's getting cold.
I don't know what's happened anymore.
So they kind of went over Overpass a little bit.
Would you like to go into some depth here?
I don't really want to talk about how the teams are going to approach it, because I feel that we're just going to see a very individual style of play coming in again.
Mirage is anything to go by, yeah.
Yeah, so this map is very territory based. It's about who's taking what territory and who's pushing people around the map. The Ts don't get a lot of territory to begin with. You know, they can take the playground area, they can get the back. I call it backyard towards B before you go through either of the pipes, either through the monster or I call it water. Some people call it dirty water, sewer, whatever the hell you want to call it. It's water.
Water,
yeah, so, you know, these are the types of places where you can take territory by using simple Molotovs and flashes to push them back and gaining that. And then you can kind of figure out what hold the CTs are doing and then execute from there. Looks like we're going to see a fast, long play right now.
There's a good read from Mouseports if that's the case, or at least they've got the good positions to spot in Chris J.
Good night.
Carrying on where he really kind of left the mark on Mirage, really lovely impacting towards this, and now everything else has been seen. Dennis spots out the bomb and the additional player of Modi as well. One man remains unspotted, but that's beyond the point here. They've got the bomb down at least, and actually they're making a bit of a stand for it. But still, tags or not, it doesn't really matter. There is still a 5v2, favorable, of course, towards the CT side. A kit on Speedy as well, in case it wasn't bad enough. And the retake's about to come through. Valda and Modi, you better be prepared for this one. Already players going to be working their way down. One on the site, one towards water. Modi spots the first, gets a good tag, but it's Chris J finding Valda.
Ouch.
And my word, what around from Chris J?
Couple of headshots, makes life easy. Good by Chris to start it off. When you're picking long like that, you don't, as Ts, you don't want to jiggle pick out like that, right? Because you're opening yourself up to so many different lines, and it's very easy for them to snap your head off. You want to like go balls deep and just go around that corner and don't stop.
Just fully commit.
Normally with numbers, however, with only 2 of them, it was just more of an information play, but they didn't even, the information was, you guys are now dead. So they're taking a full eco besides Snappy, who's picked up a P250 right now. So it means they want to buy in the following round. So Heroic next round would be able to pick up AKs and a bit of utility. Depending on how badly they get eco slowed right now, we will most likely see Mouse hold on to their SMGs.
And they've got a really good read so far as to what's coming their way. It's not a massive stretch of the imagination. Okay, well, the best they're going to hope for here is a plant, so B's probably the most likely to get it from.
There's literally nobody watching any part of the A bomb site right now for Mouse.
Absolutely not.
That's insane. Oscar's going back up now to have a quick little look, but they've committed fully to this B side of the map.
And timing's allowed Snappy through. As you said, Oscar's the one backing over towards A just to check, and now Oscar looks back in time. Snappy goes down, and that might start to give away a bit of the game, but it also makes Mouseports think a bit, okay, well, if there's one in underpass, maybe they've been working through A, maybe they're getting up that way, but the bomb's still over uncommitted anywhere, pretty much. It's still pretty much by spawn here, so again.
You see right now how they're going really slow on an eco round. Imagine if you did this on Mirage. You make Mouseports second guess, you force them to rotate around the map, maybe waste a bit of utility, and then you could do your default, then you can do an execute. Right now, on an eco, with one upgraded pistol, they've managed to make that many members of Mouse move around the map because they're scared of what could possibly have happened, and they've literally done nothing. This is what the power of patience can do for you.
If only they could have applied that, as said, to Mirage. At the moment, though, it will be dealt with by Mouseports, but as you said, they unraveled that full stack. They made them second-guess themselves. They made a play around what they maybe expected. So hopefully, maybe Heroic will let that sink in, but maybe not after seeing Mirage. I don't know. I don't know what to read from these guys. Heroic aren't slouches on this map. They certainly have some decent results beside them, but probably not to the escalades of Mouse. Again, though, I don't know. Heroic, you've got to impress me again after what we saw previously. I don't think have they got a single kill yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But that's okay. We're only 2 rounds in.
That's fine.
I think Heroic should take this relatively slowly. They know that there's a lot of SMGs left over. If you wait, find them out, eventually you will find these picks. If you run into a trap that can be laid by the CT side, playing close up with those SMGs, you're going to get punished. Once again, a heavy
This is
B
heavy,
play.
yeah. This is a massive stack. And actually, Moddy's already found one towards Speedy, but maybe they're backing off from this because I don't know. You get a feeling for things, and maybe they're getting a bit of an idea of what's possibly going on here. Snappy's going to sit in connector. He can play like a rotate role if they want, and they can allow the likes of Glaive to kind of get ahead of the curve. Now, the one man who can kind of be a nuisance is going to be Chris J. It depends where he goes. It depends what information he gets, because now they're making Mouse disperse. Again, there's slightly more slow play. There's slightly more kind of, I guess, methodical approach to the map of just taking some control here, waiting it out, playing, see what the CT side does. It's actually going to pay off, and then some. Snappy, though, in a bit of a trade out here. Going to get found in the end by Chris J. He was the man to pick it back up and bring it, well, I wouldn't say to an even situation at this point, but keeps it competitive at least.
It's going to be really difficult right now for Mouse to get into this round. They are all rotating towards that A site, which is a good call. You need to play together when you only have 2 UMPs and an M4. And Oscar playing aggressive in the toilet here. Might be able to catch somebody with their pants down. Nope. Glaive is going to find his head and drop him.
I see what you did there with the pants down thing. That was really good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm getting better at this now that I get to talk more. And
it is quite tricky.
They're going to make their way on the side pretty easily.
Yeah, bombs down, but Chris J finds Valda. Now, Dennis is actually ahead of maybe where they'd expect. I think Freeze kind of caught a glimpse of him somewhere in that smoke. Takes his head off, and now it's just Chris J. 1v2, almost impossible with that HP. He did have a smoke, but no kit. He will fall in the end, and Heroic actually looked decent in there, and I like their approach to it. I'm not sure why Mouse stacked out so heavily towards B, but maybe just how they want to come into this one.
Yeah, I think the aggressive stack was good because of the SMGs that they had. However, nobody contested them in a close range battle at the start of the round. It was all relatively, long range. And Mouse, even though it was a gamble stack, it wasn't an aggressive play. They didn't actually try and take anything off of Heroic. They were laying in wait. They were being resident sleepers. And right now, we're going to see... It's a better buy right now from Heroic than, sorry, not from Heroic, from Mouse than last round. They've all got rifles. The utility is a little bit lower than they'd probably like it to be. But what you have to do on this map, your protocols, this thing I talk about, you Molotov and you smoke off certain parts of the map to delay them. But Glaive's going to find a nice little pick there on Party.
And there was no one there to support Oscar as well. He's very, okay, Chris J can actually come back into it. He does find one, but still, trading out evenly or even to an advantageous position for Heroic is phenomenal. They've got a great spot now. They have 4 players standing to the 3 of Mouseports. Speedy's already tagged, and there's an ult for free if Freeze wants it. This is, I'm kind of curious why no one was there to help him out through Underpass or by toilets. Normally you see the kind of duo playing off the back of that, but wasn't to be the case in this round, coming in for the CT side, and now we're down to those 3. Speedy, Nico, and Dennis have to be the ones to string this one back together and try and unravel what Heroic is doing, but this slow play, well, it's not even slow really, they're just getting opportunities early on and then hitting the brakes a little bit.
There's lots of individual aggression coming in from Mouse this round. The push was obviously to put pressure on Playground, but Oscar just got slammed by Glaive, and then Chris was able to grab one, but quickly traded. Moddy going in. It is a B play. So Heroic have basically gone around the world back and forth so far, and they will make their way into B. Moddy's going to get that first frag, and now they can just set up their after plant situation. Dennis, really going to find too much as Voldy takes a few bullets through and picks back out. Does make the frag.
Even with the team flash coming through.
Yeah, maybe save this one, Spitty. There's not much you can do, Matt. Your team, they're not looking too good financially. So Heroic are going to force Mouse most likely onto an eco. There's going to be hardly any money going around for the next round. Or maybe even potentially a double eco if they want to get those AWPs up again. We know it seems weird because you'd expect Chris J to maybe AWP a little bit more than what he has. Now that Oscar's around, or in this game, Oscar being around, it doesn't seem like he wants to pick it up as much. It goes to Nico more than Chris, but you can play a double AWP setup at A on this map pretty proficiently.
We've seen a couple of teams do it as well, and it kind of surprised us at first because it feels quite risky. We saw Simple and Guardian doing it over by A purely, but it worked with those two. But I guess if you're both actually very much on a good level of AWPing, you definitely can pull it off.
Yep, and I was just questioning whether or not we were going to see a force out of Mouse here because if they want to get full utility, they have to take the double eco, but they're going to opt for the save.
Okay. Well, only a P250 with Oscar then.
Where are they taking the rifle? The rifle is going to go towards B, and it's a risky spot because people are checking it now, and the AK is going to have the advantage here. And the problem with spots like this is, well, he will grab one. The problem with spots like that is you're sitting in wait, and if they make you wait a very long time, your concentration slowly starts to fade. Because if you're sitting there for like 45 seconds waiting, and then they step out on the 46th second where you go to scratch your nose or you go to communicate something and you get caught off guard, they're looking for that pick while you're waiting for them to come into your line of sight. It's a lot harder to deal with, in my opinion.
There's something that NIP used to tout, especially on Inferno, that they preferred even starting on the T side on that because they're the ones to make the plays they're actively looking. They prefer to warm up that way as such that they just felt it used to work. And that's a long time ago, but into this one, they have recovered an AK, so that goes into the hands of Dennis. Now, he's not sitting too pretty, 66 HP, but there's no one else with armor really as well. So again, doesn't really matter, I guess, whose hands it falls into. It's still down to Speedy to make the differences, and it's causing Heroic some issues here. They've, again, fallen back to, okay, well, let's sit and see if we get given any more chances. And it doesn't look like Mouseports really want to go walking into this.
Very slow pace being adopted by Heroic. Like, contrast to the last map where they were pushing in aggressively off their default and getting picked off one at a time. They're staying together as a unit and they're running down the clock.
Before it was Speedy, now it's Dennis. It's a nuisance to play against, but Chris just found a little bit of wiggle room here. Now, I don't know if they're going to expect it. Surely they're going to check for this, but the bomb's going to go down, and actually he could have contested that further. Goes in, tries to get the job done. As you said, it's quite hard to hit those shots with the USPS just when they're crouching in like that, but it's now down to a favorable situation for Mouseports, at least numbers-wise, but it leaves it all in the hands of Snappy, and he can't do it. It's Speedy. That one gun made the difference. The boost at the start provided the first, and the others fell into place off the back of that. So well played to Mouseports to make that one work.
Speedy did a lot of work there. Not only did he get that first kill, what you see a lot of teams doing is when you get a kill on that site that you've stacked or the rifle's at, what you tend to do is rotate that rifle elsewhere.
Yeah.
And you take it to the other side because in theory, you're scaring the team towards the other side. Heroic didn't budge. They stayed in that area that I call backyard. Spitty, not only did he get that first frag, rotate to the other side, he pushed for aggression at the other side, found that it was clear so his teammates could stack B, and then came in with a very instrumental flank there.
There it is. Oscar had a decent spawn for this, so going to pick it up for himself and head over towards Party. Or is he going to just peek from the stairs? Goes for the stairs peek instead. Oh, he gets the leg. At least he gets the tag towards Snappy. Not the best thing in the world, but he had the support there as Chris J as well. So this time, not so alone, not so isolated, able to back away with the support and maybe take up a slightly more passive position. It will give up some ground here, and instantly you can see Heroic looking to try and take it back. Did he see that? I think he might have just seen that. It might at least show up on radar. If he did just jump up, he definitely saw it. Now Oscar's waiting for this. It could allow Glaive to take the close swing, and it does, and he can't hit the shot. Glaive is there, steps out in the perfect bit of timing, and now Chris J very much alone. The other three all on to B.
I'm curious how he didn't hear Glaive up much closer than that. You would have heard him running when he dropped off from Party. He was basically legging it. Crystal trade out one, but Moddy's going to stay on top of it. The only drama right now for Heroic is Snappy being so low. Any little tickle will drop him down. And Spitty, once again, he seems to be the hero right now. Playing relatively aggressive at A, could catch some people here.
If they take their time, too much Heroic. They are playing slowly. If they take their time, Nico will be in a big position, but it's timing related. It's completely down to if they make the timing work for them. Now, Spitty's going to try and go aggressive, maybe trying to cost them time, get a frag back, do something to try and turn the tides here, but it's down to Dennis now on this side. That was lovely towards Valda, claiming the pixel above the bomb site, and now Nico comes in. This was the threat. This was the danger position. Now the crossfire's back into play. This has been a big situation for Mouseports, and they're turning it so well into their hands, but the bomb now loose. Freeze behind the smoke. He's kind of just rope-a-doped himself around into a bit of a bad spot here. Dennis can just tuck his head down. He doesn't show. And now Freeze has to commit. Dennis plays incredibly well there, and Nico's positioning just makes it so uncomfortable for them to play towards the site.
Yeah, the only drama that I really have with the way that Heroic are addressing this, it was a good change of pace, and everything was working well, but they lost that eco round, right, where they had the one gun left. So they think, okay, we don't need to adjust right now. We'll keep going with the same thing. We'll try out being the unit. We'll see how we go. Now they need to adjust, but the thing is, Mouse are ready for the adjustment. So you either just continue the next gun round in playing this slow style, maybe leave one person as the caretaker, making sure those flanks can't come in, but keep up that same style, or you have to completely change it up and go into something a little bit more aggressive. But Oscar's going to get a lot of work done in connector with the alligator.
He can do more.
Chomping away. The long-range alligator.
If you hit headshots with that thing, it annoyingly works at disgraceful range as well. I'm not even kidding. Like, I hate that gun with a passion, but it works very well for him there, and it gets him massive amounts of money. He's gone from sod all to actually a fairly respectable amount, and would you dare, Oscar?
Hold on to it, dude. I believe in you.
You just become sadistic after all these years of like playing CS. You're like, no, stick on the shotgun against the
why not? If he uses it properly and his teammates help him, assist him to get into like a position in sewer or
Monster's
water or
not
whatever.
bad to watch either.
Yeah, Monster would be good with it. He could lock that section of the map down. See, here's the pace change. So right now they're going into a default. Before they were sitting like quite back, and the default spread has come out here, and this is where they can get picked up one at a time.
Thank you, Moddy. Thank you for not dying to that. Now, Freeze has actually come up with the goods as well. That's quite important. He finds Chris J, which kind of splits up the remainder of the CT side. 2 are still on B, and there's 1 left alone in toilets, and that's Spinny for once. So maybe left scratching the heads. That might encourage them to hit A a little bit quicker than normal. Oscar and Chris J normally lock that down together, and they don't expect it. It doesn't matter if they expect it. Freeze still hits the shot. Lovely adjustment towards Spinny. And now the two players remaining, one being Nico, you can never write out. Dennis certainly had his moments in the previous map. This time he needs it again. He's going to be the one over by A. The bomb yet to move, so still looking for chances here. And Nico, this is the most where he just seems to become a beast. Where it's odds against him, he shouldn't be able to do well. He seems to be able to pull it back together. But Glaive putting all these flashes in, but Nico's not really falling for it much here. I think he's going to hear something, not these steps, but earlier on he might have had a couple of steps backing off from this. So it might be time for Dennis to have to ready himself for what's coming his way. And I guess if you're going to pick your poison now of Nico and Dennis, you definitely pick Dennis here. So Dennis is going to back off into a little bit of a different spot. He's got time as well, bearing in mind. He's got the smoke, he's got 2 flashes. Oh, that peek towards long, if it was just a step wider, he would have seen them.
This is really, like, the way that Heroic were playing this was scary. Glaive was quite aggressive through Monster on his own, but now they finally regrouped and they will hit the bomb site together. Dennis is going to get shot in the back here if he's not careful. Oh, he's missed.
Somehow he's still alive. Dennis, if he gets anything there, would have been a massive bonus. He doesn't, but he got to tell Nico early that I've seen them already on A long, so it's time to get over there. So an earlier rotate than expected, but it doesn't matter. Glaive holds the angle, waits for it well, and there it is. Closed out, and Heroic do pick up the round.
Yeah, so that spread default there by Heroic was different to than them being in that unit that they have been in the past rounds. And the aggression by Mouse was punished all across the map. So right now, I would like to see a pace change by Heroic. Do something relatively quick, maybe do a contact play, maybe go straight into a quick execute. Change up the pace and see how you can force Mouse around the map or catch them off guard. 2 AWPs now.
Towards A as well. So both AWPs going towards A. Oscar and Chris J, 1 on long. Well, actually, yeah, so Chris J's on long, Oscar's up close. So this is something we were discussing earlier. Navi's tried it before, and it works quite well between Simple and Guardian when they do run it. A little bit different than how we're seeing it here. And Freeze, patient, passive as ever. Quite a passive AWPer style in nature, but Chris J's got a nice little angle here. If they do try and take the peak on that, you have to commit, as said. And now, well, the slower beginning from Heroic, still looking for anything they can find. Freeze looking towards a tree there, but they're actually getting some ground. Heroic towards the toilet area. Going to force Oscar off the angle he wanted and allow some control towards underpass.
Yeah, they're just clearing out all the close angles and getting their connector control. This makes it easy to rotate between the sites. They can pull off fakes quite easily now because once you have that section of the map, that's kind of the thoroughfare to get back and forth.
Well, that avenue is certainly open for business. Now, Christian's got to be careful. He's going to hear a couple of steps now shuffling his way. He's going to hear the jumps. He spots them out. One to the right, one up above. He gets the tag, I think, there actually on Glaive through this side of the wall. And now Freeze just going to miss another shot. Why not? He's going to turn around. There we go. They finally challenged Chris J, but now Oscar's left alone. He's got players to his right that's going to be pushing up towards the site. He's going to try and find the fight towards the short side here, towards the highway side, however you want to refer to it as that bomb's actually on this sort of position. So again, Oscar could do some real work here. Little does he know that, of course, but again, Heroic hit the brakes a bit, slow it down, see if they can just push that advantage further, but it could allow time. And Oscar, that's a very brave angle to just jump right across there. He had no information they weren't there. Now the mollies come in, and now he's in a really bad spot.
They're still very slow. I know the Molotovs are holding them back, but usually you see a little bit more commitment. Spitty will whiff away on a couple of players there, looking the wrong way. He's going to grab one, but the trades are coming out right now.
And look at the time, 6 seconds. They have to be incredibly fast about this. They shoo. That was on 3 on my eyes, but that might just be the... No, there it is. Last second. It doesn't matter. That one shot that he hit, the adjusted shot that Oscar took, to take the extra second to hit it properly, was luckily the play with the bomb. So again, Oscar got them that round, even though he did go down, even though he fell back in quite a risky manner, he still pulled it off.
Yeah, that clock. I was watching the timer as the bomber got planted. That was like a split second, like tiny. Bit unfortunate there by Heroic. They won't be too happy with that one, but they're still in position right now to ruin the economy of Mouse. Mouse are sitting on not a lot, and nor Heroic. So this is, once again, this middle section, like we had in the last game, becomes a fight for money. And that's what we're all fighting for, Lauren.
I work for ESL, I don't know that fight. Oh, I'm not kidding. I'm kidding. Please don't fire me, Joe. Chris J. Chris J with a UMP, gonna try and build this one. Does have good armor pen, but not ideal in this situation, so banking a lot towards Oscar, being pretty on point here. He's gonna start to fall off, kind of bait Chris J in pretty much, but that flash, not ideal. Somehow, I'm not sure, was that a T-flash? It must have been, because no one else was anywhere near. So again, Chris J's still alive, still sitting perfectly fine, and actually a couple of T-plays around him, so he could still do some work here.
I think Glaive got spammed through the wall by the ult.
Do you reckon him?
Must have been. I think it must have been.
There's no one else near, so yeah, it has to be.
Yeah, well...
Unlucky.
That's not cool.
That's incredibly unlucky.
It looks like they're setting up for an A execute. They know they can take this territory right now off of Mouse. They're set up towards long. The only problem is they don't have enough bathroom or toilet control. Lavatory controller, depends which way you want to say it. WC, what part of the world you're from. The up close UMP is going to do some work as Chris J and Oscar chime in for a couple of frags. Modi will grab one, but they're separated right now, and there's an Oscar standing between them and the bomb site.
And that's a problem, especially when he's hitting shots like that. Modi gets denied, and now it's just Freeze. 3 men in between him and the bomb, and it doesn't really matter. Wait, was that through the wall or smoke, or just felt the need to do it? I didn't hear a step. I'm pretty sure he was walking there, but it's all right. It's just Nico doing Nico things.
Yeah, I wasn't on his pub. Do you reckon Oscar is grouchy?
I was going to actually try and make a pun of that in the last round.
Grouch?
I was trying to, but I'm not creative, you know? I'm just no Alex. I'll work on it.
We need that wordsmith in our lives.
You do. I think we all do. But not all of us can have that. So it'll be Heroic on the eco pretty much here. Just sadness. All right, we're just going to really bring it down a tone. But yeah, just Deagles, P250s. No armor, no flashes. And not many hopes really coming into this one to do much with. And Speedy's going to be making some good money. Modi's going to at least get a little something for himself, but it's all to really no avail. So in the end, it's 3 for Chris J, 3 for Speedy, all with the UMP. So that's going to make some decent money.
Yeah, they're running away with it now. 8-3 is the scoreline. If Heroic want to get back in this game, it has to start right now. They want to be looking at least 5 rounds, I'd say. That's a pretty decent T-half for this map. If they can get anything more than that, if they can get 6 or 7, they'll be laughing. But at this moment, they're in Struggle Town. Struggle Town, Struggle Street.
I say Struggle Bus, but I feel that's very insulting.
Struggle Bus?
Yeah, it's not a good one. Yeah, it's not a good one.
It's all right.
All right, let's just glance past that. But double ops again, Mollies, please be careful. And on the other side, Heroic's money is pretty trash. So again, I like Dennis and Oscar actually going lookabouts here.
I like this by Oscar. Fallen was the first guy I saw doing this type of play, aggressive with the ult here.
Dennis? Dennis just left him do it.
I think because he pushed through just as that Molotov was clearing Valdi, it caught them off guard a little bit. They didn't think anybody would have been through or had the guts to do it. He did take damage to that Molotov as well, like a little lick of it. So he timed it at the last second and he picked up 2 frags from it. But right now, Nico's going to grab one of his own. And Chris J as well. The round is falling apart for Heroic. We're in a 2v3 situation, and Freeze is limping away on 34 HP.
And this is now an issue. Glaive going down means that they know roughly where 1 is, and that's actually a really big position, considering it's Freeze with the bomb. He's got, what, 34 HP, and he's going to try and find the player on the side, and he does, but it's not in the good way at all. It was Chris J kind of expecting maybe a fight from hearing the steps.
Look where Snappy is, though.
And I don't understand how these players get into positions. At this point, I guess there is only 2 alive, so there'll always be routes left available, but let's see how much damage he can do.
This is pretty unexpected.
It certainly was at that point. Chris J's back gets absolutely peppered with shots, but in the end he will close down with 3 there. But a little unfortunate that he wasn't able to get the clean shot off towards Chris J, because actually he could have done so much more than Speedy was in a position he could definitely punish. There's a little bit of time to play with, but it wasn't the case. So Paul's going to come in. Now, if you're Heroic, again, like I've got to say it, they're just losing out overall, it feels like. They're getting picked apart quite early on. How do you... You know, there's no obviously easy answer to this, but is there anything you'd immediately go to? Just site hits, or what can you do at this point?
So there's a couple of ways that you can get map territory. You can either go for the toilet and a long territory first. You push them back from those areas, grab that, then you go back and take the water section of the map. And then once you own all of those parts of the map, all you need to do is make sure that you're deterring them from pushing. You know, you occasionally have somebody there spamming away. You have somebody, maybe a caretaker, waiting for those pushes in different areas, and then you can decide where you want to hit. Right now, Heroic are kind of tunnel vision. They're going towards one part of the map, and there's big gaps left in their T side spread or defense. And Mouse are always pushing. They're always aggressive. They're finding frags. So even when they want to rotate back, Heroic are being met with aggression, and it makes it hard to do late round set executes if you're down in numbers. It's very difficult, especially like just then they were started off in a 3-on-5 situation with Voldy getting 2 nice kills, and then they lost the round. They just got picked apart one at a time. I don't know what they now. It's too late for a pace change right now. You're going to be expecting a rush, right? That's what I'd go. Okay, they haven't done a rush yet. Expect them to rush here, or maybe they do an explosion on this site, something like that. It seems like they've left maybe this pause a little bit too late, and the way for them to readdress their T half too late, I think, as well.
Well, yeah, at 9-3, you certainly could be feeling it, maybe pushing the boundaries of what you can actually achieve in turning it, considering they don't have much money here. And yes, the shotgun is back. The crocodile.
Yeah, it's an alligator.
It's an alligator.
Yeah, crocodiles are much bigger and more vicious.
Okay.
Yeah, your freshwater alligators you guys have in these parts of the world, we don't.
Do we even have alligators here? I don't think we do. We don't die when we go to the bathroom.
We only deal with the crocodiles, all right? Okay. The big ones.
The big ones.
The big ones. They'll mess you up. Alligators are for women. Those bloody
all right, Dundee.
Americans.
Calm down. Right,
you call
Oscar.
that a knife?
Oh, God, I knew that was going to come out at some point.
Knife.
I'm going to get you the most Australian hat at some point, a nice inflatable to get you happy with.
Bloody oath.
Oscar, the alligator, crocodile.
Did you just do Oscar?
I didn't, but I wish I did.
Nice.
Again, I'm just not creative enough to really capitalize on these chances. But again, something that's not particularly creative is currently the T side from Heroic. We're down to 2 now. Modi and Valda, the shotgun's been recovered. What a saving grace that may be. Let's see what you can do, Valda. I want to see some magic here.
Are you mocking the real shotgun?
No.
It seemed like you were. He pushes with the smoke. He gets punished for it. That's good to see. I like it when people get punished for doing those risky plays. Yeah, and there goes Modi. He's going to get taken down. 10-3 right now. It's not looking good. I was saying that just before. It's looking even worse at this point. You really want to grab at least 4 because that gives you the buffer. Even if you lose pistol, you're not feeling
you got one
that's
more
the
to
end.
Go, yeah.
But just having a look at the old tab that I believe Rush had up for us, Chris J doing a lot of work. He was doing a lot of work last night as well. He's playing well, being put on this, rifle role. We've seen him. He's on the main AWP right now, though. So Oscar's picked up the rifle, and Chris J's on the AWAP.
If he's feeling it, why not? I can't really blame him, you know what I mean? Sometimes if a player's feeling it, you've got to keep them on it, the way that you have to take people off it if they're not particularly doing well as well.
That's the type of AWPer I think Chris J is. I don't think he is a main AWPer. I think he's more of like a secondary AWPer to pick it up when he's feeling it. Might even a huge entry there. He's going to get traded out pretty quickly, but that is an opening as the explosion comes through Monster, and Dennis will spam down 3 quick frags, and once again, Freeze and Snappy with a lot of work to do.
Yeah, not particularly great. The bomb's actually committed towards the end of Monster, and they have 1 smoke left if they wanted to try and smoke it and run in for it, but that's not going to be a possibility here. Not with that many mollies, not with that much left with the CT side that can just basically molly out the rest of this round at this point. Now, Snappy and Freeze, you got to do something, boys.
This is, I know we're not
Save
looking
time.
at Oscar's POV right now, but he's basically playing retake on the A site because we know where the bomb is. He can see the stairs, so nobody can drop down there to flank, and nobody can come through bank.
Nice.
So he's got it all covered. That boost by Freeze will, claw 1 back, but still a mountain to climb.
And I don't know if they're going to expect Speedy to actually push up. And these are the mollies we're talking about. 1 comes in, Flash comes out. They could have peeked it if they wanted to, just not going to go for it yet. They know the bomb's still there. If they just keep taking peeks on the bomb, that's all they need. But they've got to be careful. Freeze needs to hit the shot, and he does. That's big. Finds Chris J, but will he expect a second by the pillar? That's going to be Oscar. Flash underhand, goes for it. Gets spotted out by Freeze just before the flash popped. But around the back, on the flank, it's Spiddy, but it's just going to be Freeze up against Spiddy now. 1v1.
Oh, he's going to A?
He's got 20 seconds.
Does he have time? He should have time.
He should have time. He should be able to get up there pretty quickly, but Spiddy's got to know this.
Speedy's onto it.
Yeah, he can smell this one a mile off.
He is going to be speedy on this one.
Christ almighty, we're not teaching you good things here, are we?
All Alex does is puns. People seem to like it.
You don't need content, Chad. You need memes and puns.
Exactly. Don't worry about what you know. Just be edgy. Just make jokes about things. Make people laugh. We're clowns. We're entertainers. We don't need to know anything. Right now,
Spitty has to know that he's either bank or drop. He must know this. And he's going to sit it, you ballsy. I won't say what I was going to finish that sentence with.
I think he might deserve it at this point. Spitty gets the full diffuse and Freeze. You've got to be pissed about that one, I'm not going to lie. You're sat there going, what, you're just going to full it, are you, with no idea. But he did have an idea. He took the longer route. He got the early idea of what may be happening, and he just got the information correct and went all the way around.
Yeah, a very risky decision. It's, you know, Freeze with the AWP, it's hard for him to pick out because he can get punished by the rifle. You know, he doesn't know if the tap of the bomb means that he's sitting it or if he's played off it and opened himself up a wider angle. So Freeze gambled and he lost. Well, that's what that was. It was basically roulette. Oscar's going to open up and we have the double ops set up happening front again for Mouse.
Ooh, Chris J goes down now, which could have been an issue, but actually Spitty's on long. So again, Oscar knows that he's still got some support here, otherwise he'd be completely blind as to what's happening. That's big from Spitty, denying that approach, and allows Oscar to focus towards Party and the push coming his way. Glaive and Snappy fall by the wayside and leaves Modi trailing a mile away, and an easy one for Oscar to pick up there. 4 kills for him, and while that half is a little decisive, to say the least. Heroic, not great.
No, you're still fundamentally getting picked apart one at a time. We haven't seen any set executes off the bat. You can do a lot of stuff towards B. There's cool little plays you can do. You drop plays into connector, you smoke it off, and you force your way into the sewer or water section of the map and then execute from there. Lots of fun stuff like that. Didn't see much of it, just saw a default spread and got shut down by the aggression and basically the individual aim and plays of Mouse. They were doing a lot of damage picking Heroic apart.
Well, plenty of problems for Heroic here. Let's hope they can recover in the second half. Otherwise, this will be a quick one, guys. So, well, we're going to take a quick break, and hopefully we'll be getting a bit of a better game to come back to.
just happened as Deagle is on fire and Shox is going to walk into it as well. Nico is on fire.
They need to get this through. They've got to have a kit, so he's got a lot of time to work with here. Nico on the outside, he gets the one kill, comes back to the noise break, he wins one while there's still a beauty. Nico, he's going to go for it, he's going to try to get the quad kill. Oh my god, Nico!
Plucks MBK out of the air, brilliant shot. And now they're being taught a lesson. You tried it once, do not try it again. And look at Nico, the one-man band. He took down two on that one shot then. He has to come this way, and Nico waits ever so patiently, and what a ace from him. I guess we saw what can happen if you do try and chase him down. Well, no one's chasing down Nico. He's having a lovely time. Pretty easy.
Is he doing all right, or is it Chris J?
He's encouraging Chris J. Maybe they just swap places on the chairs, you know?
Maybe he's cheerleading.
That's
Do you reckon
it.
they have pom-poms? I don't know any cheers.
I don't know them either, but I'd love to hear some sort of like German cheers coming from the squad. I don't think you can even call it German anymore, but there's a couple of Germans in there.
There's only two.
Yeah, true.
Chris J's from the Netherlands.
True.
I believe.
I don't know if Dutch would sound great as well, being like a cheer, you know what I mean?
They're all very ugly languages, aren't they? Anything but English. Come on, guys, get on our level.
Don't we sound delightful?
You don't want to offend the rest of the world?
It's all right. I'm only kidding.
Thank you for setting the bar so high on insulting people that I can never get that close to it.
I'm only joking. I always learn a little bit when I go to different countries.
Yeah? Like
Yeah.
how ugly the language is?
No, like how to say hello. You know how you say hello in German?
Hello.
Exactly. It's just hello, but with an A instead of an E. Isn't that unique?
It's beautiful. I love the German language.
What's
It's
the one
so
when people
delightful.
say goodbye? Because that's what Mouseports are
Wiedersehen?
about to say to Heroic. Now the other one, the very colloquial one.
Cheers.
That's the one. I always think people are saying cheers. Cheers, mate.
Cheers, mate. All right, smoke to the site. That's going to land pretty much on the bomb site itself, and it looks like Mouseports are about to go. There it is. But smoke's in play. It just denies, I guess, people peeking from upper. You can get a plant in it, and then Dennis can take fights if he wants to. Now, if you are just tuning in, it's 12-3. We'll stop insulting anyone who doesn't speak any form of English, as, you know, I'm sorry about Chad. We can't really account for him. But it's armor v, yeah, full armor retake if Heroic. No defuse kits, no flashes, no nothing, and maybe they don't need it. But Valda's found Nico, but the man at the moment who we're all looking towards is Chris J, and he's off to a good start at the moment already. Oscar and Speedy going to find their own, but it's now down to just one man. It is Glaive. One's not enough here, as Chris J still stands.
You see, a very important thing what Mouse did then, when you're in that situation and the CTs are retaking, you don't want to let your players get isolated. Once one player starts fighting, you need to be in a position to be able to step out safely and help contest the same fight. Because the CTs, they want to isolate you. They want to use the range of their pistols. And Mouse did a very good job there. They played a person behind the pole in the bomb site and 2 people towards Monster, and they could step out and help fight without opening themselves up to heaven and all that kind of jazz.
All right, now Heroic going to go back on the buy as well, as much as possible.
They have to.
Yep, no two ways about it. 13-3, you might as well at this point as well. Push on the CT side. So what do they have to work with? Upgrades on the pistols, so 5.7s galore, nothing else but that. A smoke and a flash and as much armor as they could afford. So maybe the UMPs will be struggling slightly, but they're still decent with armor pen, so you could expect them to be able to handle most of it unless it's at some form of range.
This is very even. Obviously, the AKs can take the longer range duels, but if Heroic play their cards right, they can force the AKs to get in close range and then, you know, pounce out with those 5.7s, those 20 bullets of doom. The SMGs match up very evenly. I wouldn't be opting for a B play. However, now that I look at the mini-map, it looks like a good decision because we don't have too many players from Heroic over at that bomb site. I think it's just Moddy and Snappy right now who have to stand and receive.
Stand to deliver, let's go. What have you got now, Moddy? Let's see. Flashed up, blinded, backed away, burnt. Not much going his way so far, but Snappy waits so patiently as he's going to hit the bomb plant, come in, maybe encourage a little bit of a bite to his bark as before. Didn't find much off it. Moddy, though, still standing. Going to find 2. Oscar falls. Okay, this isn't bad at all. Now, no defuse kit, so time is going to be of the essence. There's still a molly on Chris J. There's still the rifle on Spiddy, and they're just lining up for him, same position, so he's just tapping away one by one. They come, and one by one they fall. Glaive now left to deal with it all, and it's not going to work out too well. Chris J was waiting, and Mouse stabilize after a little bit of trouble was created by Moddy there.
Yeah, he did good to find 2 kills. Unfortunately, that gap in that smoke that was thrown down basically enticed the Heroic players to go and challenge. And Spiddy, like you said, he was just tapping away and they were just running in, copping it in the head.
What was that? Copping it?
Copping it.
Not English.
Copping it. Copping a hiding.
No.
Oh, okay.
Taking, I assume?
Yeah, that's basically the
Okay.
transaction.
Okay.
Jesus.
Maybe I've just missed out on it. Maybe I'm sorry.
All right, so now we're seeing a full eco from Heroic. Yep. I think at this point, I probably would have just been force buying. What have you got to lose? You're going to lose the game. I'm sorry, it's over. You tried.
Come on, I thought we're casters. We meant to lie to people, say it's always possible, Chad.
It's not always possible. The score's going to be 15-3. If you come back from a 15-3 scoreline when you cannot make a single mistake on the CT side of a map that can get very chaotic if the T can find your single weakness, where you have to spread very thin, then you are the greatest team in the history of the world. It's not happening.
It's not going to happen. I tend to believe you here. I'm not going to dispute it. After seeing the 3 rounds of Heroic have won, it's not been a great display from them on this map, to be fair. Mouseports not having a bad day either. For themselves, you've got some great performance from Chris J, which is great for them to see. Kind of always hard to see where they stand as a team, though, because Oscar, of course, is the main factor behind this. Is this going to be the lineup? Is it not? Who knows what's happening with them? So hard to read into the longevity, but for now, it's gone well for them. These are 2 very... Hello?
Do you know? You must have heard the tag. Keep shooting, Nico. Do it! Go! Oh!
3 HP. It's just about alive. Will be ended by Chris J, but if only the knife had happened, in case they needed more money and more help in this game. But yeah, at the moment, this is good for Mouseports because it does get them close towards grand finals. That's the point. You want to be qualifying. This is a good step for them.
Here's what you do as Mouse. You sit back, you do a default spread, you wait out the utility. Once Heroic have nothing left, you go in with, as a unit, use whatever utility that you have left, flush them out, make them uncomfortable, kill them one at a time, win the game.
Genius.
They're going to do it, surely.
Surely.
Mouse_sports.
Glaive going to be pushing up towards the fountain, and he's already found a victim. That's going to be Dennis. Actually, a good start for Heroic, and it could be a great follow-up. He can't find it, but there's a player waiting along, and it's Valder, and he's not going to go much further than this. Oscar's just dancing on the verge of that side of the party, and he's going to be met by Free. So finally, it looks like Heroic might have a shot this round. There is still Chris J alive and Nico, and make it just Chris J and Speedy, because Nico got found on the verge of the smoke. He's not going to get away with it this time. And now just Chris J. 1v4. He's got the bomb, he's got utility, he's got a minute and 15 to play with. Now, his performance so far has been outstanding, so I wouldn't say it's impossible. I say it's highly unlikely.
It's highly unlikely. If he wins this round,
he
is a hero.
Well, that was a 6 shot, but it does mean he's in a really bad spot now. 12 HP, not going to be able to convert that into another kill, and it does mean bomb goes down. The round is won by Heroic. Maybe just extending the inevitable here. Maybe they just want to prove to you they're the best team in the world, Chad.
Maybe.
That's it.
What I meant when I said default spread, you could have gone into Playground and done a little boost, the Flamey and Seas boost, where they boost over in Playground and they look towards Long by there, and they have someone, usually Guardian, on the stairs watching like the party pick. Somebody sitting in Connector passively, just spotting, calling what's going on with utility, and then a Caretaker. Actually, the Caretaker was seized. It must have been Edward over there with Flame Dogger. Sitting back towards the backyard area of Monster and just waiting out, calling out utility. Instead, they went relatively aggressive. They got met by Heroic, who were playing well behind smokes and were able to trade out efficiently, and they took that round. Right now, though, Mouse are able to muster another buy. It does look like they haven't been forced by Heroic. They're not doing too much aggression this round, which is unusual because they were the ones with the utility to be able to make the T's uncomfortable to start with.
Oh, this could be an interesting position they put themselves in then. Again, you're going to see Mouseports slowly working their way through the map here. Chris J just maybe catch if anyone tries to push out. He does more than that. He just completely destroys Moddy through the smoke, and that was so unintended. The smoke was completely up. There's no way he could have seen it. And now Snappy tries to fall back in, but only into the loving arms of Nico. 2 players gone from B, and now they know where the final man may be. That's Glaive. But again, Mouseports don't have to go on this. They have so much room to play with, so much time to play with, and still Chris J stands tall and destroys Heroic 1 by 1. He's even spoiled the final player. This guys go, hey, it's fine. He's going to be fighting me. Don't worry about it. Get the plant. Screw it. And now Valder, what can you do here?
It's all over. They've pushed up in a bank and stuff. They know where he's rotating from. He has a lot of work to do, and he can't find anything, as Spitty's going to put him down.
Absolutely GG there. Mouseports looking great, to be fair. Taking nothing... no, screw it. Heroic didn't put up much of a fight, to be fair, it felt like to me. I think Mouseports were good. I think Chris J was a little bit above what I'd maybe expect from him as of late. I think he's playing really, really well. We saw not just the AWPing, but the rifling being on point too. But what do you take away from that game? Because I feel like it's a very influx sort of game here, because it's not quite Mouseports in their final form, and it's Heroic just seeming to have a really bad day.
I think fundamentally Heroic looked out of place across both maps. They weren't doing fantastic on the T sides, and that's where they got punished on both of their maps. The CT side, we didn't get to see them, you know, get a foot in that game just there, but on Mirage they did relatively okay. I thought they looked good. The economy kind of slipped away from them towards the first half of Mirage, but overall I think they just need to readdress the way that they're taking fights and stuff, maybe bring up the buddy system, look at the way the new Fnatic roster's playing. It's always very together, and maybe it's just an off night.
Yeah, off nights happen, but sadly at this point every game matters, and it's all going towards that final and get yourself in a good position to possibly qualify. Mouseports are certainly in the running at the moment, and this will be a great couple of wins for them. So guys on the desk, what did you make of that game?
Didn't make much of it, to be honest. We did say, well, Henry specifically said as he dominated that previous segment, execution is required, and obviously Heroic, as you said as well, couldn't rely on defaults as they did on Mirage.
They rarely got to that stage where you had to go for the executions. Like Mouseports at the beginning of every round, were finding those initial picks there. No one from the Heroic side was really turning up in any capacity. We talk about Moddy recently having this great run of form at every LAN event he's going to, seems to be lighting it up. But if you look at the scoreboard, like no one's really arriving for Heroic at all. Snappy, like he's not one of the star players, only finding 5 frags overall, and this is a pretty poor showing both maps, I have to say, especially on the T sides, they couldn't really get anything going. The only real opportunity they got into the game was actually on the third round on the force buy when they got the bomb down in the pistol. They managed to pick that up in the round after that, but as soon as Mouseports got back into it in terms of the money, they were just controlling the first picks every single round. And there was one key scenario as well. Do you remember that round where they had 3 players alive? It was a 3-on-1,
yes.
and they did everything perfectly, and then just realized, oh, we haven't actually got time to find the bomb down.
And Oscar, the one where it actually, Lauren called it that she wasn't sure it ticked over to 3 when she called it. I actually thought they might have had time, so it was very, very close, especially after I've learned to give the benefit of the doubt after seeing that Taz round in particular on Mirage. This is it here, I believe, Henry.
Is this the one? Yeah, it's round number 9.
This is the one.
So let's have a look at it. So, Heroic got the man advantage for now. They're executing on the A sides. They've got an opportunity here. The man advantage, map controls, 20 seconds remaining. Should be enough to get the bomb down here. And I think Speedy has a horrible whiff here. Like, it's a nightmare scenario for him. Misses all 20 bullets. And they think, okay, 5 on 3. Perfect. Oscar is when he finds 2 kills. This is where things get really interesting. That's the kill that really matters at that point. You can see they're too scared to actually go for the bomb. They waste valuable time there. And this would have been a great opportunity to get back into this game. How did they pick this round up? They could have actually got a few more from it. It would have broken the money of Mousesports, but didn't happen. And that was actually one of the key things I noticed that could have actually got them into it, considering that scenario.
And Snappy stopped to duel as well. He should at that point just be running toward the plant position.
Obviously, Oscar did very well to find those 2 frags, and the bomb got dropped in an awkward position. But still, when you see the times that low, you just have to go, right, it's all in at this point, try and get the bomb down as quickly as you can. But yeah, that was a really key round. And after that, they never really turned up and had any close opportunities to speak of.
Well, what can you say about that one?
You just said I was a slave to the meme.
You are a slave to the meme. You've put it in my head, and I'm making fun of you. See, irony. So should we look back at today, Henry?
I'd love to. Let's take a walk down memory lane.
Or would you like to move on? We could be nostalgic. All right, so today, a bunch of games happened, including one on the B stream that's, well, been fairly convincing, I have to say. Na'Vi, who started at the year unbeaten and then fell to 7-1. We thought everything looks great. They're now having a Virtus Pro online season because now they're 11-9 and are going to be in a tough spot to make the land, just as everyone is. It's dead even as Dignitas pick up 2. Right? Well, we think that, but as we're seeing things...
It's not official? That's
not official. Well, if you did the math... No, because it depends on who plays who, and like if someone goes like 24-0, then they would change the cap.
It's just a number I've thrown around for a reason.
That's what we anticipated to be the cap, but I mean, this is all over the place right now. I mean, Na'Vi right now losing to Dignitas, who's going to be in contention because of it. Obviously, Envious split 1-1 with Fnatic. Both those teams still in a reasonably good spot. NIP did everything they needed to do. They took down F3 2 straight. 16-1, very convincing. 16-7 seems like a far cry from when F3 took away the Legends spot from them.
That's right.
But they've definitely put F3, well, they already were out of contention, but they put them in a position where they're going to have to fight for relegation. Mousesports 16-14 and 16-4. They pick up 2. As a result, they move into 4th spot, 13-7, not far off of Fnatic. In fact, tied with Fnatic, and not far off of NIP at 15-7. But as we say, Na'Vi 11-9, -9 on round differential. They started out the year plus 48 on round differential.
It's pretty crazy, isn't it? NIP with quite a commanding victory, well, lead there, I should say. They're obviously guaranteed the land final at this point, I would say, right? You're in first place, you've got 15 wins. They're looking fantastic. And that's with the addition of Michael Ailey as well. He keeps providing them good results. Today was no different. Dignitas surprised, no 2nd place. I don't think anyone would call that the start of the season. It's quite cool.
Yeah, I mean, Dignitas at 14-10. They're on 10 losses, but 2 tonight definitely saved them. Because if they went to 12-12, I mean, you'd be way down at this point. You'd be down.
I guess they play more games.
Well, that's the thing. You have to look at the losses more than the wins in that sense, because everyone's going to play in overtime. There has to be a winner and a loser. So start looking at the losses to distinguish who's where, and that would have put them well and truly in a tough spot.
Envious still can claw back into this as well.
Could do. I mean, like I said, they're 12-8. They're not far off this when you consider Fnatic's only 13-7, so not far ahead as to Mousesports.
It's crazy. We've only got a few nights. We still can't really work out who's going to finish where, right? It's quite cool.
No, it's very cool, which means you should continue to tune in and join us. There is one team that's clear-cut ahead of the rest. That's in North America. It's Cloud9, but everyone else over there is still fighting for a spot as well. That means Liquid and Immortals, they'll play off tonight. The same with NRG Splice. And Splice plays 4 maps because they take on Winter Fox immediately after 4 maps, all of which will be on the B stream, so you can follow them in completion. And then the Aussies, mate, will take on CLG. Yeah, Sponge is rolling over, staring at me. Yeah, let's go, Renegades. They didn't even wish you happy birthday, Sponge. What are you cheering for? I like them, even though they don't like me. We like you, Chad. It's good to have you around, buddy. I like you, Henry G.
I like everyone.
I like Counter-Strike. What I don't like is that I have to be on a flight in under 6 hours. So we're going to call it right there. Thanks, everybody who tuned in. Don't forget to download the Score Esports application on your phone, on the iOS App Store, and on Google Play. It'll keep you up to date with everything, including which 6 teams from either region will be going to the LAN. Because as of right now, I'm going to have to read it on that app as well. We've got no clue. We'll see you in a bit.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!